2 years to go. So let's see the kind of rabbit they'll pull out of the hat.
It's going to be a shake-up, a big one. Let's see Daily Trust. On the left-hand corner of the window, more Nigerians to become poor in 2027, according to World Bank. The same, what does it say? The bank predicts poverty will increase by 3 percentage points in 5 years to 2027. This projection was released on the sidelines of the IMF World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C. Underlying challenges are associated with resource dependence and fragility, and the bank called for effective reforms. Yolanda, I don't know if you want to make a statement here. It's obvious, that we do not need a report to tell us what we are living every day here, given the poor fiscal management and other factors which over the years have not improved significantly.
We sincerely do not need a report for this. I mean, you just look at yesterday when we had the strikes of people who are still crying for their minimum wages to be paid. We don't need a report. Look at the graphics on the Daily Sun that we have today. People are struggling to pay for malaria medication. Look at how high the cost is to even be able to go to a hospital. People are resorting to treating themselves in their homes because they cannot afford it. And so that, together with minimum wage, together with a lot of the issues we've been speaking about lately, yesterday, education, students who are cramped up in dormitories for one reason or the other. It's a terrible state that the economy is in right now, and coming out of it and now trying to put it in a report. We knew all of this already. We need solutions now, and we need better policies to be actually implemented, not just to talk about it. I believe yesterday as well, please correct me, Austin, yesterday there was some talk as well about some money that was paid back. I didn't understand the story very clearly, but concerning, I think, some universities, some back pay, but even with that, it was only 2 years that was back paid.
No, unfortunately, if I can come in here, it's ironic that the IMF, World Bank, the so-called Bretton Woods institution, they are talking. And why I say it's ironic, because the disastrous policies that brought Nigeria to its knees, primarily two of them, devaluation of the Naira and removal of fuel subsidy, is what has increased the poverty rate in Nigeria. NBS, when NBS was still NBS, about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, released a report that Nigeria has 133 million people who are multi-dimensionally poor. And I'm sure that if NBS should do its...
That's the National Bureau of Statistics.
Yes. That if they should do an objective report of the level of poverty in Nigeria today, it will be much higher than that. And I read that report, and because IMF itself is equally telling us that, look, in Nigeria will get up to 37% this year. So it's a no-brainer when you say citizens are, they seems to be trapped in this vortex of poverty that we can hardly get off. And government policy to lack the capacity, is not comprehensive enough to address the situation.
Okay, let's, I mean, when you think about it, they usually approve, or they have in the last couple of months approved the president's reforms and said he's doing fantastic. And then they turn around and release this. It's always this way. Guardian newspaper this morning, 54.3% of Lagos students failed WASC in 2024, says government. This story does not give any detail as to why this is the case, but notes that state government would address decline in performance of students in the West African Senior Secondary Certificate examination. It's seeking innovative solutions and devising strategies for improvement, it says. I mean, half of students failing their exams is huge. Certainly a poorly educated population will impact the quality and competitiveness of our future workforce. So education is a sector that we cannot afford to play with. If anyone wants to jump in here.
Well, Lagos has always had this problem of educational backwardness, incidentally. Some years back in 2009, I think the coordinator of WAEC in Nigeria presented the statistics at an event that in the secondary school certificate examination, Lagos has always performed the poorest, and that too, the highest level of illiteracy in the country was actually found in Lagos, the center of excellence. Yes.
Wow.
Are you sure?
And yeah, yes,
what
of course.
This report?
So the Lagosians, actually, it was not. He actually was talking about Lagos indigenes, not Lagos residents, Lagos indigenes. That, you know, the indigenes of Lagos were among the most educationally backward, but sometimes that also has a multiplier effect, and it's something the state government actually has to look into. I mean, this is how many years later. So education in Lagos apparently has been an issue over time.
Interesting. The Punch newspaper, NEC postpones state police talks despite surge in killings. The talks have only been deferred until its next meeting, when it will be discussed extensively. We're learning. There isn't much to this story, though, because the Bayelsa state governor did explain that they had been in a very long meeting, and the presentations could not get to these particular topics, hence resolved to take it up next time. But having said that, we know that 36 states have submitted reports supporting a decentralized police force. So slowly but surely, we're inching closer to an inevitable fact, which is that you can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. Just too many ungoverned spaces in the country to continue on the same path. Anyone can comment.
Yeah, certainly. There are so many ungoverned spaces. And you know, the chief security officers in each state of the federation should actually assume that role of being chief security officers, so that when security situations in any state get out of hand, you know who to hold responsible. Although the issue of state police, to me, is a double-edged sword, because when you look at how the possibility of state chief executive, you know, mismanaging or using it as a tool for oppressing, you know, opponents, you know, political opponents, you have reasons to fear, because some of us believe that, look, our democracy has not matured enough, you know, to be able to sustain state police. But when you compare the pros and the cons and the exigencies of the time, as it has to do with escalation in the security situation in the country, I think the call for a state police is necessary.
The political angle of it has actually been the fear of many, that state police will be used as an instrument of oppression by the state governors. However, the situation at the moment actually requires that measure, but you know, state police can be established, but under certain conditions. But I think that's where, you know, we'll have to put on our thinking caps and get ingenious.
All right, Daily Independent, good news, NIMET, or is it NIMET? Which one is it, Charles? NIMET. NIMET workers have suspended the strike after FG intervention. That industrial action had paralyzed airlines. Good to see a swift intervention by the government. We also have in the same paper, reps walk out in disappointment as Ibas shuns summons. The Rivers State Sole Administrator, Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, retired, was meant to appear before the House of Representatives Committee on Rivers Oversight Thursday. Instead, he submitted a formal request for a postponement. The repeated failure to appear before the committee is being viewed by reps as a blatant disregard for legislative power. Any comments here, very briefly, before we head to the international headlines? Dr. Maho, do you have anything?
The IBAS is waxing strong and stronger by the day. So for him to begin to disregard one of the key institutions that approved, you know, his ascension.
Yeah, they did approve him.
Yeah, they did. So it's a slap on their face. And that's why we criticize the National Assembly for its inability to assert its independence. With Nigeria, I keep on saying it's a constitutional democracy. And when you find out that the three arms of government that are supposed to act as check and balances on each other, they've all collapsed
into the executive.
Into what I call on your mandate we stand. You make a mockery of the whole democracy we tend to be operating. So the slap on their face, I don't know, some people will say it's well deserved because they brought it upon themselves.
Okay. Yes, they did create that Frankenstein monster. The committee in the House that is supposed to be overseeing River State When they summoned Ibas and he did not attend, they held a meeting. They met for 1 hour and came back looking very, very furious. So let's wait and see what they will do next.
International headlines, Daily Graphic, free pass for 2 million schoolgirls, move to restore dignity, according to the president. Citizen newspaper, how to fill a 75 billion rand hole. This amount is needed after finance minister's surprise decision to scrap the controversial VAT increase that would have filled that gap. What will happen in the government of national unity now? That's a question. Yolanda, I remember when we were talking the other day about it, that ANC used to be the party of the poor, or is supposed to be the party of the poor, and then the DA now, which was fighting or went to court, and the EFF, the DA now seems to be the party of the poor, and it used to be the party of the rich. But dramatic change, looks like they have won this case against the ANC.
Yes,
they backed down.
This has become the total opposite now, according to this headline. And you know, some weeks ago, we looked at the VATs in South Africa, and we were talking about how it was so high and everyone was protesting and upset about it. But now, in order to fill this 75 billion rand hole, it means you have to take funds from somewhere else. And that already poses another problem, because if you're taking funds from somewhere else, that means you're cutting short from different agencies as well. And that creates even more problems, because then there's shortages, there's, you know, a cut in how the infrastructure is, which is already the case in South Africa. So I guess we just have to wait and see how this unfolds and see what kind of solutions can be brought up for this very big problem.
Yeah, work for the finance minister there. The Guardian newspaper, Vladimir, stop. Trump in rare rebuke to Putin after Kyiv strike. President Donald Trump seems if anybody wants to comment on this.
Yeah, words are cheap.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but when it comes to the reaction, you find out that it's not as simple as you think.
Yes.
Well, he thought he was going to bully his way through this, but then he has also forgotten that Putin is a veteran of international aggressive politics.
A hard nuts to crack.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is a very rude awakening, because, you know, we all know what Russia has been and is, and how they, you know, how they have always stood their ground in the past. And to hear this, you know, statement, Vladimir, stop, it's almost like, you know, appealing to, yes, appealing to to a counterpart, to a friend. And it's quite sad, you know, the front pages are full of people who have been affected by the recent attacks, and for sure, Vladimir, stop.
All right, finally we have Financial Times. China cancel all unilateral tariff if it wants trade talks. Beijing hardens battle stance. Start of dialogue with US denied. I mean, well, the second biggest economy in the world, China, is it's slowly, I mean, it's showing that it's not a pushover. The dynamics have changed.
Certainly not.
So
China
we have
has always
to
insisted on negotiation on the basis of respect and equality.
Right. We have to leave it there, unfortunately. Dr. Austin Maho, lecturer at the International Institute of Journalism in Abuja. It's been great having you today.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Dr. Constance, for leading today's...
Not again. Not again.
It's all right. It's a stutter. But thank you so much for leading today's press review. And, of course, have a very fantastic weekend.
You too.
That's all we have time for here on Daybreak. I'm Charles Eruka. It's goodbye from me.
And I'm Yolanda Robert. Please do keep it here on Arise News. The morning show is next. Goodbye.
How far, Niger? Welcome to the Glow Cafe app. Come in. Because it's time for an upgrade. Your own personal Glow Cafe app open 24/7. Welcome to bigger, better, smarter. Welcome to total control of your data, your airtime. Mom, I'll call you back. How you buy, I'll send you data. How you share and how you recharge. Movies, gaming, music. All in one place. Welcome to More Valley. Download the upgraded Glow Cafe app and get more data. Get 100% recharge bonus and get a massive 100 gigabytes data bonus when you register. Want it all? Download all this into this.
Unlimited. Niger, it's time to rise to victory because season 10 is here.
That you did not come and greet. I'm coming for the crown.
Nigerian Idol needs to bang. You're actually my idol. And say yes from me.
Revenge. I'm speechless.
10 seasons of unforgettable talent.
That's the best performance I've had today.
10 seasons of breathtaking performance. And we celebrate the journey like never before.
I'm actually speechless.
I love you.
You're a superstar.
This is more than a competition. It's a celebration of music, passion, and dreams. It's your voice and your victory. Don't miss the biggest season yet. Nigerian Idol Season 10.
Sponsored by Biggie for every moment.
Feel the pulse of the planet. From New York to Nairobi, London to Lagos. Our world is connected. Our stories intertwined. Join us as we navigate the news that shape. News through the voices that live it, the experts that make sense of it, that shape it. Our network of correspondents around the world ensure that you don't miss a thing. Trust to bring you unfiltered news, deep dives, and powerful conversations. The world never stops, and neither second counts, and every story matters. Give us 60 minutes, and we'll give you the world.
Rise and shine, Nigeria. Your mornings are our passion.
Start your day with us, Nigeria. Together, we make mornings better.
Wake up and thrive, Nigeria. Your mornings are our dedication.
A new day with you, Nigeria. Your mornings are our commitment.
Join us every morning, Nigeria. Your mornings are our priority. There is a reason why Nigeria wakes up with us. Every morning, we deliver the news you need to know. We speak to the voices that matter. We cut through the noise and bring you the unvarnished truth. And we always strive to brighten your day.
Wake up with us, Nigeria. Your mornings are our mission.
Feel the pulse of the planet. From New York to Nairobi, London to Lagos. Our world is connected. Our stories intertwined. Join us as we navigate the news that shapes our lives. News through the voices that live it, the experts that make sense of it, and the leaders that shape it. Our network of correspondents around the world ensure that you don't miss a thing. Trust us to bring you unfiltered news, deep dives, and powerful conversations. The world never stops, and neither do we. Every second counts, and every story matters. Give us 60 minutes, and we'll give you the world.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Good morning out there. You are watching The Morning Show here on Arise News. I'm Ruben Abati.
And I'm Mumbai Mutiniri Ekpeyong. We've got a great show lined up for you this morning over the next 3 hours, so sit back, relax, grab a cup of tea, and let's kickstart your day because the morning show begins right now.
Members of the main opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, have described the defection of Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberewuri and other key People's Democratic Party leaders to the All Progressives Congress, APC, as shocking and painful. The acting national chairman of the party, Ambassador Umar Damagum, yesterday acknowledged the decimation of the chapter, saying the PDP's fate is in God's hands. Damagum said to fill the vacuum, the PDP leadership will immediately set up a caretaker committee to steer the affairs of the Delta chapter of the party. Joining us later on this show to discuss how the PDP can move on from the news of the defection and rebuild the party structure in the state is Dan Ulasi, former chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Delta State. Also, we'll be engaging Valentine Uzigbo, a governorship aspirant of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in Anambra State. He will be discussing the conduct of the APC primary in Anambra and the mass resignation of members of the party after the emergence of Prince Nicholas Ukachukwu as the party's flag bearer for the November 8, 2025 gubernatorial poll.
Last on our guest list is Chude Jidonwo, CEO of Joy Inc. and the co-founder of Red for Africa. We'll be discussing his upcoming live experience, which is set to be the first ever live talk concert out of Africa. We'll also catch up on news making headlines across the globe. I'll bring us updates on the foreign scene on the World Brief, and we'll also review today's newspaper headlines from across the globe. Rota Sodiri will give us an update on the global business outlook, whilst Aaron Akere-Jola will be taking us through sporting activities across the globe. Kachi Ofia will fill us in on what's trending around the world and our feel-good, inspiring stories. It's going to be all that and a whole lot more today on The Morning Show. Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. It's now time to take a look at news stories making headlines around the globe. And of course, we begin here at home with politics. As former president of the Senate, Dr. Abubakar Saraki, yesterday assured members of the opposition PDP that there was no cause for alarm in spite of the switching of parties by Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, the former running mate to the PDP presidential candidate in the 2023 presidential election, Atiku Abubakar, to the All Progressives Congress, the APC. Okowa defected along with his protege, the Delta State Governor, Sheriff Oborobori, and the entire PDP political structure to the ruling APC. Saraki stated that the rest of them in the PDP would reposition and strengthen it for the task ahead. This was just as the national chairman of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, yesterday declared that the 2027 elections were already a done deal for his party, boasting that more governors of the opposition party were still coming to join the ruling party. His declaration was not unconnected with the continued depletion of the opposition's camps, especially with Wednesday's dramatic defections to the ruling party. Now to other news. In the face of rising insecurity and deadly attacks across Nigeria's north-central region, the National Economic Council, made up of the 36 state governors, has been meeting in Abuja. But for the second time since February, a critical agenda item, the creation of state police, was shelved and not discussed. The body, chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima, instead expressed sympathy with families affected by violence and observed a minute of silence. State correspondent Adesua Omorowan reports.
It's the first National Economic Council meeting in 9 weeks, and the political landscape has shifted since they last convened. A sole administrator now represents Rivers State after the suspension of the governor, and he is attending the day's council meeting. And just 24 hours after defecting to the governing APC, Delta State Governor could be seen receiving warm welcome from his new party allies. The arrival of Vice President signals the formal commencement of the meeting. A moment of silence for victims of ongoing violence, especially in the north-central states. The council expressed sympathy to affected communities. But after hours of deliberation, the pressing issue of state police postponed in February was deferred again, despite all 36 states having submitted proposals months ago.
Well, for your information, as part of our agenda today, state police was part of our agenda today. But unfortunately, because of time demands, and after a very long, we have been there for a very long time now, the presentations were unable to get to that bit of it. So I can assure you that in our next meeting, that issue will be exhaustively discussed.
Beyond that deadlock, the council received major policy briefings. Among them, a 10-year livestock transformation plan by the new Ministry of Livestock Development aimed at modernizing herding practices and reducing farmer-herder clashes through private sector investment.
The presentation projected that the strategy will build up to $74 billion down to $90 billion in that sector by the year 2035. In direct partnership with the subnationals, the state governors, and the private sector and foreign investors under a very sound federal regulatory umbrella. And this investment will be prioritized into 5 key pillars between now 2025 and 2026.
The Education Minister also presented a federal initiative to strengthen technical and vocational training. States were urged to equip technical colleges and hire instructors to meet rising demand.
So the minister was asking council and all the members of council, especially the state governors, to also participate in this new initiative so that now we will continue to reduce unemployment, because once people acquire skills, then once trained, they are no longer people looking for jobs in the market.
Meanwhile, The council approved the Green Imperative Project, a $1.1 billion Nigeria-Brazil partnership focused on large-scale food production, processing, and agribusiness investment. Also discussed is a revival blueprint for Nigeria's once thriving cotton, textile, and garment sector.
And proposed the idea of setting up a regulatory board to ensure that that sector is once more stimulated. The presentation highlighted the potentials of developing cotton business in Nigeria and the prospects of using it as part of the economic stimulus package of the federal government.
As insecurity persists and communities continue to bear the brunt of violence, the President has ordered a comprehensive review of national security strategies. Yet, the question of state police, seen by many as a crucial step forward, remains unresolved. In the face of mounting threats, how much longer can this conversation be delayed? Adesua Omoruan, Arise News.
Now to some economic news. As Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, yesterday called on Nigeria and other African countries to deepen fiscal buffers, adopt context-specific monetary policies, and advance regional economic cooperation in order to cushion the effect of global headwinds and unlock long-term inclusive growth. Georgieva pointed out that while Africa remained home to some of the world's fastest-growing economies, a significant number of low-income and fragile states were increasingly falling behind, especially in the wake of slowing global growth and rising geopolitical risks. She also stated that while the direct effect of trade tariffs on most African countries was minimal, the indirect consequences, particularly from a slowdown in global growth, posed more serious challenges, especially for oil-exporting countries like Nigeria. The IMF Managing Director urged Nigeria and other governments in Africa to do more to expand their tax base and tackle leakages through digital tools. She warned against copycat monetary policies, urging central banks to respond based on country-specific inflation pressures rather than mimic regional peers. So we have a little bit of everything this morning. Dr. Abati, what is your take?
Let's start with the more serious topic, which is the Washington spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank. Now, this week, we have had a number of events on the economic front. One, the Article 4 consultation meetings in Nigeria, which was concluded, and the report given. Two, the release of the World Economic Outlook report, which focused on global uncertainties. And then three, this meeting between Kristalina Georgieva, the IMF Managing Director, meeting and greeting the Nigerian delegation, including the CBN Governor Cardoso, and also, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, and what she said. Now, if you put all of these three major incidents together, the emphasis has been on global uncertainties, deepened by the tariffs. Two, the IMF offering an outlook, saying that, look, global growth for economic growth for 2025 is going to be revised down, has been revised down from 3.2% in January to 2.8% in March, April. And that next year, the outlook will go up to about 3%. For Nigeria, for a country like Nigeria, the outlook for this year still stays at it's within the range of 3%. For countries like Japan, it has gone down very considerably. For the United States, they are even projecting 1.8%. However, at this meeting yesterday, to just cut through the chase, the IMF boss had a number of advice for emerging markets, frontier markets in Africa. She made a number of points, which I would like to reiterate. One, that this global uncertainty, this tariff regime, the direct impact on African countries is minimal. But in terms of the consequences, African countries will be heavily impacted. And she was focusing in that conversation with the Nigerian delegation on Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Egypt, because these are economics that will be, indirectly impacted, even if the impact in terms of Trump's tariffs may be very minimal. And it was on the basis of that she offered advice, not just to these 4 countries that she highlighted, but to the rest of Africa. One, I like the point she made about infrastructure. Our infrastructural development, investment in infrastructure will promote growth, help growth, stability in Africa. 2, she made a point about corruption and the fact that African countries have to work on their image. And in that regard, she was talking about corruption and poor leadership in Africa. Again, in that regard, I think she has a very, very strong point. Now, she talked about taxation. She said that the tendency for African countries is to tax the people, but there is a lot that can be done in terms of addressing issues of tax avoidance and tax evasions. I also think that that is also a very good point to make. So in other words, she also made another point about economic cooperation. We have been making the point here that Africa trades more with the rest of the world than within Africa. And she was talking about regional economic cooperation and African leaders leading or learning from the example of the Asian countries, where within the auspices of ASEAN, there is a lot of collaboration. So that, in my view, is also a very important point. But she summarized it by talking about fiscal buffers. These fiscal buffers will help the people. And yesterday, you were talking, Vimbai, about social spend, right? So emphasis on the people should be the focus of economic policy so that there can be a proper correspondence between the economists and the people. So I say this is a more important point, subject within the context of the, spring meetings of the IMF World Bank, which is being covered not just by the Arise team, but also by a team from This Day newspaper that wrote this particular report this morning in This Day newspaper. Now let's go to the provincial matters. Where do I start from? State police. Now, this is the 3rd time that the National Economic Council, the NEC, chaired by the Vice President of Nigeria, will postpone the issue of state police. November 2024, we were told that 36 states minus the FCT joined later, because it enjoys the status of a state and supported the idea of state police. Now, in February, the NEC was again supposed to meet. They said they were too busy, they could not discuss state police. In April, now they could not discuss state police. Now, Governor Doyediri of Bayelsa State has now promised us that this subject will be discussed at a later date. Now, all of this should be seen within the context of the security challenges we face in Nigeria, either in Benue or Plateau, or the resurgence of hostilities and banditry and insurgency in Borno State. And that was why when the president returned from his 19-day trip abroad, he immediately called a meeting of the security chiefs, service chiefs, and he gave them their marching orders. Now, which means that the challenge of insecurity is very important. All the governors, including the governor of Kaduna State, Uba Sani, including the governor of Benue State, Yasin Talia, including the governor of Borno State, Professor Zulum, they have been saying, yes, as responsible persons, they will naturally want to protect their people, but the Constitution does not give them the powers. And the argument from the 2014 National Political Conference has been that state police can empower these state governors to have more power so that they don't have to depend on a centralized Nigeria police force to be able to address insecurity in their state. So I think it's an important subject that needs to be addressed. And for as long as we keep postponing it, we're just postponing a serious reality that we should face. President Tinubu himself, as governor of Lagos State, I'm not making this up, this is not from Google, I was here. He defended state police. He defended the idea of federalism. In fact, he was a champion for true federalism, as he called it. In fact, he wrote a book on it. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has a responsibility to address some of these core legacy issues that he had always defended in writing, in speeches, in terms of his contributions to public debate. That is the point about state police. It's an idea whose time has come that cannot go away. Now, the other provincial issue has to do with statements about the defections in the political parties. Well, Senator Bukola Saraki has said, well, this shows how, the polity has gone down, that a former running mate on the platform of the PDP will lead a mass defection in Delta State from the party. Well, with due respect, Senator Bukola Saraki himself seems to have forgotten that ahead of the 2015 elections, he was the leader, or one of the leaders, of the new PDP that fused into the APC, this same APC. So he raises moral questions when he says, well, he thinks that a former presidential running mate should not have behaved in this manner. How did he himself behave in 2014, ahead of the 2015 general elections? But he has a point. The point that I made yesterday, that this can be an opportunity for the People's Democratic Party to reinvent itself. It can also be an opportunity for the People's Democratic Party to drop the ball. So, in that regard, he has a point. But about his moralizing, we all know that politicians can be very opportunistic. And this is the point that a lot of people have made. As for Dr. Ganduje, who has been very triumphant and who is saying 2027 is a done deal, everybody is going to come into the APC. Okay, what do you expect him to say? He's chairman of the APC. He will, of course, after all, yesterday, he received some people led by Senator Samaila, Senator Kawu Samaila, Kano Stout, NMPP, all of them going into the APC. In Osun State, Honorable Oye from Ifelodun constituency, federal constituency, he's also now in the APC. So the threat, again, as Senator, Saraki properly addressed it, identified it, is a threat of a one-party state. But finally, and I will summarize now, I think the more political issue yesterday was this story that came out about Vice Admiral Iboki Bass, the sole administrator of Rivers State, shunning the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives House Committee, had established an oversight committee, and they invited, we're told, on April 15, the sole administrator of Rivers State to appear before the House of Representatives on April 17, and he shunned them. Look, that House of, in fact, the National Assembly, they should call for the arrest of the sole administrator of Rivers State. On what authority is he going further to assault the Constitution of Nigeria? In the first place, his appointment is not known to the Constitution. The President quoted Section 305. We said that that appointment of a sole administrator is not known to the Constitution. Under the Constitution of Nigeria, Iboki Bass does not enjoy immunity because he is not an elected representative of the Nigerian people. That's why the National Assembly can call for his immediate arrest for refusing to follow the dictates of the Constitution of Nigeria. Section 11, sub 4 thereof. Section 11, sub 4 of the 1999 Constitution says that it is the National Assembly that will oversight any state where there is no elected governor. In the Gazette proclaimed by the President, he said he will give directives to the sole administrator in Rivers. Well, we don't know what directives the President has given the sole administrator. So what the sole administrator is doing in Rivers State is compounding the illegality. And that's why we insist that a resolution should be passed by the National Assembly, condemning him, inviting him again, and if he continues with his impunity and disrespect for constituted authority. I repeat the phrase, constituted authority. They should call for his arrest. He does not enjoy immunity under Section 309 of the Constitution. I raised my case this morning.
Thank you very much for the robust analysis on so many different issues that we're facing this morning. I'll begin in the grassroots, where I echo the words of the acting national chairman of the PDP, that's Ambassador Damagum, who is responding to the current change in political dynamics by saying that, well, if we look at the 2023 election dynamics, we can see that having a governor or having sitting governors is no longer the criteria for being able to amass numbers in a Nigerian election. It's interesting to see how the polity is reshaping itself. More interesting to see how the Nigerian people will realign themselves moving forward. Last time we saw the emergence of a third force, and yesterday I said this time we might see the emergence of what we might call a fourth force, since there's already an opposition coalition in play. However, what is becoming clear long time before 2027 comes is the fact that federal might. Are we going to continue to allow a situation where federal might determines the outcome of elections? Or is the voice of the people going to resound as the voice of God? Because what we see is a play on federal might. And of course, this has become the blueprint of Nigerian politics. And this has become the blueprint of winning elections, the power of the incumbent. All of these things are going to be tested as we count down. Like I said, still a very long way until 2027. But the challenge belongs to the PDP and to other opposition parties. It's their election to lose. It's their ball to drop. I watched quite an interesting interview from former President Goodluck Jonathan in the lead up to the 2015 election that he granted to one of the media houses. And in that, he based his confidence of winning that election on the fact that he said PDP has people at every single polling unit. They have a member at every single polling unit. Know that the PDP was the biggest political party in Africa at some point. So now the question is, what has happened to the people in the grassroots? What has happened to those PDP members that existed at every single polling unit not very many years ago in the history of Nigeria? So the question is, as we see elected officials defecting, as we see governors saying they want to change their allegiance and so forth, we now have to ask ourselves, what is the allegiance of the people? In fact, what are the worries of the people? Do the people care whether you're APC or PDP or Labour or so forth? Or is hunger so rife in the land that right now people are just looking for succor? So this is a great opportunity, I believe, for those who are ready to step in and do the real work of governance. Because as far as I'm concerned, all of this is a distraction. We cannot be sucked into this intense debate over the 2027 election so early when we still need to be holding the administration of the day accountable for with checks and balances for what they're currently doing in office. We have not yet marked 2 years in office. And on that note, I move over to issues of insecurity, which we know are the biggest, among some of the biggest challenges. Of course, economic challenges are also major, but insecurity, threat to one's life, is the biggest threat that can exist to mankind. And we know what the headlines have said throughout the month of April. Now, when the president returned from his 19-day absence, security strategy confronting these places. So we expected to see something moving immediately. It was very unfortunate to see that yesterday at the NEC meeting, as it was described by Governor Doye Diri, there were so many issues on the agenda and the presentations took so much time that we were unable to get to the issue of state policing. An issue that one would have thought was an emergency issue and would have been number one in the agenda. Nevertheless, there was a resolution to create the Cotton, Textile and Garment Development Board, which they are arguing as saying is going to tackle insecurity at the root cause. I assume that means by creating some sort of employment and relieving the conditions of poverty in the environment. There were also talks of how the president is motivated to modernize the livestock infrastructure, grazing, and has charged the governors to create a space and to give land for cattle rearing and ranching. Now, as much as this is an important development, because I've always highlighted how important it is for the Ministry of Livestock Development to execute its mandate, which is to ensure that livestock development is a structured and organized part of the economy, there's a multi-pronged approach that needs to be used. Because when we listen to the testimonies of those governors and those people in state, in Plateau State, in those areas that are overrun by armed herders, we realize that this is no longer what we've known as the perennial herder-farmer conflict. There are deeper issues at play. We know that there are issues with our porous borders, where there are extremists coming in from left, right, and center. We know that there are new terrorist groups that are being introduced on a daily basis. There are bandits. There are criminals. So this has snowballed into being bigger than a herder-farmer crisis. There's more at play here. So as much as modernizing is much more important, because we need to see boots on the ground. These people are coming in with highly sophisticated weaponry. So whether there's cattle ranching and so forth is just a minor part of the problem, because even if you create segmented areas, specialized areas for the breeding of these cattle, they're still going to be overrun by those bad elements who are coming in armed with There's an agenda that is being called ethnic cleansing. There is an agenda against Christians in the region. And cattle ranching is not the single solution to all of these challenges. The issue of state policing needs to be given more priority. There needs to be a greater political will in implementing and exploring how this can be brought to fruition as soon as possible. Now to bread and butter issues concerning the economy. Now, for me, the message from the IMF seems to be a bit of a contradiction, somewhat of an oxymoron, because we're coming from a place where we've said that there needs to be structural reform. And that's what we saw by the removal of fuel subsidy and now the advocacy for the removal of electricity subsidy. Yes, we know that based on the principles of free market economies, some of these subsidies do not work in the favor of creating a balanced macroeconomic environment. However, in the same breath, we are talking about social spending. We're talking about fiscal buffers. We're talking about how the nation can invest to ensure that the most vulnerable is not left exposed to the economic shocks created by free market economies, especially given the context of the global economic slowdown that we are about to experience. Sure, we do know that by some of these headwinds. However, we're still coming from a difficult place. So to now say with one breath we need radical structural reform that removes subsidies, and to now come and say, well, but the governments need to introduce fiscal buffers in the way of social spending so that the vulnerable are protected from some of the shocks, to me sounds like somewhat of an oxymoron, especially when you being pushed by Kristalina Georgieva is saying that African countries need to expand their tax bases. Now let's go around the continent and see what's happening with the issue of tax. Last year, we saw months of unrest in Kenya because of the pressure from the IMF on the Kenyan government to begin implementing some of the tax reforms as advised by the IMF. Because the people said, we barely have enough coming into our pockets, and you want to tax that as well? Where's the service delivery? We don't see it. In South Africa, there's controversy right now over the value-added tax that they wanted to increase. They've now had to do a U-turn and reverse the increase of the value-added tax because the common man said, how would you erode of broadening tax nets and widening tax bases? We have to be very careful about how we approach that with an already vulnerable society. Well, it's now time for a short break on the morning show, and when we return, we'll have a world brief and review top stories in today's newspapers. Do stay with us.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, people, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The National Identity Number, NIN, is Individual Identifier, a customized plastic card with digitally embedded information confirming each citizen's identity and is issued by the National Identity Management Commission, NIN. Official documentation and functionality of citizens. It is used to match a citizen's biometric data and other details in the National Identity Database during verification and authentication. Authenticate your citizenship. Secure your national identity number. Be a real Nigerian.
Taking your business into the future will require a bank that supports you. That's why you need a partner delivering solutions tailored to you and your customers. With First Online, you can enjoy a seamless banking experience and a continually evolving financial platform to reach for even bigger dreams. Let's take giant strides into the future together. You first. First Bank.
Cannot hold a man up to a promise he made while he was naked.
In your world, where you're from, surely I would.
Only a coward awakens the love of a woman, sits back and does absolutely nothing about it.
Do you have the eye of a liberal? Yeah.
Was called Iluari.
Africa is ready. May the world converges in Abuja to shape the future of Africa's resource landscape. Join industry leaders, investors, and policymakers at the inaugural Africa Hotel, Abuja, Nigeria. Interested attendees should register on the summit website at www.africarawmaterialsummit.rmrdc.gov.ng or contact Chinaza Mary for registration details through the phone number displayed on your TV screen.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. It's now time for the World Brief, and we begin with updates on the Ukraine-Russia war, as President Trump has said that he is pressurizing Russia to end the war in Ukraine, calling Moscow's decision not to seize the entire country a big concession. In a rare criticism of Vladimir Putin, Trump condemned Russia's deadly missile and drone attack on Kyiv that killed at least 12 people. Asked what concessions Russia had made, he replied, and I quote, "stopping the war, not taking the whole country." Well, Mr. Trump made this known while hosting Norway's Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store. Trump, who has faced criticism for being soft on Moscow in the past, emphasized that efforts to bring both sides to the negotiating table are ongoing.
But we are using a lot of pressure on both.
What concessions, Mr. President, and to your national security, what concessions has Russia offered up thus far to get to the point where you're closer to peace?
Stopping the war, stopping taking the whole country, pretty big concession.
Russia, or what will you do if President Putin...
I'd rather answer that question in a week. I want to see if we can have a deal. No reason to answer it now, but I won't be happy. Let me put it that way. Things will happen.
Will you have meetings with other world leaders when you're in Rome?
Yes, I will.
Which leaders do you want to meet, sir?
Well, I'd like to meet them all. That would be nice. I'd like to take care.
Peace, and there will be a peace. We have a common responsibility in securing democratic Ukraine for the future, and the best security guarantee they can have is the
shooting in Kashmir could lead to an all-out war between his country and India. Khawaja Asif said the world should be worried about the prospect of a full-scale conflict involving the two nations, which both have nuclear weapons. But he also said he hoped the dispute could be resolved via negotiations. It comes after 26 tourists were shot dead by gunmen at a beauty spot in Indian-controlled Kashmir on Tuesday, an attack that the government in New Delhi has blamed on Pakistan. Mr. Asif denied the claim, suggesting India had staged the shooting in a false flag operation. He warned his military was prepared for any eventuality and escalating tensions and diplomatic measures from both sides. And lastly, to Gaza, where at least 50 Palestinians were killed in Israeli airstrikes across Gaza, including in Jabalia, Gaza. The IDF said it targeted Hamas and Islamic Jihad sites, but is reviewing reports of civilian casualties. Among the dead were entire families and displaced people sheltering in tents. Israel says the strikes aim to pressure Hamas to release hostages. The UN has condemned ongoing aid blockades, warning of worsening humanitarian conditions. Over 420,000 people have been displaced again in recent weeks, and large parts of Gaza remain under evacuation orders. It's not as easy as I can end this war in 24 hours, as he proclaimed during the campaign trail.
Okay, very quickly, on these topics, 3 topics, they are by way of updates. There are issues that Adefemi Akinsanya had treated before now. Most recently, yesterday, the question of Russia versus Ukraine. And I made a point yesterday about the hypocrisy of the Russians over Crimea. Crimea was annexed in 1783 by Catherine the Great. In 1954, Nikita Khrushchev Ukraine. In 1991, there was the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Ukraine. In 1991, there was the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And Crimea, went back to Ukraine. Now, the Russians lay historical claim to it. The Ukrainians also lay historical claim to it. In 2014, Russia took over southern Crimea and took over 4 provinces. Now, in these negotiations, as I was pointing out yesterday, the sovereignty of Russia over that territory and the other 4 provinces is the major issue. I listed the 7 points. I stopped at point 5 of the issues in this negotiation between both countries. So this issue has come up again. Russia has not stopped its aggression. It never said it would stop frontline attacks. Yesterday, 90 people were injured. 26 persons were killed, including 2 children. And now President Trump goes to Truth Social and he says, Vladimir Putin, stop. Stop what? Because the negotiations do not, in fact, seem to favor Ukraine. Ukraine is saying that for there to be peace, there is a problem. Apart from the historical link to those territories, there is the issue of Article 2 of the Ukrainian Constitution. Article 2 of the Ukrainian Constitution says you cannot just cede territory. For you to cede territory, there must be a referendum. And there is a martial law in place in Ukraine. So even if you want to cede territory, the government cannot do it. The president cannot do it. So there is a deadlock there. And hence, America, as I argued yesterday, seems to be more interested in controlling the natural resources of Ukraine, which is part of it. There are other things in that territory. Russia will give 2 areas. Russia would also achieve the objective of stopping Ukraine from joining NATO. And also, if Ukraine likes, it can join the European Union. But I think the other development is that the Prime Minister of Britain, Sir Keir Starmer, is saying today that, look, Ukraine should be listened to. Ukraine should also be able to say what it likes about the terms of this ceasefire. So there is the imbalance in the equation that we're talking about. Quickly, to go to the fight between India and Pakistan. Yesterday, we also talked about the Kashmir conflict dating back to 1947. We talked about the measures taken by India against Pakistan over this attack on Indian tourists, I think 26 of them or so, in the Kashmir region, and also the religious undertone. Let me not repeat what I said extensively yesterday. What has now happened is that Pakistan too is fighting back. Pakistan has closed its borders in response to the measures where there is a full-scale war between India and Pakistan. So we hope that diplomacy will prevail at the end of the day. But Pakistan is also, reciprocating, saying if you fight us, we'll fight you too, even though they have not claimed responsibility. Finally, the Middle East, right? Israel and Hamas. Now, Israel is continuing the offensive in the West Bank territory. It's also continuing the offensive in southern and northern Gaza. What is the issue? Disagreement over a second ceasefire. Israel wants 59 remaining hostages released unconditionally. 24 of them are said to be alive. Hamas is saying, let the war end. Let the offensive end. They've not been able to agree on this second is to continue to argue for world peace, for global peace, for the triumph of diplomacy, and for good sense, reason to prevail in all of these conflict situations.
Absolutely, especially the two. Now you ask yourself, what's so special about this Crimea that seems to be the subject of back and forth since the medieval years, if I may take it that far back? Why does Russia always have a special invested interest in this place called Crimea that is at the crossroads of Asia and Europe? Well, the Black Sea is what's at stake. The strategic importance of the Black Sea is critical both for trade and for naval military defense. The Black Sea is one of the only seas that never freezes all year round, and we know some of the sub-zero temperatures that persist in this part of the world. So that makes it a great place for naval bases. So what Russia has always maintained is the Sevastopol port, which is one of Russia's most strategic naval bases. So this is about interest. Yes, Russia might say that, oh, we have a cultural and an ancestral right to these lands, but ultimately at the core of this is the issue of strategic military positioning, which of course Ukraine also finds extremely important. Now, it's unfortunate that this attack that took place yesterday took place while President Zelensky was in South Africa visiting Cyril Ramaphosa Ramaphosa, and he had to cut that trip short to make his way back home once he received news of the attack that had taken place. Like I said earlier, Donald Trump is finding out that it's not as easy as 1, 2, 3 to end some of these age-old conflicts, especially when we're looking at people who feel entitled to ancestral lands that have strategic military importance to national security. Well, on that note, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be speaking to Rotis Odiri. He'll be giving us updates from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank spring meetings. Do stay with us.
The Nigerian Constitution is a written supreme law of the Federal Republic, which sets a fundamental principles or established precedents according to which our nation is governed. Every chapter of the Constitution takes care of the national golden rules. The current Constitution was enacted during the inauguration of the Fourth Republic on 20. With the Constitution, so as to be literate in the laws guiding us as a nation. Know your rights and responsibilities and abide by them. Be a real Nigerian.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva said she's looking forward to talks with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who criticized the institution for what he calls a deviation from his mandate. Arise business correspondent Rotis Odiri sent in this report from the 2025 spring meetings in Washington, D.C.
One of the most anticipated days here at the IMF World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C. was the policy agenda document presented by Kristalina Georgieva, the managing director of globe, especially the United States, as a result of trade tensions from tariffs. Now, speaking of tariffs, Kristalina Georgieva said that it is essential that the nations involved in these trade tensions douse them and come to an agreement, because uncertainty brings with it a lot of chaos and a lot of economic turmoil.
First and most urgent, for countries to work constructively to resolve trade tensions as swiftly as possible, preserving openness and removing uncertainty. And we are urging them cannot stress this strongly enough. Without certainty, businesses do not invest, households prefer to save rather than to spend, and this further weakens prospects for already weakened growth.
And then the moment everyone had been waiting for, Kristalina Georgieva addressing the concerns raised by U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And as a reminder, here's what he said.
First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies like competitive exchange rate depreciation. These are crucially important functions to support the U.S. and global economies. Instead, the IMF has suffered from mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate
Also said that the IMF is fiscally prudent in the use of its funds and says she looks forward to speaking with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about the concerns that he raised.
I want to recognize Secretary Bessent's remarks yesterday, in which he laid out the US administration's vision for the Bretton Woods institutions. The United States is our largest shareholder. And even more, the United States is the home of my colleagues and me. So, of course, we greatly value the voice of the United States. I very much appreciate Secretary Bessent's reiteration of the US commitment to discussing with the US authorities and the member opportunities to continue with our executive board as we carry out important policy reviews. The comprehensive surveillance review, it will set our surveillance priorities for the next 5 years, and the review of program design and conditionality, which will carefully consider how our lending can best help countries address the low growth challenge and durably resolve balance of payment weaknesses.
It was then time for Q&A with the press, with the managing of the IMF fielding regional questions from Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. The Africa question came from Arise News.
Rhoda Sadiri with Arise News. You mentioned this present tensions could disproportionately impact low-income earlier this week. What is the strategy or your advice for the African continent? As you've noted in the past, Africa is
fragile, conflict-affected countries falling further behind. And now this is a shock for the continent. The direct impact of tariffs on most of Africa, not on all of Africa, but on most of Africa, is relatively small. But the indirect impact is quite significant. Slowing global growth means that all other things equal, they would see a downgrade, and actually we create additional pressure on their budgets. On the other hand, for the oil importers, this is a breath of fresh air. In other words, as you indicated in your question, different countries face different challenges. If I were to come with some basic recommendations that apply to Africa, I would say, and actually they apply to Nigeria, they apply to Egypt, they apply to Ghana, they apply to Cote d'Ivoire. First, continue on a path of strengthening your fundamentals. There is still a lot that can be done on the fiscal side to have strength, as I was talking about ASEAN, to have the buffers for a moment of shock. And don't use any excuses around, oh, it's difficult, we can't really go for more tax, because yes, you can. There is a lot that can be done to broaden the tax base, and a lot that can be done to reduce tax evasion and tax avoidance. Using technology, as some countries are doing, to chase the tax dollar when there is the foundation for that is a very good thing to do. Second, on the monetary policy side, your inflationary pressures and do the right thing for your country.
While addressing the different nations on the African continent, the managing director of the IMF said it's important that African leaders prioritize the image in one country will have a cascading effect on others.
The image of the whole continent changes because now everybody suffers from wrongdoing, from corruption or for conflict in one country. It throws a shadow on the young population. I think a more unified, more collaborative continent can go a long, long way to be
want to suppose that it is, some kind of massaging, or maybe they have done something funny and a couple of files have been shown them of the way they ran the affairs of the state. And like the former APC chairman Adams Oshemolo said, come over to our party and you are as free as air. So it also shows that APC is an absorbent for illegality, absorbent for corruption, absorbent for those who have no idea of what politics is all about, because it is service to the people. And I'm not convinced. I saw one day where these people were discussing with their various constituencies, telling them why PDP had failed and why they are moving. That will be my comment for now.
Okay, sir. Thank you for this interview. Great to be in conversation with you. Now, for me, I'd like us to take a few steps back because when we read the current developments there, so many of them are being shaped in the context of 2023. But there's the argument that PDP was a party filled with those committed to ideology and committed to national unity and certain ideals. But some are saying that there was an original sin committed in 2014 or 2015 that has now snowballed into all we are seeing now. My question is, where do you think the original sin was committed that has landed PDP in this crisis today?
Well, if you call it a sin, that's a lot more serious religious word to use. In politics, everywhere in the world, if you see what is happening with American Donald Trump, he delivers about 10 policies in one day and denies all of them, the highest point of democracy in the world. So there are lots of things going up and down, but in summary, I don't even it went back as early as 2014 or 15, he said, recently, I think before the 2023 election, two committees were set up in PDP. One headed by former governor of Enugu State, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, and then the other one headed by former governor of Benue State. I can't remember his name now, but I'll soon do. Ugwuanyi headed the one for zoning of party offices like chairman, secretary, chairman in the local governments and the sort. The one headed by the former governor of Benue State was supposed to make pronouncements on the zoning for national elective office like the presidency, vice presidency, governors and thereabout, where it will go to. Governor Ugwuanyi did his own explicitly and delivered that the zoning for chairmanship should go to the north. But the other party remained silent. It was that silence that encouraged somebody like Atiku Abubakar to want to run. Because if that committee had recommended, as the other one did, and as the APC did, that all candidates for such major offices should come from the south, and somebody disobeyed that would be party indiscipline, and some sort of action should be taken. But nothing like that was said, and so he had the freedom. And unfortunately, that freedom also led to failure, and the party lost that election.
Well, Chief Ulasi, I ask a question. What do you think is the future of the PDP and opposition politics in Nigeria within the context of the claim that we are heading towards a one-party state, and the chairman the chairman of the APC saying, look, 2027 is a done deal. APC will win. President Tinubu has won.
Well, if I can put you back some 20 years ago, a former chairman of PDP, now late, Vincent Obulafo, also said PDP will run Nigeria for 60 years. It is now for you to know whether we run Nigeria for 60 years. The pronouncements people make out of the comfort of their bedroom or comfort of their offices, they have right so to do. But I can tell you that Ahmed Tinubu is an embodiment of reasonable doubt. and I mean what I said in every aspect of it. It's a summary of an embodiment of reasonable doubt. For a president, as killings were going on in Makurdi and Plateau, my president was in Paris for 7 days, only God knows doing what. That wasn't enough. From there, he went to London. So you start to ask yourself, what is the reference point of human beings who leave either the PDP or Labour Party or whatever to go over to APC? There has to be some performance value, some performance reference, some honor, some integrity you have to make reference. That is why you're moving. And in all these interviews and movements, I didn't see any convincing argument why they did what they did. So it must be reasons other than what the ordinary people see. And you know what the problem is in this country. I give Bola Tinubu one credit. He's a master politician, he's a strategist. I had always said this from the time he was governor of Lagos State. Under Obasanjo, there was nothing the PDP didn't do to remove him. With other governors, they succeeded in 5 states, and he stood his ground and was never removed. And he remained there until he finished 8 years, and from that point, he became president of Nigeria. So it's not somebody I take for granted in any aspect of human discussion. I don't take him for granted. He's a strategist, but PDP should be thinking a lot more about their future. It's not just a matter of, any time there is 4 years coming around, people want to be governor, they want to be this. They rush to buy forms. Nobody thinks of how the party is built, because if you don't build a fundamental party from, let me say, from the state to local government to wards, then there's no way you're going to energize and mobilize the people to vote for you. This interest of only in election shows you the dishonesty of what some members of the PDP, and not only PDP, even in APC, are doing. So we have to have a change. I believe that the present leadership has to set up a very high-powered committee to look at, there are shortcomings. Nobody will tell you there are no shortcomings in PDP. If there are no shortcomings, people will not be moving, either rightly or wrongly. But we have to address such shortcomings, if any, and then look forward to the future.
Okay. Now, there's some PDP stalwarts who've been speaking and commenting on this issue over the past 24 hours. And some are putting forward the idea that the only way for PDP to make a breakthrough come 2027 is to begin to woo Peter Obi back into the fold and move in allegiance or alliance with him. What's your take on this?
Peter Obi is a factor of progress. He's a success himself. I mean, in the last presidential election, he had over 6 million votes. So if there are no over-ambitious, inordinately ambitious people in PDP who don't want to be overshadowed, who don't want their positions to be diluted, yes, Peter Obi is somebody the party should openly approach, because we're talking about leadership for better government of Nigeria, not better person for Nigeria, not better party for Nigeria. There are individuals who have the characteristics of performance, who have integrity, who have honor, and Peter Obi is one of the very few in this country who has such qualities. So if the party does decide to approach him and solicit my advice, I have enough contact and relationship with Peter Obi that I will convince him about the future, why it is necessary for all of us to come together to be able to stop the menace that is going on in Abuja presently.
Well, Chief, I get your point that you were making about the fact that, look, persons have fundamental rights. Section 40 allows you to join whatever association you want to join. But Senator Saraki raised a moral point. He said that, look, it looks terrible that a man like Senator Okowa, who was running mate on the presidential ticket of the PDP in 2023, will abandon the party. Acting National Chairman, Senator Damagum, says that, look, the party has done a lot to support the PDP in would the Delta PDP behave like this? What do you think of those two submissions? Do you think that there's a moral issue here?
You know, I still summarize it with my first. Yeah, there is a moral issue. It's not a constitutional issue. Morality is neither here nor there. I won't do that. Dr. Abati, I know, may not do that if you are seriously involved in politics. But, you know, the character of human beings, you know, it's only in this country that 1 + 1 is not 2. It can give you 5, it can give you 10. People you presuppose behave in a particular way, do something differently, and you'll be shocked. That's what we are discussing now. It's difficult for me. The former Governor Kowa is, you know, sufficiently close to me. He's present governor. I don't know him. I never met him. But for Kowa to be part of that process, all through yesterday, I tried to reach him, and his phone was switched off. So I wanted to really know what is the problem. There could be things I don't know about that he will explain to me. I'll still make effort to reach him. But like I said, every individual in this country has the constitutional right to do what you want to do. You know, it is for people to assess you, know whether you have integrity, whether you have honor. It is not, it's not a one-man decision, because time is coming, you know, in the next 1 or 2 years, things will start happening again. And people will be prepared to ask you questions about the decision processes you have made recently or, you know, in the past, that will make people entrust you with new responsibilities. Because for you to be in a party that made you governor for 8 years and you suddenly move without making any serious comment about, you know, whatever the dysfunctionalities or whatever that has made it impossible for you to want to remain in that party, that you want to seek for El Dorado elsewhere. And where are you seeking for the El Dorado? There's no reference in APC in this country. Absolutely no reference. So, but I still concede to them their right to do whatever they want to do. This is not the time for us to start making comment on that move. I'll be very, very involved when the time comes to discuss the fate of PDP, reference what they did for Obasanjo's time. I don't think you can make a comparative analysis of 8 years of Obasanjo from the military, and we stabilize this country, and what Jonathan did to the best of his ability. You know, look at what Jonathan did and what Muhammadu Buhari did, which I normally say it was 8 years of a national disaster. You wouldn't know whether there was a government in Nigeria or not. So I don't know what the you know, interest is in these people moving over to APC, but I concede to them their right so to do.
Okay, sure. Now, I believe it was Ambassador Damagun who made the statement that we are aware that there are several more governors who will be defecting as well. And he said, well, those who are not with us should leave. They are free to go. Do you think this is the right position, or do you think PDP should be engaging these governors to find a way to find common ground to see how they can stay in the fold? What's the best way to navigate this? Because they're still sitting governors. They bring value to the party. Are you going to just advise that they just be allowed to go just like that?
Well, I have just said that I'm part of the process of wanting to reach most of these governors to know what their problems are. But that does not also stop them from taking action, because they have, you know, the human rights so to do. But if somebody puts you in a position of authority for 8 years, 4 years, 8 years, and the thank you give back to him is just to abandon ship, it doesn't show so much about integrity and honor on your part. The party is setting up, you know, a committee to look into that, and it's not what we can make public at this moment. So it's unfortunate. That's not the only place. If you remember some 20 years ago or 25 years ago, there was a time there was a stampede, as it were, out of late Vincent Obulafo left, Gemade left, a couple of other people left, you know, so, but it didn't kill the party. It will help us to reorganize, you know, restabilize, and bring in new people, because it creates doubt now in the minds of majority members of the party about the honor and integrity ascribed to these people who are presently or hitherto were leaders of the party. If somebody can just wake up a whole state, from National Assembly to State Assembly to governor to former governor, and leave without seriously accusing. There's music coming up.
Hello, Chief, are you still with us? Hello, Chief Dan Ulasi. Are you here also in the studio? Is there an audio problem?
I think there's an audio problem for now.
Okay, well, I mean, it's the one we want to listen to.
Yeah.
We have discussed this subject yesterday, today ad nauseam. But I think we'll take a short break. Once the audio connection is sorted out, we'll then go back to Chief Dan Ulasi, former chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Anambra State. Welcome back to the morning show here on the Arise News channel. Our guest is still Chief Dan Ulasi, former chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Anambra State. And we've been discussing the gale of defections from the PDP into the APC and perhaps from other political parties. Well, we lost audio connection with you, Chief. If you may just complete your thoughts. But I would also like you to comment on coalition politics. This effort being led by the presidential candidate of the PDP in the 2023 elections, you know, about coalition, opposition politics, this attempt to form some kind of powerful force against President Tinubu and the APC. Although PDP governors have met and, you know, they seem to not be very enthusiastic about that idea. Maybe perhaps because, you know, almost all of them are planning to follow the Oburewuri example and end up in the APC.
I must admit that it's unfortunate what is going on, but it would be shameful on their part, very shameful, if most PDP governors, for reasons best known to them, leave the party and join APC. And like I said earlier, before the network went off, if you are moving from point A to B, B must be better than A or A better than B. I want to see them in a press conference telling me, after 8 years of being a governor, what are the achievements you made in your state? Is it because some money has changed hands? You know, you remember, there are some top people now. One of them is either Speaker of the House or President of Senate, was minority leader of PDP in the Senate. Minority leader, and every day was shouting, and after he went to London, met then president, and he came back and left PDP and went over to APC. And today he's President of Senate. What kind of reference do you want me to make about such people on their character and quality of reasoning and their integrity? This is why this country is not moving. This is why nothing is functioning, because you don't know whom to trust and whom not to trust. This is why promises are made. We will give water, we will build this, we will do that, and nobody does anything, because they know the citizenry are not going to ask any questions. I think it's now coming to a point where the press must lead this battle, because this nonsensicality, we cannot allow it to continue. You just don't wake up because you have human rights and do what you like. Because promises were made to people when you were campaigning. This is what I will do on this platform. This is what I will do on this platform. You didn't tell them that halfway you will move from PDP to APC or APC to PDP or Labour to any. The people have a right to know why you are moving and the reasons following therefore. But like I concede again, they have a right. The Nigerian Human Rights Commission said you have a right to do such thing, but certainly not to, impede the human rights of other people.
Well, thank you very much, Chief Dan Ulasi. You brought in journalists. Well, the media, we can only do so much. The people we talk to, do they even listen to us? Or do many of them even have the capacity to understand some of the things we say? But thank you very much, Chief Dan Ulasi, for joining us. We'll take a short break now. And when we return, we'll be talking to Valentine Ozigo, APC governorship aspirant in Anambra State. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The Fidelity Gets Alerts in Millions promo is back and better. This time around, we're giving out a whopping 159 million naira. 10 customers stand a chance to win 1 million naira in the monthly draw. That's not all. You can also win 2 million naira, 5 million naira, and 10 million in the grand draw. To qualify, open any Fidelity savings account with 5K or fund your existing Fidelity account with multiples of 5K to get more tickets in the draw. Then sign up to either our mobile app, *770# or get any of our Fidelity debit cards. Remember, the more 5K you save and transact, the more tickets you get into the draw. This promo is open to new and existing customers and runs from now till August 20, 2025.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2025, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Niger, it's time to rise to victory because season 10 is here.
That you did not come and greet. I'm coming for the crown.
Nigerian Idol needs to bang. You're actually my idol. And say yes from me. That was good. I'm here for a revenge.
I'm speechless. 10 seasons of unforgettable talent.
That's the best performance I've had today.
10 seasons of breathtaking performances. And this year, we celebrate the journey like never before.
I'm actually speechless.
I love you.
You're a superstar.
This is more than a competition. It's a celebration of music, passion, and dreams. It's your voice and your victory. Don't miss the biggest season yet. Nigerian Idol Season 10. Sponsored by Biggie for every moment.
Hey guys, let's take a selfie.
Oh, wait.
Woo! The video!
We the young are not a complicated bunch. You see, we take each day as a clean slate. Why turn down the volume when you can turn up the vibe? This land wants you to live in the here and now.
The coolest.
There's so much more to see. Come journey with us.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary and Vault.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. The All Progressives Congress officially endorsed the selection of Prince Nicholas Ukachukwu as the party's flag bearer for the November 8, 2025 gubernatorial poll in Anambra State, to the dismay of others who feel that the primary was not fair. Ukachukwu scored 1,455 votes to defeat his closest rival, Valentine Ozigbo, who scored 67 votes. John Bosco Onunkwo scored 26 votes and Edozie Madu scored 8 votes. However, in the wake of the concluded party primary elections in Anambra State, the APC is experiencing a notable crack marked by mass resignations of members. These members are citing irregularities in the primary election that favorably positioned Nicholas Ukachukwu as the party's candidate for the November gubernatorial election. Well, joining us on the show to discuss his stance on the conduct of the APC primary in Anambra is Valentine Ozigbo, APC governorship aspirant in Anambra State. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good morning, Valentine Ozigbo. Welcome to the program today.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good to have you guys.
Great. Well, let's get straight into it. Let's begin with the question on the mind of many Nigerians, as defection seems to be the conversation around. Many are saying, well, you've been served what many thought would happen to you by defecting from the Labour Party to the APC. Do you have any regrets about defecting from Labour Party to APC, especially given the fate that met you at the APC primary?
Thank you so much. I have actually responded to this publicly to say that I have no regrets whatsoever. There are reasons for some of these movements that you see. Some of them are genuine considerations, either because of lack of internal party mechanism to resolve issues fairly and equitably. That can actually push somebody out, and then some others may find other reasons, some noble, some not so noble, what they are looking for and seeking for in the party they're moving to. In my case, I made mine very clear. Of course, there are reasons I wasn't comfortable with what was going on in Labour Party. I detailed them, I engaged, I escalated, I exhausted all the options. And when I saw that that was not being dealt with, then it opened up a conversation. If it's not going to be Labour Party, where else? So I put all the parties on the table and I did my introspection. I prayed about it, I engaged as much as I could. And for me, there are only two options we have in this country today. Either be in the mainstream party and see how you can orchestrate the change that you're looking for, or be part of opposition. I see a very dysfunctional opposition. I would love to see a more credible, stronger opposition in Nigeria, because opposition politics helps for a better democracy, strengthening the democracy. So I like to see that happen. But what we're seeing today is not giving hope, giving confidence. And so what is left for people of good conscience, really, for someone like me, is to see, okay, since we're almost left with APC today? What can we do to make APC a better place so that governance can even be better entrenched and good party internal democracy can be uplifted? And I'm comfortable that I'm in APC today, and people are already calling me and saying, people are not seeing what you're saying. There may be different reasons why different people are coming into APC, but I am here for noble reasons. I'm here because I prioritize Anambra people first. I'm here because I also prioritize God. And I felt that there's one party that can enable us not just get the victory, protect the mandate, connect Anambra to the center, and eventually achieve better dividends of democracy. And ultimately, have a better country. And today, I may not be able to justify everything that APC does, but I can tell you that it's better for good people to come into APC, work together, we all work together, and improve that party, given that it's more or less the only party we have today.
Okay, I imagine that nobody will be surprised that you move from, the Labour Party, or Labour Party into the APC. That seems to be the trend. Everybody is going to the APC. But let's deal with the substantive issue of the primary held on April 5, at the end of which Nicholas Ukachukwu was declared winner of the primary. He got 1,445 votes. You got about 67. Look at that gap. But you have gone to court. You have made quite a number of allegations. You are praying that that process was an exercise in illusion, that the delegates were hired hands, that the matter should be looked at, and that the party should cancel that primary and there should be a new one. The court is yet to fix a date for the hearing. As the court fixed a date, I would like to know. That nothing haven't happened yet. If you could just talk about that primary, that took place, that you say it's a very fraudulent, or was a very fraudulent exercise. If you may just state your grievances and what hopes you have that, the court will rule in your favor, or that the party will give you the support that you need.
Thank you so much, Ruben. Let me start off with the first point you made, which is my entry into APC from Labour. It was actually a lot of shock, surprise across various categories of people. Up to this very moment, the dust hasn't settled. And I was even astonished at the level of interest it generated across the diaspora community, the obedient world, the Labour people, Anambra people. What I love about what's happened is they actually feel that I have integrity, value, and all that, and they feel that I should have been moving to either remaining in Labour or moving to another party. And I said to them, if there's any party of sense in Nigeria, show me and I can move there. But there isn't. What we have, what I think is akin to what I call two knives in the Ogene house, is a common parlance in idiom in Igbo parlance, where you find sometimes a knife with head is not as sharp as you would like it to be, or the one that is sharp is not as doesn't have a head. So which one do you use to make a cut? It depends on what you're about to cut, and can begin to figure out how best. Are we still on? It's cut off.
We can hear you. Hello? Mr. Zigbo, we can hear you. Oh, okay. We'll take a short break while, our team in Anambra, tries to sort out that audio connection. We'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back with Valentine Osibo.
Are you struggling with a health challenge? Do you need financial help to access treatment?
I'm tired of trying. I need help. I want to try IVF. I know it's expensive.
Apply now for MHSS, the Maternal Health Service Support, a discounted loan by the W Initiative of Access Bank. For more information, visit our website on www.thewcommunity.com or any Access Bank branch nationwide. You can also send an email to wcares@accessbankplc.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to the morning show here on the Arise News channel. Our guest is still Mr. Valentine Ozigbo, gubernatorial aspirant in the primaries of the All Progressive Congress Party in Anambra State. Well, okay. I thought we had re-established audio connection with him. Mr. Ozigbo, if you can hear us from the studio here. You were talking about the APC, and then also I'd asked a question about the lawsuit that you took out challenging the primaries of April 5 in APC Anambra. If you may just continue. Hello? Okay. I think we should just end the interview. This off and on, even makes it difficult for... We'll take a short break now. And when we return, we'll be talking to Chude Jidonwo, Chief Executive Officer of Joy Incorporated and the co-founder of Red for Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Our major currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spray the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian. Do not abuse the Naira.
What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Everything is fine.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The megastar is here.
Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
What are you guys doing to us?
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
It's amazing how your child grows up before your eyes. Enable their thriving development with the new NanKid 4 with HMOs to support your child's development, probiotics and high-quality proteins. And all of these work together to support your child's development and growth today and tomorrow. NanKid 4, nourish your child's potential.
Just in, a precious cultural artifact is currently being returned to Lagos, Nigeria. Experts confirm that the piece, which bears a striking resemblance to the Benin bronze head, is on its way back as we speak.
Following an extended period of absence,
the historic artifact returns home.
Yeah, touchdown, Yanako. Young way, Mampa, the boy looking like $1 million.
As part of our strategy to support the growth of homegrown businesses, we are pleased to announce the launch of the Fidelity SME Hub, a dynamic initiative designed to empower youths and small and medium-scale enterprises. The Fidelity SME Hub will offer a world-class facility with modern training halls, meeting rooms, and networking spaces. Two globally certified music studios, a photography studio, a content studio, and podcast room to support entrepreneurs in the creative industry. Access to industry experts and mentors. The Fidelity SME Hub, helping businesses to grow, thrive, and prosper.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Just in, a precious cultural artifact is currently being returned to Lagos, Nigeria. Experts confirm that the piece, which bears a striking resemblance to the Benin bronze head, is on its way back as we speak.
Following an extended period of absence, the historic artifact returns home.
Yeah, touchdown, Yanako. Young way, Mampa, the boy looking like $1 million.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is back to base.
Yeah, touchdown, Yanako. Young way, Mampa, the boy looking like $1 million.
The Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has commended the former governor of Delta State and the People's Democratic Party vice presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, for supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The FCT minister called on other Nigerians who are still sitting on the fence to throw in their support for the president. Wike is quoted as saying it is another endorsement of the president's good governance and commitment to the development of the country. It goes further to say that the open endorsement of the president by Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, who was the running mate to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is a vindication of the position he took in 2023, which was based on the interests of a united Nigeria. Quote, I commend Dr. Okowa and Governor Sheriff Oboyewori for this heartwarming decision, which must have been informed by good governance and commitment of President Bola Tinubu to the oneness and development of Nigeria. That is what I have always told people to come out and say, not when they have problems and begin to run up and down. They have come out at the right time to show support for the president so that the people of the Niger Delta can benefit more from the government, and I commend them. I am particularly happy that what I saw before the 2023 presidential election, others are now seeing and are joining the renewed hope train. End quotes.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. The Nigerian media industry is filled with a plethora of talents and household names that are given life to television, print, and radio platforms in various ways. One of such names who has made a mark for himself and continues to push boundaries in his own way is Chude Jidonwo. The media entrepreneur and storyteller who recently turned 40 years old will be marking his 25th year in the media business and also the 5th year anniversary of his podcast, #WithChude, with the first ever live talk concert out of Africa. Some names set to feature in this concert are literary icon Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, award-winning actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele, celebrated comedian Buvi Ugboma, rapper and activist Falz, and renowned faith leader Pastor Jerry Eze. Joining us now on this show to discuss the upcoming live experiences, Chude Jidonwo, Chief Executive Officer of Joy Incorporated and the co-founder of Red for Africa. Welcome to the morning show.
Thank you. It's good to see you, sir. Good to see you.
Welcome.
Congratulations on all fronts.
Thank you.
40th birthday, 25 years in the media.
Thank you, sir.
20 years of Red Media Africa, 19 years of Future Awards, 5 years of your podcast.
Yes, thank you.
How has it been? And then this event on the 27th of April.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Right. But first of all, it has been a joyful period. It's been a period of reflection, and just memories of a long career. So that has been, it's just been a time to look back and think, this has been such a fascinating story in a country where people say a lot of things are not possible. So that's on that. Wichita Life is the craziest, boldest thing I've done, to get thousands of people into a hall to watch live what we do on our show. So the Wichita experience, we've talked to everybody from President Olusegun Obasanjo to Joke Silva, and people have seen the tears on the show, the laughter, the joy, the goosebumps, the revelations, things people have never said before. And we're taking that and we're putting it on a live stage. It's a live interview with some of the biggest cultural icons in the region at the moment. And the idea of it is I believe that the work that we do as journalists, as storytellers is important, it changes lives. But also, as Nigerians, we deserve a time when we take care of our hearts and our spirits. There's a lot of hustle, a lot of bad news, a lot of negativity, that sometimes we forget to take care of ourselves. And on this platform forces people to pay attention to what I consider the most important things. Yeah.
I love that. You know what I love about your brand, Chide, is that you've chosen to spread joy in a space where usually when you look at the digital space, what goes viral is usually, things that are a little bit more obscene or, have a negative context and so forth. But you've been able to do well by spreading joy, and you've stuck to that. Tell us a little bit about that journey of, just committing to this positive messaging that doesn't always go viral as quickly as some of the other behavior we see on social media.
Well, two things. One is, when I turned in 2016, my life changed. As I've shared in the public, I got diagnosed with clinical depression, and I was at the height of my, so to speak, career and all the dreams I dreamed for myself. I had worked on a presidential campaign, I had won, I was working across the continent. We're working for, Red Media Africa was working for 3 banks simultaneously at the same time, and yet I didn't feel joyful. So 2016, I was diagnosed with clinical depression. I quit my job as CEO of Red Media because I thought I wanted to do other things in the world. So that taught me a lot about what really matters in life. Dr. Abati has been on my show, and he talked about when the phone stops ringing. And when the phone stops ringing, you realize your family that matters. It's the people who truly care about you that matters. It's the work that you believe in that matters. And so immediately I decided I was going to change my life and change the focus of my life. And it didn't matter what was popular or what others were doing. It mattered what was important to me. And its joy became very important to me. So it didn't matter whether it was going to be viral. So one of the beauties of the journey is that I started the show thinking Nigerians will not watch because of all the deep things we talk about. But what has happened is that we go viral constantly, just like the gossip shows and all of that. But the difference is that what we are doing actually wants to make a difference in people's lives. So that showed me that listening to yourself and being bold and courageous enough to do what you think you should be doing can make a way for you in this world.
Okay, in all of this, you are also primarily an entrepreneur.
Yes.
Red Media is about entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Talk with Chide, hashtag with Chide, it's about business.
Yes.
Future Awards, you people organize events. In fact, at the time, you guys were involved in business. And
Dr. Abati was the chairman of our independent audit committee for 5 years.
I once gave a lecture where I was arguing that the media is primarily business.
Yes.
Forget all these things about ideology, we are supporting this. No, it's business primarily.
Yeah.
How good is business?
Business is doing well, and I didn't expect it to do well. I remember in 2020 when I started my show, a governor asked Debola, I said, today, Debola is my co-founder, Today is doing Joy. Is he okay? Is everything all right? But Nigerians have really turned out for me, sir. I love Nigerians because my show, for instance, is the only talk show that people pay for, and they pay for on withchude.com. It's $9 a month to watch the interviews. I never believed they would pay for it. You know, the With Chude live event is a paid-for event. You know, I could have filled the hall on week 1 if it was a free event. But I've always believed, like you said, that the media is a business. This is my career. This is my job. This is my gift. And I was talking about you a lot this week, Dr. Vati, because I mentioned that one of the people I learned from as a production assistant on New Dawn with Fumi Yonda was the Monday news panels. I would have Dr. Abati, Eniola Bello, Kayode Komolafe. And as a young media person, I paid attention to the lessons they were teaching about media business. And I knew I had to create a structure that could support my vision. So I make no apology. I've never been queasy. I had to create a structure that could support my vision. So I make no apology. I've never been queasy about the media being a business. I've never been queasy about creating sustainability structure. I have to keep doing it far into my 80s. That's a yes. And I'm very happy that Nigerians have supported me in building a platform. Like you said, we are talking about joy. So it's easy for people to be like, I have no time for this. But Nigerians have really believed in what I and my team are doing. And I'm very glad because it has helped us build a business that keeps growing every day.
You mentioned something in passing that I'm going to key into. I'm going to be a little bit troublesome. You mentioned, you know, after winning a presidential campaign.
Yes.
And I remember some of the fallout on social media after you and your partner worked on that campaign, and then maybe the candidate may not have lived up to, of course, being President Buhari, may not have lived up to people's expectations, and then you got a lot of attack. There was, you know, a lot of people came after you because they said, you sold us, what we got is not what you sold us. How did you navigate that? Tell us about that experience.
You know, interestingly enough, it's that experience that led directly to With Chude. So I woke up one day, I wrote an article for the international magazine Quartz. I wrote an article. We had finished working on the Buhari campaign and worked on the Nana Akufo-Addo campaign in Ghana. And I wrote an article for Quartz saying, and then Trump won, and Trump was also 70. So I wrote an article called, why are young people voting for old men? Twitter are mad. You know, Twitter said, how dare you speak about this and all of that. So I was trending on Twitter for 3 days. It really broke me. And so this is literally what happened. I went on YouTube. I called my friend, my colleague Remy, and said, why did they hate me so much? You know, he's a strategist, so he gave me a strategic answer. But this was an emotional problem. So I went on YouTube and searched for what to do when people hate you. And what came up was an interview that Oprah was doing with a researcher called Brené Brown about courage and fearlessness and what to do when you are attacked. And that healed me. So I said to myself on that day that one day I'm going to do a show like this. And somebody in Nigeria, in Africa, is going to put on YouTube, go on YouTube, and go and find an answer to their problems. And my show is going to come up.
If you could go back, would you still work on President Buhari's election campaign?
That's a dangerous question. It has the potential to distract people from Sunday's event. But I was proud of the work that I did. You know, we formed a company that wanted to change national outcomes. And we achieved that. That was a personal goal for me, you know. And my job as a storyteller, I'm very proud of, But I've spoken after that about it. Not that it satisfied the naysayers, but I spoke after that about my disappointment with that campaign. And that's all I can do. I can only do my job, take responsibility for my decisions, and take any action I consider within my power to do. And that's all I did.
Okay, Chude, before we go, let me ask a problem uncle's question.
Right.
I've known you boys since your secondary school days through university and all of that.
Yes.
And I saw you in Mauritius, you know, dancing, very colorful event. But I was looking around, you know, on social media. You know, we have social media uncles and social media aunties. I was looking for a potential wife. When are you going to bring us a wife? With all these achievements.
Yes, sir.
With the social media uncles. We are waiting for Madam.
It's going to happen. When it happens, they will hear. When it happens, they will hear. I will announce it. I try not to be secretive about my life. When it happens, they will hear.
Okay. We're waiting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because they just had one this weekend.
Yes.
Ashwebi.
Everywhere, sir.
Tony Abraham, Priscilla, and her husband, all over the place. We're waiting for that occasion.
If they see a bit of that Mauritius, they know that when I do my own wedding, we'll shut down.
We are waiting. We are ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, sir, for being a supporter from the start.
No problem. Thank you.
Chide, thank you so much.
You.
All right, good to see you. It's time for a short break now. When we return, Aaron and Akerijola will be here with a global sports update. Please stay with us.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary and
Niger, it's time to rise to victory because season 10 is here.
That you did not come and greet. I'm coming for the crown.
Nigerian idol needs to bang. You're actually my idol. And say yes from me. That was good. I'm here for a revenge.
I'm speechless. 10 seasons of unforgettable talent.
That's the best performance I've had today.
10 seasons of breathtaking performances. And this year, we celebrate the journey like never before.
I'm actually speechless.
I love you.
You're a superstar.
This is more than a competition. It's a celebration of music, passion, and dreams. It's your voice and your victory. Don't miss the biggest season yet. Nigerian Idol Season 10.
Sponsored by Biggie for every moment.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Now for updates on sports stories from across the globe, Aaron Akerijola joins us. Good morning, Aaron, the Baron.
Yes, good morning to you, and good morning to you, Doctor. Let's start it off with the big news about England international Jamie Vardy, who has said that at the end of the season he will be leaving Leicester City after an iconic career that saw him win the Premier League title back in 2016. No one would have ever thought that the Foxes will win the Premier League, and they went from struggling with relegation one season to winning the Premier League in another season. Of course, putting into context also winning the FA Cup, certainly cemented his legacy as one of the greatest in football there. So kudos to him and what he's been able to do with the Foxes. So he's got 198 goals, and I'm sure he'll be hoping that with the little time he's got, he'll be able to notch 200 goals. So certainly he'll be looking forward to how things will play out. Leicester City already, they've cemented their place in the Championship for next season. So as it actually stands right about now, that's how it's going to go. So we'll be looking at how things will actually play out with them and how things will, maybe he might even want to play for another club in England or probably go somewhere else, maybe the Championship or go to the Scottish Premier League, whatever the case may be. But he says his time with the Foxes, Leicester City, is done, and he'll be departing the King Power Stadium at the end of the season. Away from that, locally, we're going to be having a flurry of matches kicking off today. Then on Sunday, of course, Caterpillars will be taking on Rivers United. Rivers United are chasing heavily what's going on in the Premier League with the hope that they can probably just hold on to a slender hope of probably winning the league. I don't think that is possible, because if you actually press it further, you get to see that Remo Stars have ultimately sewn up that particular title. It's just a matter of time and when. The procession will happen one way or the other. Match day 34 is already done and dusted, so we're looking forward to match day 35, which will kick off this weekend. So, looking forward to that. Quickly in other sports, of course, in the NBA, the players are still going on. Oklahoma City Thunder winning against the Memphis Grizzlies in that particular one. No time pressing it further. Also, in other results that actually came in from the playoffs, of course, Kawhi Leonard also doing it very well with the Clippers there against the Nuggets. So we've not gotten to the business end of the playoff, but we're getting exciting matchups as it stands right about now. And also, moving away from the NBA, I must also talk about the fact that Eniola Bolaji, our own golden girl, has actually won an award, the 2024 African Women in Badminton Award. Kudos to her for what she's been able to do, because she's not stopped ever since the Olympics. She's just picked up from there, and she's winning medal after medal. In every tourney, in every meet she goes to, she's been doing so well. And the Confederation of Badminton, African Badminton, actually gave her this particular award, and I must celebrate her heavily for that, because she's a trailblazer, and long may it continue. And before we come into what to expect of this weekend, because a lot is going to be happening this weekend, Doctor, and it will change how things will project. Or probably let's go into what to expect this weekend. First of all, it's the Copa del Rey final. Barcelona, tomorrow, 9 p.m., we will be hosting Real Madrid. Real Madrid have had a very, very poor couple of weeks, and they'll be hoping to banish those demons when they take on Barcelona, and hope that their only trophy this season, which is the likeliest. And also, it will spell the opportunity for Ancelotti to leave on a high, because as it stands right now, they say after this game, win or lose, he will be departing. Although Ancelotti says he's going to be there till the end of the season, but the talks within the boardroom of Real Madrid says that this is his final hurrah. And I'm sure the players will want to actually sound it off on a high. Let's see what actually happens. Also, the FA Cup will be kicking off, of course, top on the power list. Semi-finals, Wembley Stadium, all is expected. Manchester City against Nottingham Forest is the big one that will be happening on Sunday. And in boxing, Conor Benn will be taking on Chris Eubank Jr. And they'll be trying to reprise all that has happened in time past, from fathers to sons, right about now.
Right. Well, looking at Remo Stars, I believe they're confirmed to take part in the CAF Championship. And now there's that increase in funding coming from CAF to these teams. Before it was 50,000, but Patrice Motsepe has assured that this time around it's going to be increased. That's fantastic news, but I'm always curious as to how this money is spent. Does it actually get to the players? Does it benefit the league in any way whatsoever? Because it should. I'm asking if it does. Does it actually happen?
Remo are an exception, because Remo are well-funded, a well-oiled machine. The Kenneth team, they are being backed by a Nigerian billionaire, talking about Kule Shoname. And what Kule Shoname has been able to do is unprecedented amongst them. The players themselves will be happy, because that will mean that funding will actually increase for them, and they'll get more bonuses and the rest of them. It's good times for Remo Stars. They've invested a lot of money, and they're beginning to reap the dividends of all the investment over the years.
Good for them.
Well,
Remo Stars are the top of the Nigerian football, professional football league.
Yes.
But today, the critical match is between Rivers United and Kano Pillars. Kano Pillars, four-time champions in the league. Rivers United, being managed by Finidi George now, they are looking for a second title. But it's either they have a draw. If they have a draw today, they will still have some hope. If they lose,
it's over.
Then, of course, Remo United can just as well claim the title. But Kano Pillars, too, is going to fight very hard, because they are hoping that they will get a chance to be in the CAF Confederation Cup. Now, as for Jamie Vardy, well, He's had a very brilliant career. 298 goals, right?
198 goals.
198 goals for the Foxes.
Yeah.
26 appearances for England.
Yes.
And in the course of that career, some people say that he was a man of a strong character, playing for Leicester City for 13 years.
Yes, he did.
And that in the course of that career, he will go down in history as the strongest ever player so far in the history of the Leicester City. But it's ironic, Leicester City is now in relegation. But he says that, well, he may be leaving, but, he will still play football. Well, I'm sure that he will find, buyers for his talent. Maybe he will go to Saudi Arabia. But in terms of the legacy that he's leaving behind, it's something remarkable that he has done. As for Eniola Bolaji, congratulations to her. She's the second Nigerian to win that African Women's badminton award. Before her, it was Sholaga, right, in 2019. Yeah, so now Nigeria again. And it says something that, look, there are other areas of talent in sports.
Other than football.
Other than football.
True.
That Nigeria can invest in.
True.
This is badminton. In Mauritius, Nigerian weightlifters are also doing very well.
Yes, they are.
So this should be the lesson for,
No, kudos must go to the National Sports Commission, because what they've decided to do this time around is to ensure that football is not getting all the monies, that these monies are being spread abroad, that weightlifting is getting some, badminton are getting. If you can actually compete at a global level, you should get funding, and that's what's been happening, and I must say kudos to them. And the athletes should take this, because athletes need to be serious too. So many of them are just there for the jamboree.
We'll praise the stars.
Without a doubt.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
We'll take a short break now. And when we return, Kachiofia will be here to catch all the details on what's trending globally. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's amazing how your child grows up before your eyes. Enable their thriving development with the new NanKid 4 with HMOs to support your child's development, probiotics and high-quality proteins. And all of these work together to support your child's development and growth today and tomorrow. NanKid 4, nourish your child's potential.
In a world that's always evolving, one name has always been a constant: United Bank for Africa. 75 years of championing dreams, breaking barriers, and igniting change across the continent and beyond. From our roots in Lagos to the global stage, UBA is Africa's heartbeat, connecting cultures, empowering futures, and driving progress. We're more than just a bank. We are a partner in your journey, a supporter of your dreams, and a builder of a brighter tomorrow. Every interaction with UBA is a step towards a future where possibilities are limitless and dreams are realized. United Bank for Africa, where ambitions find a home, and together we shape a better world. United Bank for Africa. One brand, global influence. United Bank for Africa, Africa's global bank.
What will banking look like in the future? For over a century, we've been growing to meet the needs of an ever-changing world, delivering unique solutions to help our customers reach increasingly bigger dreams. Innovating to create an exciting new world of convenience and freedom, where what you can achieve is only limited by your imagination. Opening up new, more inclusive channels for commerce. Empowering a new generation to reach beyond their dreams and grow into the giants they were always meant to be. We're helping to create a future where the possibilities are infinite, the opportunities borderless, and where the world looks up to Africa. Let's awaken the giant in you. You first. First Bank.
Abadi nko ṣe tí o bá ṣe kò sí ntẹ́ni kankan lè fi wá ṣe. Bàbá Legun bàbá wa ó jó tí ò jó mọ́ kò jó mọ́ náà.
Adéyìnfẹ́.
Sí wọn ló ṣe.
Ṣé kí ni?
Kógun já àwọn èèyàn mi. Sọdọ́gbọ́n fún mi ni. Rita,
What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Everything is fine.
Paw Patrol is on a roll!
It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The megastar is here.
Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
What are you guys doing to us?
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now is Kachi Ofia with stories around the world and to catch the news.
I love to catch it. Yes. And I'm catching this vibe, this matchy vibe.
I heard it's the FX you're catching. Oh.
Well, I am catching the FX. You know, that's what they call me. But
no,
this
catch
is
dollar.
No. I feel like I have to just keep it at FX for now, depending on which is on top. So let's just keep it at catchy FX. But, you know, it's good to see you both. You look absolutely stunning. I love this fit. Good morning to you viewers as well. Let's kickstart your morning with what's trending. Now, workers under the umbrella of the joint unions comprising the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees, the Nigeria Union of Teachers, and the Nigerian Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives in the FCT staged a protest on Thursday. The workers who resumed their strike last month over the non-implementation of the 70,000 naira national minimum wage by area council chairman blocked the entrance to FCTA Secretariat in Abuja. Now, of course, it's a very busy road, so you can imagine there was a lot of traffic. Protesters carried placards with messages like, "Is it wrong to teach in primary school?" and insisted on meeting with the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, effectively restricting access to the Secretariat for several hours. Let's take a look. So there you have it. Now, what we know about this is the FCT minister, who they're actually calling out to, has expressed his frustration at this situation, saying that he has approved the sum of 4.1 billion to settle a lot of the salary arrears. And he's now called for these area council chairmen, the Abaji Area Council, Buari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali, and Abuja Municipal Area Council to say what exactly is the problem. So in this situation, I'm now trying to understand if the money for this payments have been approved. It's 70,000 naira for each person for a period, over a period of time. What are the real issues as to why these people have not been paid?
Okay, we made a point yesterday when we were discussing the Nigerian Meteorological Agency workers who decided to down tools within the aviation sector. And our basic point is that, look, a laborer deserves his wages. Now, national minimum wage, by the way, it's part of an international convention, the International Labour, Convention. Again, that, look, the welfare of workers is very important. So whether you are working in Nimet or you are working in the Federal Capital Territory, you are entitled to your wages. But in this particular case, we're talking about the national minimum wage, which has been a major problem in this country. Before now, there was a tripartite committee that was set up by the Buhari administration. Back and forth, until we arrived at this 70,000 naira national minimum wage. The national minimum wage is a matter of law. It's called the National Minimum Wage Act. So those state governors that have not paid the national minimum wage under the law, they are breaking the law. And it is unfortunate that persons who are elected, who occupy public positions, and who say that they are defending the Nigerian Constitution, are, on the question of minimum wage, the ones always breaking the law. I'm going somewhere. On this minimum wage, yes, workers in the Federal Capital Territory have trooped out. Nurses, ordinary workers working in the various area councils that you have listed. But it's not only in FCT. Other state governments have not implemented this national minimum wage of 70,000 months, almost a whole year, more than a year since that decision was taken. Sokoto is not paying. Zamfara, Gombe, Yobe, Ebonyi, Imo, Cross River, Nasarawa. These are some of the states that have not paid. And yet we have had some states, Lagos, Rivers, Ekiti, at least those 3 states that have said, oh, we will even pay more than the national minimum wage. And then you have these, entities, other entities that have not paid. I think that the National Labour Congress has been failing in its promise, because the National Labour Congress said, look, this minimum wage is a matter of law, and that they will take on any state government that does not pay. Where are we with that? Why is the leadership of the Labour Congress at various levels asleep? Number 2 is that in the specific case of the Federal Capital Territory, the striking workers themselves said, Minister Wike, who is the minister of the Federal Capital Territory, intervened with as much as, did they say 4.1 trillion? Is it trillion? 4.1, yeah, yes. A huge amount. That the minister intervened and said, look, take this money and go and pay these workers. But the council chairman refused to pay them. They gave the excuse that the money was meant for projects. The money was meant for infrastructure development. And that's why I think that the solution to this is Minister Wike of the Federal Capital Territory intervening, summoning the various local government chairmen to ask them what they have done with the money that the Federal Capital Territory made available to assist them and to make sure that these workers are paid. And if there is any case of diversion, misappropriation, theft, mismanagement, I think the Federal Capital Territory, should look into the matter, because all these people, they have school fees to pay. They even work, so they deserve their wages. There's no argument about it.
Absolutely. So I believe Minister Wike has summoned the various area council chairmen. Let's see what comes of that, because his argument is that he has disbursed money to them and that this money has been misappropriated. So in the statement that I read, I believe he said that he's also ready to invite EFCC if he needs to. But there are several challenges that we see here. Number 1 being this issue we're facing with the separation of powers and local government autonomy. Yes, FCT doesn't have the conventional structure of governor and local government. Credited money directly into their local government accounts and begin to execute whatever they feel their various places need. So when we're looking at that local government autonomy that we still haven't been able to implement, by the way, because they keep telling us there are several glitches and so forth, it almost seems like it's incomplete. There's an element of it that we need to see. How are we going to audit? Where's the accountability? What mechanisms do we have to ensure that this level of corruption that we also see at the state level, by the way, doesn't just trickle down into a new economy and a new level of deep corruption and misappropriation and this kind of reckless irresponsibility that we're seeing? Amongst these people protesting are primary school teachers. There are people there who are saying, is it a crime to teach children, right? Primary school is the most foundational level of education. We can see what the poor education, lack of education, is doing in our country. It's there, it's obvious, it's palpable. Now, if you're not prioritizing school teachers, then we have a serious problem. Even if they come and say and justify and they said, oh, they use the money for projects and so forth. No. Development, we can't prioritize bridges over young people and their education and their empowerment. It's a no deal for me. So in all of this, yes, they say that the FCT is moving to resolve these issues and iron these issues. Ultimately, these people must be paid. They must be paid without further delay, number one. And number two, there are some people in society who must be prioritized when salaries are being paid. Primary school teachers, teachers in general, nurses, the NIMET officials. I mean, it seems like common sense that these people who need to keep our nation, the wheels of the nation well-oiled, deserve to be paid their hard-earned wages, because after all, the 70,000 has been hit by 26% inflation. So it can barely take them from paycheck to paycheck, but at least let them have that small one just to manage it.
I love the fact that you brought that up. I love the fact that you brought up the inflation aspects, because the big question is, at 70%, what can the average Nigerian afford with 70,000 naira in today's economy and based off of the inflation? Meanwhile, let's talk about the World Bank, now projecting a 3.6% point rise in poverty in Nigeria over the next 5 years through 2027. This is according to the bank's Africa's Pulse report released during the ongoing spring meetings of the IMF and World Bank in Washington, D.C. Now, despite recent gains in the non-oil sector in late 2024, reports warn that structural issues like resource dependence and national fragility will likely stall progress. The World Bank says Nigeria, along with other resource-rich and fragile sub-Saharan countries, is expected to see worsening poverty, while the non-resource-rich nations may experience faster poverty reduction. Isn't that ironic? Now, the International Monetary Fund went on to urge the federal government to spend judiciously during this period of heightened spending. Now, there are several issues that they've brought up: persistent high inflation, population growth outspacing economic growth. That is, we're rising in our population, but the economic growth is not tantamount to how much people, so there's a burden on the economy. They also talked about structural economic issues, over dependence on oil, reduction in our output as well. President Muhammadu Buhari in his economic reforms, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his economic reforms said that he's looking to see 2.2 million barrels by 2027 and 3 million by 2030. Obviously, if we increase our barrels of oil per day, that in turn increases our revenue. But then they're also saying that there's an over-dependence on oil. We need to invest in other sectors, as well as spread these resources judiciously, ensure that we are spending on what needs to be spent on. Fiscal deficits keep on increasing as well. So the future is really, really bleak based off of this report that they have just put out.
Okay. The IMF this week alone is having spring meetings, IMF and the World Bank. And, you know, in previous conversations, we talked about the completion of the Article 4 consultation on Nigeria by IMF visiting Nigeria. We've talked about the release of the World Economic Outlook, which puts the global average at about 2.8%, which reduces Nigeria to about 3%. We've talked about the global agenda, for poverty, which the IMF boss, Georgieva, was talking about. And in the meeting with the Nigerian delegation at the spring meetings, was talking about certain recommendations for Nigeria and for other African countries. We've talked about the head of the fiscal department of the IMF also making certain recommendations. All of this taken together, you know, within the context of this week's spring meetings, they are saying that African leaders, African countries may not be so directly, heavily impacted by the tariffs and global uncertainties, but there are headwinds. And those headwinds will affect these African economics. In particular, Georgieva singled out Nigeria, Egypt, Ivory Coast, Ghana. And in this regard, she was talking about, you know, commodities, these commodities-dependent economies. In the case of Nigeria, oil is an issue. The spot price of oil is going down. Global demand is dropping. 2, fiscal spending. The head of the fiscal department, in his own suggestion, was saying that, look, these African countries, they have to spend judiciously. That's the phrase that he used. Spend judiciously. More or less the same thing that Georgieva was saying about African leaders addressing the issue of corruption and inefficiency.
That's the word.
If your government is corrupt, if your leaders are leaving it up, they are conspicuously consuming, they are ostentatious, resources will not be available to address the challenge of poverty. She talked about addressing fiscal issues, right? The fiscal space. In other words, you prioritize, you pay attention to what is important. Don't tax the people. You can address issues like tax evasion and all of that, providing infrastructure. African countries should come together and collaborate. These are, you know, some of the points in the recommendations coming out of the various reports. But about poverty figures going up, we should not be surprised. With insecurity, people cannot go to the farm. Of course, poverty figures will go up. With lack of infrastructure, people cannot travel from one part to the other. Only this week, people who can afford to fly from one place to the other. There was disruption, even in aviation travel. You don't have all of that. Then, of course, the poverty level keeps going up. Inflation, they have revised it at the end of March 2025, I think to 24.23%. But we all know that real figure in terms of inflation in this country is higher than that. We'll be very close to about 50%. Even if the statisticians are giving us 24.3, we can believe the evidence of our eyes. We can believe the pandemic of empty pockets that all of us are dealing with every day, and the menace of hunger. Even in that, they are 24.23%. Food inflation is the highest. They say a man that cannot eat, a hungry man, is an angry man. And that is why you have this disruption within the environment. So the challenge, however, the sum of everything that the IMF and World Bank experts are saying is that not just Nigerian leaders, African leaders have to address the challenge of increasing poverty. It's not about throwing statistics at the people. It's about doing what is right. And that's why they are saying spend judiciously, pay attention to fiscal surplus, don't live a corrupt life, provide infrastructure, prioritize the people, invest more in social spending. Exactly. If you do all of this, then of course you'll be able to reduce the pandemic of empty pockets. I'm trying to check my pocket.
Pockets are not empty.
No, I'm literally checking my pocket.
These pockets might not have anything, but there are other pockets that we cannot see now. So.
Yeah, but you know, this is a challenge that I will face in the real sense of it.
Absolutely, right. Just to add to what Dr. Abati has said, safety nets as well for the population, especially the population that the 70,000 naira wage population, most especially, increasing these safety nets, because the truth is, within that money as well, these people have to spend on healthcare. A lot of them have to still spend on education, and the food insecurity continues to rise.
You know, that's why I always argue that some of these IMF reforms are duplicitous in nature. Because in one hand, one argument you're saying that free everything into market forces. Everything must be liberalized and the market should determine the cost of fuel. The markets should determine the cost of electricity. The markets should determine, you know, the value of everything. But we realize now that the markets are not always fair. The market favor those who are already at a privileged and advantaged position, those who have capital already to be able to capitalize, which is why it's called capitalism. Now, I won't get into a whole conversation about the philosophy behind capitalism, but the Bretton Woods institutions have been in existence for almost 80 years now. So we need to start asking ourselves some very important questions. If after 80 years in existence, they're still bringing out these type of reports that say poverty is to rise, if their recommended reforms were so impactful, is this the type of report we should be getting 80 years down the line? I don't think so. Of course, we've known that resource-dependent nations are always going to be more vulnerable to global headwinds. That's why the Global South has been kept in the slavery where we are always pillaged for our raw resources, for our oil, for our minerals, and so forth. But unfortunately, we've gone past the stage where we can blame those who are coming and taking our resources and adding value to them outside and then exporting them back to us at a higher price. We've gone past that stage. It's now our leaders that we have to look at squarely and say, okay, in all these years that we were supposed to be building manufacturing factories, that we were supposed to be benefiting our raw minerals, the Dangote refinery came online. How much support did we really give it in its critical time when it was coming online? We were supposed to be asking ourselves those hard questions. Unfortunately, that's where issues around corruption come to play. That's where issues around what is our vision as a continent in Africa. So many years, I believe it's almost 5 or 6 years since the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement was signed. What are the dividends? Nothing. What have we done with it? Nothing. We just move from meeting to meeting. Oh, Africa Free Trade. It's a concept. It's still a concept. Within ECOWAS, what's the investment that we're making within ECOWAS? See, if the necessary investments were being made in the regional bloc as ECOWAS, you wouldn't have coups happening left, right, and center. Because these coups happen because people are disenfranchised. There's poverty. There's poverty in the land. That's why you find a lot of these ills that we see in our society are flourishing. So for me, I think it's really time for us to interrogate how much these loans we take from the World Bank and the IMF, how much have they benefited us? How much have the reforms benefited us? What other creative ways and models can we implement here in Africa that can protect our people as we build to eventually have those economies that can now open the floodgates and say, let's have liberal free markets?
I love the fact that you talked about some of the local players that we have, especially in our energy sector in Nigeria, and the need for support for the work that they do, because directly or indirectly, this would also contribute to alleviating some of the pressure on the government as it pertains to our inflation as well. Let's go into a little more political story now. The Independent National Electoral Commission says it is open to allowing eligible Nigerians without permanent voter cards, that's of course PVCs, to vote, but only if backed by legislative amendments. This follows comments by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, during a quarterly consultative meeting with resident electoral commissioners in December 2024. He highlighted the growing role of technology, particularly the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, in improving the electoral process. Yakubu said while PVCs will remain valid, future elections may allow voters to use INEC-generated slips downloadable from the Commission's website. He added that the shift could reduce costs, ease logistics, and prevent misuse of voter cards. The real issue, I think, for every voter in Nigeria till today, does my vote count? Whether you're bringing in PVCs, whether you want to replace the PVCs with something else, will my vote count? How do we ensure that there is no case of vote buying or ballot snatching or results being announced and people wondering, how did this come about? These are the real issues that need to be addressed. There are still thousands of people who have not received their PVCs. Their PVCs are still waiting somewhere. So whether or not they take it to the average Nigerian, their main concern is, does my vote count?
I agree with you. And this is the whole point about electoral reform. We've been on this subject of electoral reform since 1999, when there was return to civilian rule. And you've heard that electoral has been revised again and again. Even now with the 2010 Electoral Act and the 2023 general elections, people have been making various recommendations as to how you can further reform the Electoral Act. Why I say I agree with you is that it's not just about the framework. It's about processes, it's about the institution, it's about the people themselves. But let's deal with the substantive issue. It is the INEC, the chairman of INEC, that is bringing up the point that, look, we don't have to rely only on the permanent voters card. You have made the point that there are problems with the distribution of permanent voters card. And some people are saying, we don't need to have multiple modes of identification. We have PVC, we have NIN, we have driver's license, we have international passport, we have local government attestation that we exist in a particular local government. In some other parts of the world, they consolidate this. So identity is a major problem in Nigeria. The second problem with all these PVCs, BVAS, and all that is how we manage technology. And we saw all of those glitches, they call them, during the 2023 general elections. Now the people managing the elections are saying, okay, if you just have BVAS, the bimodal accreditation, and you can print a slip from the website of INEC that you are a registered voter, that will expand access. That's the recommendation of INEC in this conversation. And they are saying that even to do that, even the insistence on PVC is a creation of the law. You will have to amend the law. We hope that, the electoral framework will be further amended and some of the lingering issues, whether it's about Section 84 or it's about provisions of the Electoral Act in terms of political party representation and all of that, that we'll be able to do this ahead of the 2027 election. But there are other issues that other analysts, commentators have identified. Female representation. We have not done enough with regard to female representation. The use of technology. We have not done enough in that regard. Number three, the character of the political class. The political class in Nigeria remains very opportunistic. It doesn't matter what framework you put in place. It doesn't matter what amendment you do. If you have these opportunistic politicians who do not even believe in anything and can jump from one political party to the other, we will still be having problems with our elections.
Exactly. Well, Nigerians have thoughts as well. Let's take a look at other tweets from you on social media. Our favorite doc said, it is official, INEC plans to legalize and allow voting without PVC in 2027. Congratulations, Nigeria. Democracy was a great run. There was a country, but not anymore. Ichie Ed also tweeted, says, this could be positive news. Over time, hoarding PVC has been a tool politicians use to manipulate electoral outcomes. However, what safeguards are they putting in place to ensure the integrity of the process? Will it be compulsory for voters to be validated by the card reader? Well, I believe we can take our final story on the show today. Burna Boy making history as the first African artist to headline a sold-out show in France. This is the Stade de France in Paris. Performing to over 80,000 fans, the Grammy winner delivered an unforgettable night on Afrofusion, including electrifying performances of singles such as City Boy. Let's take a look. Well, let's also talk about Nigerian stars Asake, Rema, Thames, Wizkid. They've all been nominated in the favorite Afrobeat artist category of the American Music Awards, which will be held on Monday, May 26th in Las Vegas, United States. Of course, again, celebrating our creative artists, our creative economy here in Nigeria. These artists continue to do us proud. I mean, I feel like I'd always say this is the best time to be a creative, and the best time to be a creative is now, because you see these stories and you're inspired that, listen, irrespective of what goes on in the country, as a creative, you can make it work.
Absolutely. You know, before What's Trending, we have Chude, who is doing his hashtag with Live with Chude, excuse me, over the weekend. And he was talking about how when he went to create his show online, he didn't think people would come and pay to watch it online, but they are doing so. And this is the type of appetite that the world has for Nigerian creativity, Nigerian entertainment. Absolutely. And over the years, watching it grow, watching it become finessed. I mean, I remember watching Burna Boy many years ago in South Africa. And I mean, he was just a guy coming on stage with a DJ and a microphone. To see how this craftsmanship has now evolved for him to become the African giant is just absolutely phenomenal. So congratulations to Burna Boy. Congratulations to all of the Nigerian entertainers and creatives who continue to make us proud and continue to make sure we have good news to talk about, because the news can get a little bit gloomy, but they certainly always make sure that we have something positive to celebrate and discuss, and flying the flag high. Brilliant.
You love Burna Boy, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, so we're very proud of all these artists who are the real ambassadors of Nigeria.
Yes.
Projecting Nigeria with their talent and showing that with your creativity, you can really do great things. Mm-hmm. And we're highly impressed, whether it's Thames or Asake or Davido or Wizkid and Burna Boy. Mm-hmm. Some people have been criticizing Burna Boy. There's one lady called Steph London who has been complaining about Burna Boy.
What did she say?
As far as we are concerned, Burna Boy is a great man and he's doing great things.
What did he do?
And he's a real Odogu.
What did he do?
That's an assignment for you. Go and find out what Steph London said.
These are bedroom matters, Dr.
Thank you, Bimbai. Thank you, Bimbai. I was going to say that. Anyway, that will be all from me on What's Trending today.
And that's all on today's edition of The Morning Show. Abi Owolawi is up next with Global Business Report. Stay with us. This is still the Arise News channel.
Looks like someone forgot something.
Hey, Captain Excellence! Huh? What's wrong?
You left the light on, EVA. What do you think happens when no one's in the room but the light is still on?
Huh? Why is that a big deal?
When you leave the light on, even when you're not here, it wastes energy. Think of it like pouring water into a cup that's already full. It's just going to spill out.
But it's just one light bulb. Does it really matter that much?
Yes, it does. If everyone does their part turning off the lights when they're not needed, we save a lot of energy. Every little bit helps.
Okay. So, if we all do it, we can make a big difference.
And there's more. These energy-saving bulbs give you the same light but use less power. They last longer too.
That's so cool. We should tell our parents to switch to those. Aha! And we can remind them to turn off lights when we are not using them.
One small action a day can make a big difference for life.
Mom, Dad, guess what? We can save a lot of money by using energy-saving bulbs and turning off lights when we don't need them.
Yeah, Captain Excellent taught us. Wasting the energy makes electricity bill higher.
Really? How does that work?
Energy-saving bulbs use less electricity. And if we turn off the lights, TVs, and fans, when we're done, will save even more.
I never thought of it like that. Switching bulbs and turning things off, it could save us a lot of money.
And it's better for the environment, right?
Exactly! Less wasted energy means less pollution.
Good thinking, girls. We'll buy those energy-saving bulbs tomorrow. And from now on, we'll all remember to turn things off.
Good job, energy heroes!
Naira, shillings, dinar, yen, interest rates are up again. Commodities, bonds and shares. Seize the bulls and mingle with the beers. Derivatives and currencies. Help me understand it, please. Finance gurus, the thieves and the tricks. Portfolio is getting thick. Come on, trade. Let your money move with the wisdom. Trade, trade. Let the markets take you there. Stay up to date with business and markets every weekday on the Rights Exchange.
Feel the pulse of the planet. From New York to Nairobi, London to Lagos. Our world is connected. Our stories intertwined. Join us as we navigate the news that shapes our lives. News through the voices that live it, the experts that make sense of it, and the leaders that shape it. Our network of correspondents around the world ensure that you don't miss a thing. Trust us to bring you unfiltered news, deep dives, and powerful conversations. The world never stops, and neither do we. Every second counts, and every story matters. Give us 60 minutes, and we'll give you the world.
We go to the lengths of the universe to bring you the top stories of the day.
From the breaking news to the big stories.
From Nigeria, across Africa, and the world, we bring a unique perspective.
A Nigerian perspective. An African understanding of global events as they occur.
Politics and policy. People and events.
Thought leaders and newsmakers. Innovation, technology, culture, and the arts,
as well as everything else in between.
Every night on Africa's premier news broadcaster, we ask the hard questions and get the answers. Speak to the experts that give the deep insights on issues that shape our world.
Every news night on Arise, the world's standout news channel.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Hello and welcome to Arise News. You're watching a Global Business Report. I am Abby Olawi, coming to you from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. Let's take a look at some of the top stories currently making headlines across the business world today. Trump asserts that trade talks with China are underway after Beijing denies any ongoing negotiations. Alphabet shares rise on stronger than expected revenue growth. Then British retail sales unexpectedly rise by 0.4% in March. And in Nigeria, NIMET unions suspend strike until May 13th after federal government's intervention. It's the Global Business Report. Do stay tuned. TD Africa has unveiled Techherdemy, a bold initiative aimed at equipping younger Nigerians with cutting-edge digital skills. Now, the program is designed to nurture future tech leaders by offering hands-on training, mentorship, and real-world opportunities in the fast-evolving technology landscape. Joining me now to discuss this further is Victoria Chinere Akomes, who is coordinator at Techherdemy, and Mary Oreva Ogena, who is the best graduating participant from Techherdemy. Victoria and Mary, it's such a pleasure to have you both on the Global Business Report. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very
Right.
much.
Let's begin with you, Victoria. What inspired TD Africa's establishment of Techherdemy as a CSR initiative?
Okay, so firstly, TD Africa was initially born out of the need to fill a gap that was prevalent at the time that it was formed in the tech sales space. And so TD Africa is constantly looking into the ecosystem to see what they can do in that space that they are. And the visionary leadership, under the visionary leadership of Mrs. Chioma Eke, she realized that the tech space is improving. People are going into tech. People are able to walk out of Nigeria for foreign countries, and then the number of women in that space is largely falling behind. And we thought to reach out to young ladies who are interested. I mean, when you go to university, there's nothing like tech. You don't study a tech course. But then, by bringing this opportunity to young ladies, they can be able to make something for themselves, even as the world is changing and pivoting towards tech.
So there was a very specific targeted need for it,
Yes.
and a deliberate need to create it. So how does this initiative reflect TD Africa's commitment towards community development?
Yeah, so TD Africa is very interested in community development. We have so many CSR initiatives. We have Awakening, and like I said, so Techherdemy bridging that gap. And for us, our mantra is empowering you. And by you, we do not just mean our staff, the shareholders, we mean our partners and also the ecosystem at large. And so working with female-led leadership, it's just a way for us to lend a helping hand to other ladies in different spheres. So that was what inspired the CSR initiative.
Right. So I forgot to ask you, so it's specifically targeted at ladies, at
Yes.
women, hence Techherdemy.
Techherdemy, yes.
A very nice play on the name, by the way, really lovely. So Mary, of course, you're a product of this initiative. So who better to hear from than somebody who has been through it? So let's get a sense of your experience.
Okay, so for me, the plan wasn't always tech. So I had a plan to do my master's in radiology, but then plans change, obviously. So I got the link to register for this through my cousin. And I was like, oh, should I register? Should I not register? But then I gave in, I registered. So there were a series of tests, series of assessments. So I did the first assessment, I passed, shockingly. And then I did the second set, I passed also. And then we got that email that we were invited to the opening ceremony. And for me, it was a whirlwind because, so in final year, I did my data analysis myself. So you're required to do like a project, and then you analyze your data. And I did that myself. So I used a statistical software package called SPSS. So I thought to myself, well, data analysis has to be more than this. It has to be more than SPSS. So I went for the data science track, and then I learned, we learned Excel, Python, SQL, and it was a really empowering journey for me, a life-changing journey for me. I'm really, really grateful for that. And now I'm a product marketer at TD Africa. So, yeah.
Congratulations, a lot of work. What was the duration of the program, if I may ask?
So it was 6 months.
All right.
6 months. Yeah.
And of course, this reaffirmed or changed your perspective because you wanted to do something else before, right? And what does that message tell you?
Change. change is inevitable. Change will always happen, basically.
And you're very welcoming of it as well.
Yeah,
Victoria, let's talk about some of the digital and tech gaps that the initiative is seeking to bridge in Nigeria.
Okay, so this is our novel edition. This is our first edition, so we obviously were not able to expand to all of those gaps, but we focused on cybersecurity, we focused on data analysis, and we focused on software development, because I mean, these are like really important areas in the tech space. I mean, you're going to have to protect whatever it is you're going to do, so you need cybersecurity experts, and then you're going to need numbers. Our chairman would always say, numbers don't lie. Everything you see around you, you can get data from that. So we taught data analysis. And then obviously software development, the apps that we see that we're all going crazy for. We had the data and the software development class divided into back end and front end to be able to teach them, you know, the important parts of software development. And also we tapped into AI because I mean, everybody's using ChatGPT these days, but ChatGPT is not just the AI tool that's out there. So we had, we partnered with Huawei, and Huawei, you know, they gave us a resource that took the girls on AI track. And it was also those were the 3 areas that we focused on, and also AI.
Now, this leads me to want to be curious about what the curriculum looks like. Let's talk about the structure and focus areas of your curriculum.
Okay, yeah, so apart from the tech part of things, we also gave the girls soft skills, you know. And we did not just bring in people that would just read about it and talk about it. We brought our staff, people already in employment, the workforce, to talk to them about, you know, effective communication, talk about how to, you know, respond to emails, things that they can actually use when they actually get into the workspace. So our curriculum was both the tech part of it and also the professional part of it, soft skills. It was so surprising to find out that a lot of ladies, a lot of the people that we had at the time, they weren't able to send their mails and, you know, get their message across. So we had, you know, even we had people from tax systems. We had the MD of tax systems coming to take the ladies on etiquette, because, you know, it's a ladies program. So how to dress, how to speak. We even had a session on how to politely laugh and all that. So it was really educative. So we touched both things that are soft and then obviously things that they are hard, like tech.
So you were able to give a more
them.
holistic view. But let's talk about in what ways do you ensure that this training becomes or remains rather relevant towards evolving industry needs. And I'd also like to bring Mary's voice into that. You can begin with it, just so that you could also talk about how you've adapted that to your current work.
Okay, so like I said, we had Huawei on board, and even at the opening ceremony, we had Huawei on board. And so the girls were exposed to actual resources that they could use, and we had them come to teach them. And so and obviously we're revising our curriculum. Even for the next edition we're going to have a much larger track, you understand? So we hope to stay, and we plan and intend to stay on track to just keep on bringing new ideas from the tech world.
All right, so this is expected to continue.
Expected to continue,
future.
yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to tap into what she said. So we had a lot of, TD partners with a lot of international organizations. So we had a lot of hands-on resources from these organizations. So for data science, we analyzed like real-world data. So it really was empowering in a way. Because I'm like, oh, these are real insights from actual businesses. So yeah, that was it for me.
So you found that adaptability quite key there in the moment. Let's talk about what sets this model different. What's your key selling point? You've mentioned quite a lot of things, which makes it, you know, sound very groundbreaking. But what separates it from other tech training programs?
I would say the fact that we're not just equipping these ladies and leaving them to just go use the tech skills that they have gotten. We're able to absorb some into our workforce and also into our immediate group. So we had people go to Tax Systems Limited. We're also having people go to Conga Pay, which is also part of companies owned by, you know, our group under the leadership of, you know, Stan Eke. And so it's not just empowering them and saying, okay, go do what you want to do with it. We're also extending opportunities for them. So I think that's a selling point, because I think other tech empowerment schemes is just teaching and just leaving them to roam free. But for us, Mary used to be my student. I used to coordinate Mary, but now she's a fellow staff like I am. And so that opportunity, and the employment is still going on, because we've sent communications to our immediate ecosystem, which are our customers, to put them into these businesses to actually get jobs that pay. So I think that's going to be like this.
Right. And I like that you referenced Mary, because I was about to ask you, which I still am going to ask you, to share a sort of personal transformation story that you, of course, have been privy to with regards to this program.
Okay, I'll share my own personal story. So I'm a lawyer, so I work on the legal decks in TD Africa. So coordinating the academy was going far from my job description, do you understand? And for me, it was a masterclass for me, hands-on masterclass on leadership, on coordination, on program management, which surprisingly, I knew that I could do, but I wasn't sure that I could do it to that extent. So personally, even though I didn't sit in the classes to learn data science and all of that, I was able to develop myself through the academy. And also, our CEO, Madam Choma Eke, she also tapped into the creative sides of these girls, because out of the academy came Tech Talk with TD Africa, which is a podcast on all things tech. So when we saw that we had creatives in their midst, we were able to bring them together to make something that they could, relate with. So watching their stories, they came for tech, and now they're doing, something related to tech, but still tapping into the, wanting to be in front of the camera, And so I think that's really the story that resonates with me.
Yeah, that's a really good one. And of course, market reception is also very key. So Mary, I'm going to ask you a question. I will ask for you not to be biased. It's going to be a bit hard, but how has your employer, for instance, received the fact that you're a product of this initiative? And I will then extend the question to Victoria.
You've received me so well. I'm not biased. It's been a welcoming experience. Everybody's like, oh, it's really, really welcoming. I really love the environment at TD Africa. Really, really empowers you.
And of course, you also feel the value that you're bringing on board, I would imagine, right? So, yeah. Victoria, let's get a wider, in terms of a few other employers that have hired from the program.
I'll say that the girls surpassed our expectations. They were able to catch on to the classes really quick, and they were able to use the things that they were learning. And so we'll get feedback from companies like Tax Systems. And so they're really doing well. They're blending in nice. They're able to just, take up the ball and just run with it. And even in TD Africa, we have people already, on their decks doing their things. And so I will say that for the companies that they've been sent to and absorbed into, I'll say we've gotten really positive feedbacks that we actually got the right set of girls. And we hope to keep getting the right set of girls. Like Mary said, there were assessments, at the initial stage of the program. So I think that helped us to make sure that we got the right people that we're extending the program to. They're doing well.
But has it also been an easy process pushing the graduates out? Basically what I mean is that do you already have employers waiting for them, or is it a bit of an uphill task?
I'll say both. I mean, the companies within our group, we all had the same mind to take these girls. We're not just going to leave them, like I said. And then also reaching out to our immediate ecosystem. I mean, Huawei is willing to partner with us, and we were able to get some people to focus on the Huawei business parts of TD Africa. And so I would say both. It's been good, and then there's also been an upward, and it's a continuous process because we're not done yet at all.
All right, that's great to hear. Let's talk about scale and national reach. What are your long-term goals for the program?
Okay, so I would say that we are ready to scale, and I know that this is just the first edition and more is going to come. I also know that we would like to take it even, outside Lagos, because initially we had applications from people outside of Lagos saying about Ibadan, what about, people were writing on our Instagram pages to say they also want to get the opportunity. And so we're already in talks of how we're going to take this, go for. But it's obviously not something that's just going to stop in Lagos. It's going to extend, because we're not just based in Lagos, TD Africa, we're based in Enugu, we're based in Abuja, Port Harcourt. So we're going to actually take them at least to these locations where we have, physical presence. And then obviously take it around Nigeria, because it's supposed to be centered for Nigerian women.
All right. And Mary, what are your future prospects for having gone through this process?
Okay, so now I'm also taking other courses, because learning never ends, really. So currently I'm taking a data science course on IBM.
Within the initiative?
No.
Or?
So it's a different course, but it's the data science track. But I just want to build more knowledge on that. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, and then hopefully scale larger in the future.
All right, absolutely. Well, let's talk about plans to collaborate with other organizations and perhaps the government to accelerate more of these.
Yeah, I think I would say, I can't speak for my chairman, but I know that he has a mind to take this very big. And obviously, collaboration is key. So we would really, like we said, we collaborated with some people, and I'm sure we are very open to further collaborations. So I think, yes, it's something that we're going to do. And we hope that the government also keys into it at some point and also takes it.
All right, we're going to wrap up with another question I beg you not to be biased about. It's really hard because, you're a product of it. So I want to ask you, Mary, in what ways would you say that this program makes, tech graduates uniquely positioned for the industry? So if you want to sell it to somebody who is, you know.
I've used a lot of empower in this session. And I think it's because at TD Africa, their goal is to empower businesses and individuals across Africa through innovative technologies. And for me, I really do not want to be biased.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is beyond the technical skills, like she said. So we had every Wednesday when we come for classes, before the classes, we had soft skills. So those soft skills were basically preparing you for the outside world, even just basically for the workspace, the workplace outside here. So yeah, during the soft skills, we had effective communication classes, collaboration classes, and I think for me that has helped me, even in my current role. I know how to effectively collaborate. I know how to effectively communicate if I'm not getting what I am supposed to get a task done. I know how to effectively communicate to the person that's supposed to get it to me that, oh, I was supposed to get this, but I didn't get it. So basically, things like that, they've helped me. So I think that really helps us stand out.
Right, so it's certainly worthwhile. I want to thank you so much, Victoria Chinyere Akomas, who is coordinator at Tech Herdemy, and Mary Oreva Ogene, who is best graduating participant at Tech Herdemy. And thanks for joining us on the Global Business Report. We'll see you again very soon.
Thank you.
All right, you're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. More after the break. Do stay with us.
How far, Niger? Welcome to the Glow Cafe app. Come in. Because it's time for an upgrade. Your own personal Glow Cafe app open 24/7. Welcome to bigger, better, smarter. Welcome to total control of your data, your airtime. Mom, I'll call you back. How you buy? I'll send you data. How you share and how you recharge. Movies, gaming, music, all in one place. Welcome to More Valley. Download the upgraded Glow Cafe app and get more data. Get 100% recharge bonus and get a massive 100 gigabytes data bonus when you register. Want it all? Download all this into this.
Unlimited.
Cannot hold a man up to a promise he made while he was naked.
In your world, where you're from, surely I would.
Only a coward awakens the love of a woman, sits back and does absolutely nothing about it.
Do you have the eye of a Legbara?
Where is the eye of Asia?
Do you know what your Legbara is? Oh, well?
I am going to die here. This place that nobody knows called Iluari.
The Fidelity Gets Alerts in Millions promo is back and better. This time around, we're giving out a whopping 159 million naira. 10 customers stand a chance to win 1 million naira in the monthly draw. That's not all. You can also win 2 million naira, 5 million naira, and 10 million in the grand draw. To qualify, open any Fidelity savings account with 5K or fund your existing Fidelity accounts with multiples of 5K to get more tickets in the draw. Then sign up to either our mobile app, *770#, or get any of our Fidelity debit cards. Remember, the more 5K you save and transact, the more tickets you get into the draw. This promo is open to new and existing customers and runs from now till August 20, 2025.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Welcome back. You're watching a Global Business Report here on Arise News. A federal high court in Abuja has ordered the arrest of 6 CBEX promoters over allegations of investment fraud. Justice Emeka Nwete gave the order following an application filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission through its counsel. Now, the Anti-Graft Commission prayed the court for an order remanding the defendants in custody pending the conclusion of the investigation of the alleged offences and possible prosecution. About 1.3 trillion naira was reportedly wiped out from investors' accounts after the company, which boasted of giving investors a 100% return on investment in 30 days, shut its platform down. Now, meanwhile, the Securities and Exchange Commission has urged Nigerians to report any suspected illegal investment scheme to the Commission for proper investigation and necessary action. The Commission said this in a notice issued on Thursday to the investing public, warning that Ponzi investment schemes pose great danger to the growth of the capital market. In its latest advisory, the Commission warned the public about the growing threats and risk posed by Ponzi schemes, illegal investment operations, and unregistered digital asset platforms. Workers of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency have called off their strike after the federal government's intervention. The workers had protested over poor working conditions, grounding flights across the country on Thursday. But after a meeting with the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, in Abuja, the strike was called off. The workers were concerned about the non-implementation of the new national minimum wage, ignoring requests to include omitted staff in past allowances, and neglecting key training programs. Now, Nigerian air passengers have continued to fly despite weather risk factors posed by the strike engaged. Although both local airline operators and passengers remain undaunted, the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, has directed the payments of subsistence allowance to the workers.
Chants of protesters as staff of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, down tools.
The look and feel of the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport, where passengers are actually not even blinking about the safety implications of the NIMET strike, and they are fully embarking on their journeys. As you can see, just behind me is United, that is fully operational, and over there you can find Ibom Air, and Aero is also working, Overland is working, and one other new airline is also working. Passengers are not afraid to fly.
With NIMET down in tools, the implications include the lack of weather forecast, which may have hampered flight safety. But some passengers remain undaunted.
Of course, I'm worried about the safety, but for them to fly, that means it's safe for them to fly. They can't put people out, and if it's not safe.
We're just hearing about the whole strike. So, but yes, of course, if there should be anything that could be done for the whole strike to be uplifted, and then flights to actually go, so that persons could actually have their logistic up and running.
A RISE crew captured local airlines such as Ibom Air, United Nigeria Airlines, selling tickets and checking passengers in. The airlines explain that their aircraft technology can detect weather forecast by 50%. As it appears, for some passengers, getting to their destination is more important than safety.
I'm not worried about the strike. I'm traveling regardless. I have to get home.
Partially, I'm afraid. But I know some of these aircrafts, they come in with inbuilt weather forecast equipment in it.
On Wednesday, Air Peace and British Airways had announced the suspension of flight services over the NIMET workers' strike.
Everybody's just stranded because we all have our programs for the day. You know, coming to the airport to say that your flight will be cancelled by NIMET, no reason.
Arise News speaks with the Minister of Aviation on what the federal government is doing, including the safety of the airlines that remain operational despite the NIMET workers' strike.
Modern technology has also, however, improved some of these airplanes that they can, through some other gadgets and means, they can also read the situation of the weather while they take off and land. So they are very modern equipment. However, we in the ministry, we will not encourage continuous use of such devices without the actual aid of NIMET.
The minister, who embarked on a 5-hour closed-door meeting with the aviation unions, later ordered the temporary payment of subsistence allowances and other welfare packages for the striking workers while awaiting presidential approval for their major demands.
On that subsistence allowance, we have since approved it, and we directed immediate payments, not payment in 2 weeks. On subsistence allowance to all NIMET staff across the country, I have directed immediate payment as from tomorrow.
You can see in the communique all the demands, our requests, he have attended to it. Even out of the demands, we have right now, as I'm speaking to you, he has attended to it, which it has been approved.
This is what 4 p.m. at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja looks like, still buzzing with passengers who are saying that they will continue to fly, especially because the local airlines, some local airlines, are still selling tickets. Well, for Air Peace, there are no operations today until NIMET is able to deliver a credible weather report to them. From the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, right here in Abuja, Mary Chinda, Arise.
You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. More after the break. Do stay with us.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary account now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary and
Across Nigeria, an unacceptable number of children are deprived of quality education. Access is determined to make a difference to the lives of these future leaders. By hosting charity polo tournaments across the globe, we are raising awareness and funds to build classrooms, renovate schools, and transform young lives. Every child has the right to an education and the chance of a brighter future. Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
Welcome back. You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. To commodities now, oil prices rose for a second session on Friday, buoyed by the potential de-escalation of the US-China trade war. But the market was headed for a weekly decline amid concerns about oversupply. Brent crude futures gained 0.42% to $66.83 a barrel by 6:45 GMT, on track to fall by 1.4% for the week. US WTI crude rose by 4.43% to $63.06 a barrel, but was set to decline by 2.3% for the week. Now, Asian markets rose after Wall Street gained for a third straight day as tech stocks rallied, with investors assessing the trade climate as the U.S. turns tariff rhetoric down and China reportedly mulls suspending tariffs. Japan's benchmark Nikkei 225 rose by 1.69%, while South Korea's Kospi climbed by 0.92%, and South Korea also reportedly inching closer to striking a trade deal with the U.S. Australian markets are closed for a holiday, and Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index was 0.63% higher. U.S. President Donald Trump denied China's assertions on Thursday that Beijing and Washington are currently engaged in trade negotiations. Trump told reporters, and I quote, "They had meetings this morning and we have been meeting with China. We might reveal it later," end of quote. China's denial of any negotiations with the United States and its demands to do away with unilateral tariffs actions to settle trade disputes were followed by the statement. Alphabet shares rose following the company's announcement of double-digit gains in first-quarter sales and profit, which are fueled by the company's search business's continued success, as well as the surge in demand for cloud computing due to artificial intelligence. The Google parent firm declared that revenue increased by 12% to $90.2 billion and net income rising by 46% to $34.5 billion over the same time last year. Now, both exceeded forecasts and allayed concerns about its capacity to withstand a trade war and the U.S. recession. British retail sales unexpectedly rose by 0.4% in March before Donald Trump announced sweeping tariffs on U.S. trading partners, boosted by increasing sales in clothing and outdoor shops. Now, Friday's monthly data from the ONS shows that the volume of goods bought exceeded expectations of economists polled by Reuters, who had predicted a 0.4% contraction. This figure followed a 0.5% increase in February and a strong rise in January. An international summit on the future of energy security opened in London on Thursday with stark opposition from Washington, which called policies to phase out fossil fuels harmful and dangerous. Now, profound differences emerged at the two-day International Energy Agency meeting over the role of renewables in satisfying the world's thirst for energy. The meeting takes place amid global economic turmoil sparked by wars in Ukraine and the Middle East and uncertainty surrounding U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs.
Has changed. From defence and national security on the one hand, much discussed in recent months, to the economy and trade, old assumptions have fallen away. And we're living through an era of global instability. Energy security is national security, and it is therefore a fundamental duty of government. And I'm very clear, we can't deliver that by defending the status quo or trying to turn the clock back to a world that no longer exists. I'm really pleased to announce today that we're creating a new supply chain investment fund as part of Great British Energy. It will be backed by an initial £300 million of new funding for domestic offshore wind, leveraging billions of new private investment, supporting tens of thousands of jobs and driving economic growth.
We need to build grids, interconnectors and cables. We need to connect our countries and diversify our energy supplies. And that is what we are, for example, doing with the ELMEC connection between Italy and Tunisia. It will be the very first direct current connection between Europe and Africa.
IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva says she is looking forward to talks with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who criticized the institution for what he calls a deviation from its mandate. Our Rise Business correspondent Rota Zederi sent in this report from the 2025 spring meetings in Washington, D.C.
One of the most anticipated days here at the IMF World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C. was the policy agenda document presented by Kristalina Georgieva, the managing director of the International Monetary Fund. Now, this comes just a couple days after the World Economic Outlook from the IMF that pretty much downgraded economic growth projections for the entire globe, especially the United States, as a result of trade tensions from tariffs. Now, speaking of tariffs, Kristalina Georgieva said that it is essential essential that the nations involved in these trade tensions douse them and come to an agreement, because uncertainty brings with it a lot of chaos and a lot of economic turmoil.
First and most urgent, for countries to work constructively to resolve trade tensions as swiftly as possible, preserving openness and removing uncertainty. And we are urging them to do it swiftly because uncertainty is very costly. I cannot stress this strongly enough. Without certainty, businesses do not invest, households prefer to save rather than to spend, and this further weakens prospects for already weakened growth.
And then the moment everyone had been waiting for, Kristalina Georgieva addressing the concerns raised by U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And as a reminder, here's what he said.
First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies like competitive exchange rate depreciation. These are crucially important functions to support the U.S. and global economies. Instead, the IMF has suffered from mission creep. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. These issues are not the IMF's mission.
Managing Director Georgieva acknowledged the critical importance of the United States to the IMF, also said that the IMF is fiscally prudent in the use of its funds, and said she looks forward to speaking with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about the concerns that he raised.
I want to recognize Secretary Bessent's remarks yesterday, in which he laid out the U.S. administration's vision for the Bretton Woods institutions. The United States is our largest shareholder. And even more, the United States is the home of my colleagues and me. So, of course, we greatly value the voice of the United States. I very much appreciate Secretary Bessent's reiteration of the U.S. commitment to the fund and to its role. He raised a number of important issues and priorities for the institution that I look forward to discussing with the U.S. authorities and the membership as a whole. We will have opportunities to do so here, and we will also have opportunities to continue with our executive board as we carry out important policy reviews. The comprehensive surveillance review, it will set our surveillance priorities for the next 5 years, and the review of program design and conditionality, which will carefully consider how our lending can best help countries address the low growth challenge and durably resolve balance of payment weaknesses.
It was then time for Q&A with the press, with the Managing Director of the IMF fielding regional questions from Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. The Africa question came from Arise News.
Rhoda Sadiri with Arise News. You mentioned this present tensions could disproportionately impact low-income countries, and I'm glad you mentioned the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, because my question is on Africa. You met with the Nigerian delegation earlier this week. What is the strategy or your advice for the African continent? As you've noted in the past, Africa is not a country, it's a continent, right? Egypt cut rates for the first time in 5 years 7 days ago. Prior to that, Ghana hiked its interest rate for the first time in almost 2 years. So at these tough times, what's your advice for the continent?
We have seen over the last years the African continent having some of the fastest growing economies. But we also have seen low-income countries primarily, and among them fragile conflict-affected countries, falling further behind. And now this is a shock for the continent. The direct impact of tariffs on most of Africa, not on all of Africa, but on most of Africa, is relatively small, but the indirect impact is quite significant. Slowing global growth means that all other things equal, they would see a downgrade, and actually we have downgraded growth prospects for the continent. For the oil producers like Nigeria, falling oil prices create additional pressure on their budgets. On the other hand, for the oil importers, this is a breath of fresh air. In other words, as you indicated in your question, different countries face different challenges. If I were to come with some basic recommendations that apply to Africa, I would say, and actually they apply to Nigeria, they apply to Egypt, they apply to Ghana, they apply to Cote d'Ivoire. First, continue on a path of strengthening your fundamentals. There is still a lot that can be done on the fiscal side to have strength, as I was talking about ASEAN, to have the buffers for a moment of shock. And don't use any excuses around, oh, it's difficult, we can't really go for more tax, because yes, you can. There is a lot that can be done to broaden the tax base, and a lot that can be done to reduce tax evasion and tax avoidance. Using technology, as some countries are doing, to chase the tax dollar when there is the foundation for that is a very good thing to do. Second, on the monetary policy side, we no more, as I said in the opening, we are no more in a place when you can look at the book of the central bank governor of the neighboring country and say, oh, they're doing this, I'll do the same, because you have to really assess domestically what are your inflationary pressures and do the right thing for your country.
While addressing the different nations on the African continent, the managing director of the IMF said it's important that African leaders prioritize the image of Africa, especially when it comes to fighting corruption, because not fighting corruption in one country will have a cascading effect on others.
But above all, make it so that the image of the whole continent changes, because now everybody suffers from wrongdoing, from corruption or for conflict in one country. It throws a shadow on the rest of the continent. And finally, like with ASEAN, deepen intra-regional trade and cooperation. Remove the obstacles to it. Sometimes they are infrastructure obstacles. The World Bank is working on reducing that infrastructure obstacle to growth and trade. Africa has so much to offer the world. Obviously, they have the minerals, the natural resources, the young population. I think a more unified, more collaborative continent can go a long, long way to be an economic powerhouse.
So in summary, uncertainty needs to be eliminated. Nations need to put forward policy buffers to shield them from the current volatility in the macroeconomic environment. The United States remains a key pillar of support for the IMF, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's concerns are acknowledged and will be addressed. And finally, the IMF remains steadfast in providing fiscal support to nations that need it. Here in Washington, D.C. at the 2025 IMF World Bank Spring Meetings, for Arise News, Rhoda Sodiri.
Very insightful updates on the ongoing spring meetings there from Rhoda Sodiri. You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. More after the break. Do stay with us. Twitter okumbokwakho.
What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Everything is fine.
Paw Patrol is on a roll. It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The biggest star is here.
Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
What were you guys doing to us?
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
Africa is a continent brimming with potential and promise. The need for robust infrastructure is ever growing. At the heart of this transformative journey is UBA Group, a beacon of financial support and innovation. With a rich legacy of over 75 years, UBA Group has been at the forefront of funding and facilitating key infrastructure projects across the continent. We partner with governments, businesses, and communities to ensure that our projects align with Africa's unique needs and aspirations. As we look to the future, UBA Group remains steadfast in its mission to support Africa's infrastructure evolution, creating lasting impact that empower communities and drive progress. UBA Group.
Welcome back. You're watching a Global Business Report here on Arise News. South Africa's Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana and the country's Reserve Bank Governor Lesetja Kganyago briefed the press on the outcome of the meetings of the G20 finance chiefs and central banks governors.
We've just had the second meeting of the finance ministers and central bank governors. Because of the nature of the meeting, were the IMF and World Bank meetings that are taking place at the same time, so had shorter agenda. And the governors are going to tell you about last night. That was his sideshow and his dinner. We opened this morning with discussing the international financial architecture, which focusing, among other things, on the reform, continued agenda of the reform of the multinational development banks. And key item is that work has been done. What we need to do is to develop a reporting mechanism for the banks to, which we hope to be concluded by the end of September, to what are they doing in line with the roadmap. The issues also continue to deal with the debt vulnerabilities, particularly in emerging economies and the African continent. In this regard, the common framework is an instrument. We will be publishing case studies of countries that have gone through that process. On the focus, another focus agenda was on the African continent. As you would be aware, that given the fact that the presidency now is on the African continent, we've given a spin and a focus on Africa. And then a key of those challenges that need to be done on the African continent, and deepening some of the institutional arrangements we've had, like the Compact with Africa, replenishing the African Development Fund, and generally, how do we deal with the cost of capital and access to capital for the African continent? So those are some of the challenges that we grappled with this morning.
There isn't much to add. Minister, suffice to say that we did reflect on the current economic developments and the extent of the uncertainty that engulfed the financial markets as a result of the trade measures that had been taken with respect to the impact on trade and the response in the form of tariffs and what that actually meant for financial stability. There was a reflection on the benefits from globalization, and members were supporting an open, rules-based and transparent trading system with the World Trade Organizations at its core. There was also a big reflection that the current rules might have to be relooked so that you have a much fairer trade. There was also a reflection on the global imbalances, and that was strongly emphasized, and that we need to look at the root causes and review both the internal and global policies that intensify these imbalances and increased trade barriers and trade tensions that we had seen, and that the IMF should actually be playing a key role in assessing the country specific policies. There was also a need to take immediate and coordinated efforts as needed to de-escalate and reduce the current volatility and uncertainty, and to provide policy clarity. Basically, uncertainty was seen as a tax without revenue, and that we cannot let the uncertainty become the new certainty.
Well, that's it on the Global Business Report for now, but stay tuned to Arise News. From all of us, many thanks for your company. I'm Abby Owolawi. But before we go, Cynthia Are, one of our Newsday anchors, joins me now to give us a sneak peek as to what to expect on the show. Cynthia, good morning to you.
Good to see you, Abby. Thank you for what you said you're going to hand me after.
You're most welcome, even in advance.
Yes, and you better do it, or I will call you.
I'm a woman of my word.
I know you are. Coming up at 12, the Vatican intensifies final preparations for Pope Francis' funeral, slated for Saturday, and to be attended by no fewer than 50 heads of state and 10 monarchs, as authorities placed the area around St. Peter's Basilica under tight security with drones blocked, snipers on roofs, and fighter jets on standby. And elsewhere, Tanzania bans the importation of agricultural products from Malawi and South Africa in retaliation for similar hostile trade measures from both countries.
So it's a real trade war.
Yeah, I know. I wish we had time for you to dissect that.
Yes, I really wish we did. But yeah. And of course, you're very monumental. We're also going to be seeing, lots of the world basically watching the. I've been told I don't have any more time, so Cynthia, everyone stick around and let's stay tuned to Newsday.
The National Identity Number, NIN, is Individual Identifier, a customized plastic card with digitally embedded information confirming each citizen's identity, and is issued by the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC. It is the only means of identification that is linked to other platforms for official documentation and functionality of citizens. It is used to match a citizen's biometric data and other details in the National Identity Database during verification and authentication. Authenticate your citizenship. Secure your national identity number. Be a real Nigerian.
As part of our strategy to support the growth of homegrown businesses, we are pleased to announce the launch of the Fidelity SME Hub, a dynamic initiative designed to empower youths and small and medium-scale enterprises.
The Fidelity SME Hub will offer a world-class facility with modern training halls, meeting rooms, and networking spaces. Two globally certified music studios, a photography studio, a content studio, and podcast room to support entrepreneurs in the creative industry. Access to industry experts and mentors.
The Fidelity SME Hub, helping businesses to grow, thrive, and prosper.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Our training center is not just focused on aquaculture.
alone. He's focused on agriculture. So we're trying to see how we can diversify and raise an army that is going to fight food insecurity, not human this time around. So we are raising an army that will fight food security in Nigeria and beyond.
I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
It's Search Farm Consults, Agriculture Incubation and Incubation, Innovation and Development Center. These are earthen ponds, so let me show you some of the species we have on the farm. So here we have the species called Brahma. It's a flatfish too that looks like tilapia but different from tilapia. This one is one of our reservoir ponds, and we've harvested. We don't have the rains that much, though we have a solar to support all we are doing. But currently we just want to have 1 or 2 rains before we start full stocking again. The commerce in this community has really improved. This place used to be a very thick forest bush when I came in here, and now you can see other buildings have been erected. We never had all of this when I came in here over 10 years ago. So I think this has brought a lot of development. We have a lot of students in the community, and there are a lot of things we do. There are partnership programs we run that young people and from the community, they come to benefit from such program. We just concluded the IITA MasterCard Foundation training last year, and we are starting another one next month. So, and you can see here we have solar panels. That's for solar, water usage on the farm. Every year our capacity is underutilized because of the high cost of input at the moment, but our capacity is about 1.5 million tons annually. Those are the red tilapia. So on the farm we have about 6 different species of fish on the farm.
I'm the Search Farm General Farm Manager, and here that you are, this is the hatchery unit. This is where we do the artificial breeding of the catfish. So maximum period they stay in this area is just 8 weeks to 10 weeks. So once they're 10 weeks, we move them to the pond. Here,
These are some of the products from the fish as well too. And I think most of the products are booked already and supplied. We did supply yesterday, so but I think we have few ones here. Tomorrow we'll be producing new sets. Yeah, for academic background, I studied fisheries and aquatic biology, first and second degree. On about 2 occasions, I've been to Thailand for an advanced course in aquaculture, fisheries management. I am a member of Fisheries Society of Nigeria, that's FISON. I'm a member of WAS, World Aquaculture Society, African chapter. I'm currently the president of LASCA Fund, that's the Lagos State Catfish and Allied Farmers Association. I'm the current state president, and currently I'm a partner with IITA. I'm one of the 6 certified trainers for USOI, that's United Soybean Association. I just won an award too last week out of so many. This one is there to me too.
I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
This is Arise, the world standout news channel. I'm Cynthia Are. Welcome to Newsday.
And I'm Omobolanle Adeshi. For the next 4 hours, we'll bring you all today's stories live from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, including the Vatican intensifies final preparations for Pope Francis's funeral, slated for Saturday and to be attended by no fewer than 50 heads of state and 10 monarchs, as authorities place the area around St. Peter's under tight security, with drones blocked, snipers on roofs, and fighter jets on standby.
China exempts some U.S. imports from its 125% tariffs and is asking firms to identify critical goods they need levy-free.
Tanzania bans the importation of agricultural products from Malawi and South Africa in retaliation for similar hostile trade measures for both countries.
Our top story, the Vatican is finalizing preparations for the funeral of Pope Francis as tens of thousands continue to pay their last respects to the late pontiff lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica. Francis, who died on Monday at the age of 88, will be laid to rest on Saturday in a ceremony expected to draw 50 heads of state, 10 monarchs, and over 130 delegations, including U.S. President Donald Trump, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, and many more. Italian and Vatican authorities have enforced sweeping security measures with snipers, no-fly zones, and fighter jets on alert as crowds swell ahead of the burial. The Pope, hailed as a reformist voice for the poor and marginalized, will be buried in Rome's Santa Maria Basilica following a funeral procession through the city. His final resting place will bear the simple inscription, Franciscus. Cardinals under the age of 80 have commenced preliminary meetings ahead of the conclave, expected within weeks to elect a successor. Frontrunners include Italian Cardinal Pietro Parolin and Filipino Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle, as tributes continue to pour in for the first Latin American pope who reshaped the global Catholic narrative.
Meanwhile, China has exempted some U.S. imports from its 125 tariffs and is asking firms to identify critical goods they need levy-free, according to businesses notified in the clearest sign yet of Beijing's concerns about the trade war's economic fallout. The dispensation, which follows the escalatory statement from Washington, signals that the world's two largest economies were prepared to rein in their conflict, which had frozen much of the trade between them, raising fears of a global recession. Beijing's exemptions, which business groups hope would extend to dozens of industries, pushed the U.S. dollar up slightly and lifted equity markets in Hong Kong and Japan. China has not yet communicated publicly on any exemptions. A Friday statement by the Politburo, the Communist Party's elite decision-making body, focused on efforts to maintain stability at home by supporting firms and workers most affected by tariffs. A Ministry of Commerce task force is collecting lists of items that could be exempted from tariffs and is asking companies to submit their own requests.
In a move likely to deepen global tensions, U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order fast-tracking deep-sea mining, both in domestic and international waters, bypassing United Nations regulations. The directive instructs the Commerce Department to issue permits within 60 days, relying on a decades-old law despite U.S. non-membership in the International Seabed Authority. The administration claims the effort could create 100,000 jobs and inject $300 billion into the U.S. economy over 10 years as Washington seeks to counter China's dominance in rare earth minerals. China, which holds the largest number of exploration licenses globally, condemned the order, stating it breaches international law and undermines multilateral agreements. Environmental groups also sounded alarms, warning of irreversible harm to deep-sea ecosystems. Trump's decision aligns with efforts to secure critical resources for defense and technology industries amid rising geopolitical competition.
The U.S. authorization of exploration and exploitation of mineral resources on its so-called outer continental shelf violates international law and harms the overall interests of the international community. The above actions once again expose the unilateral approach and hegemonic nature of the United States, ignoring international law and international order for its own benefit.
Now, President Donald Trump has launched a new wave of campaign merchandise boldly branded with Trump 2028, sparking speculation over his intent to seek a third term in office despite constitutional limitations. The red caps emblazoned with Trump 2028 and priced at $50 are featured on his official store alongside shirts and beer coolers bearing the slogan, quote, "Rewrite the rules," a direct nod to the ongoing public discourse on presidential term limits under the U.S. Constitution. A promotional photo shared via Trump's social media shows his son, Eric, modeling the new cap, further fueling buzz among supporters and critics alike. The 22nd Amendment restricts presidents to 2 elected terms, but Trump has consistently stated he is not joking about exploring legal avenues to extend his leadership. The move aligns with his wider merchandising efforts, including Trump cryptocurrency packs, Trump-branded jewelry, and even a patriotic-themed Bible.
More Trump news. The U.S. president has escalated his campaign against elite academic institutions, branding Harvard University an anti-Semitic far-left institution amid a legal showdown over his administration's suspension of its federal funding. The university, which rejected sweeping federal oversight demands, filed a suit this week to restore billions in frozen support. Trump's accusations are part of a broader offensive targeting what the administration calls discrimination against white students and endorsement of gender ideology in higher education. A recent executive order now links federal funding eligibility to the elimination of diversity-based initiatives. The backlash has drawn strong opposition from lawmakers and academic leaders, including Harvard faculty, who decry the crackdown as politically motivated and harmful to academic freedom. A federal judge has blocked Trump from withholding funds from public schools associated with key diversity organizations, narrowing the scope of his enforcement.
Away from that, tensions between India and Pakistan have escalated sharply following a deadly attack in Kashmir that left 26 civilians dead, the worst such incident in the region in 25 years. India blamed the assault on Pakistan-based militants, prompting a swift diplomatic fallout. Prime Minister Narendra Modi vowed to pursue terrorists to the ends of the earth, as Indian authorities identified 2 of the 3 gunmen as Pakistani nationals linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba. In a retaliatory move, India suspended a key water-sharing treaty, shut its main land border with Pakistan, and downgraded diplomatic ties. Pakistan, denying any involvement, condemned India's accusations as, quote, frivolous, and responded by expelling Indian diplomats, cancelling most visas, and warning that any disruption to the Indus River water flow would be deemed as an act of war. The United Nations has called for maximum restraint from both nuclear-armed nations amid fears of a wider escalation.
Pakistan is a nuclear power. It had done nuclear tests. These are not firecrackers used on a religious occasion or at a wedding, for celebrations. In such circumstances, the jihad, holy war, has become necessary. If India makes the mistake of attacking, the Pakistani Kashmiris will fight on the front line before Pakistani nation, and are ready to die fighting India and writing an Islamic history.
Pakistan vehemently rejects the Indian announcement to hold the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. The treaty is a binding international agreement brokered by World Bank and contains no provision for unilateral suspension. Water is a vital national interest of Pakistan, a lifeline for its 240 million people, and its availability will be safeguarded at all costs. Any attempt to stop or divert the flow of water belonging to Pakistan, as per the Indus Water Treaty, and the usurpation of the rights of lower riparian will be considered as an act of war and responded with full force across the complete spectrum of national power. Pakistan shall exercise the right to hold all bilateral agreements with India, including but not limited to similar agreement in abeyance, till India desists from its manifested behavior of fomenting terrorism inside Pakistan, transnational killings, and non-adherence to international law and UN resolutions on Kashmir. Pakistan shall close down the Wagah border post with immediate effect. All cross-border transit from India through this route shall be suspended without exception. Those who have crossed with valid endorsement may return through that route immediately, but not later than 30th April 2025. Pakistan suspends all visas under SAARC visa exemption scheme issued to all Indian nationals and deems them cancelled with immediate effect, with the exception of Sikh religious pilgrims. Indian nationals currently in Pakistan under SAARC visa exemption scheme are instructed to exit within 48 hours, less Sikh pilgrims. Pakistan declares the Indian Defence, Naval and Air Advisors in Islamabad persona non grata. They are directed to leave Pakistan immediately, but not later than 30th April 2025. These posts in the Indian High Commission are deemed annulled. Support staff of these advisors are also directed to return to India. Pakistan's airspace will be closed with immediate effect for all Indian-owned or Indian-operated airlines. All trade with India, including to and from any third country, through Pakistan is suspended forthwith. The National Security Committee underscored that Pakistan, its armed forces, remain fully capable and prepared to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity against any misadventure, as clearly demonstrated by its mired yet resolute response to India's reckless incursion in February 2019.
You're watching news. They've got plenty more still ahead, including trade tensions rise as Tanzania hits back with a ban on agricultural imports. Details after the break. Stay with us.
There's nothing better than the roar of your fans. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that will not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left in the wild, they could be extinct in the next few years. From loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. Please say no to illegal bushmeat, and let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria. Poaching steals from us all.
As part of our strategy to support the growth of homegrown businesses, we are pleased to announce the launch of the Fidelity SME Hub, a dynamic initiative designed to empower youths and small and medium-scale enterprises. The Fidelity SME Hub will offer a world-class facility with modern training halls, meeting rooms, and networking spaces. Two globally certified music studios, a photography studio, a content studio, and podcast room to support entrepreneurs in the creative industry. Access to industry experts and mentors. The Fidelity SME Hub, helping businesses to grow, thrive, and prosper.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Managing your finances can be simple with the right partner. That's why we are leveraging customer-friendly tech to offer borderless AI solutions designed specifically for you, so that wherever you're banking from, home or abroad, you can be sure of the dependable financial support with First Diaspora. Open a First Diaspora account online today. Let's take giant strides into the future together. You first. First Bank.
The Nigerian Constitution is a written supreme law of the Federal Republic, which sets the fundamental principles or established precedents according to which our nation is governed. Every chapter of the Constitution takes care of the national golden rules. The current Constitution was enacted during the inauguration of the Fourth Republic on 29 May 1999. It is expected that citizens are equipped and conversant with the Constitution, so as to be literate in the laws guiding us as a nation. Know your rights and responsibilities and abide by them. Be a real Nigerian.
Are you struggling with a health challenge? Do you need financial help to access treatment?
I'm tired of trying. I need help. I want to try IVF. I know it's expensive.
Apply now for MHSS, the Maternal Health Service Support, a discounted loan by the W Initiative of Access Bank. For more information, visit our website on www.thewcommunity.com or any Access Bank branch nationwide. You can also send an email to wcares@accessbankplc.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Africa is the future, and one of the big parts of making that future as it should be is allowing trade to happen as freely and as efficiently as possible.
To ensure that you are competitive, you need state-of-the-art infrastructure.
Beitbridge is the gateway to South Africa. So whatever challenges happen here, the effect is going to be felt as far as Congo.
Transporters would take up to 7-8 days to transit through here.
Now let's cross live to Umukego Akokwa in Imo State, where Ikenga Imo Ugochinyere is set to address the media. Ugochinyere is expected to speak on key political issues and the future of Imo. Let's tune in.
Without missing words. Truth is the only thing that is the problem in our nation. To say the truth becomes a problem. If you say the truth, you are dead. If you don't say the truth, you're also dead. So, but now, there's a man that says the truth, and God keeps him alive. And we are happy to have God by our side all the time, and he will always be. In Jesus' name we pray. Ikenga, son of the soil, from Akokwa, we welcome Ikenga Ugochinyere, Chief Barrister Ikagwonu. We call on you to speak for the people of Nigeria. Ikenga.
Idatokelenu. Idatokelenu. Idatokelezono. Let me start by welcoming our leaders who are here today. And in particular, let me also welcome the President General of the Ohanaeze Ndigbo Youth, my very good brother, who came all the way from Owerri this morning to be with us. Comrade Ibayaka, Ibayaka, who all of you are aware was kidnapped in Owerri by the police on the instruction of the Ebonyi government over a trump-up allegation of terrorism, castrated for months in Ebonyi State. They put him in a boot of the car from Owerri to Ebonyi. We have been fighting for his release, and thank God Almighty, Comrade Ibayaka have been released, and is here to show solidarity to our people. Comrade, you are welcome. And I will appeal to Governor of Ebonyi State and the police command in Ebonyi to discontinue that frivolous charge filed against our brother, the president of Igbo Youth. It's very insulting that the president of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Youth can be kidnapped like a common criminal over trump-up charges. We have great respect for Governor Wilfred of Ebonyi, and such things, his name should not be associated with it. And I appeal that he discontinue those charges against Comrade. Let me also appreciate our people for the support over the years that have seen us succeeding at every given junction. And it's because of the support you have given to us that we have been able to record huge progress in our representation. From numerous bills to motions that are historic and have the capacity to change the landmark of the Nigerian political space. And also, the projects that we have been able to deliver with your support. As of this moment, we have completed 25 water boreholes. We have done about 15 schools. We have done above 4,000 solar street lights. We are working on our hospitals and also fighting for more federal attention to our problem. We have done solar grid at the St. Peter's School, where we have our girls studying, and numerous other projects, including the scholarship program that is also running. By God's grace, the coming months will commission all these projects. Well, man. Let me also thank the federal government for coming to our rescue first when we raised the alarm on Dumuchi-Magoli erosion. The President and the Federal Executive Council unanimously approved 25 billion for the erosion control, and work started before the state government wrote that they want to take over and complete.
Capacity is too much.
I will also thank the state government for also keeping to their commitment to complete the project. We have seen work that is ongoing, and we hope it will be completed in due time. But let me also plead and beg again that yes, we are resolving the Umuchi-Magoli erosion problem, but there's other devastating erosion problem that is about to cut it out from civilization. We have the Umeshi-Amana-Togoli erosion that has gone out of control. We also have the Uruala-Goli erosion, Site 1, Site 2, Site 3, up to Ozuome, that is about to carry both the St. Jude Catholic Church, both the Palace of the King, and other federal infrastructure that we have there. It's so devastating in Uruala that farmlands have been cut, up to Isiogbo Obodoko, because of the abandonment of the World Bank project. The World Bank invested close to 9 billion But because of the greed of the state government then, World Bank pulled away from sight, and our people are currently dying. So let me appeal to the federal government once again, and the Minister of Works and the Minister of Environment, please find a way to intervene in Umueshi Amanotogoli erosion and that of Uruala, which is killing our people. And also, some of you have asked me for my reaction on the video broadcast that was made by the separatist group that alleged that the government of Imo State contracted them to assassinate me. It's so painful that we've been trying to forget the event that happened on this very ground here in our compound that led to the execution of our family members, especially Uncle Dan, and other people here, Jirika, and so on and so forth, for doing nothing. We knew where the attack came from. But it's so unfortunate that up till now, the Nigerian police have not been able to find those behind this assassination that led to the death of our loved one and bombing of our home. But I will call on the National Security Advisor, Nuhirubadu, and the President and the IG of Police. I have sent that video to the NSA and to the IG of Police to investigate that new revelation that the government in Imo State contracted those who came here to kill our people and attempted to kill me. We want nothing but justice for our fallen heroes, and then also to avert them from repeating this heinous crime against our people.
I will never let you go unless you do justice. I will never let you go unless you do justice. I will never let you go unless you do justice. I will never let you go unless you do justice.
Let me, at this juncture, as you're already aware, down here, our people have been facing serious security challenges, especially with the invasion of our farmland that have led to killing of our mothers and our fathers, kidnapping of our people for ransom. Whether you call it herders, farmers, criminality is criminality. Our mothers can no longer farm. Our people are scared to go to the farmland. I want the federal government to consider these security challenges around the axis of Owerri Obinze and down to our side and parts of Anambra, a matter of national priority, and support our soldiers who are doing very well and our police. But let me also appreciate the IG of Police who has deployed a new tactical team and the Chief of Army Staff that have also created a unit of the Army. But we want this to be increased to a number that can be able to lead the assault to root out all these people from our forests so that our mothers and fathers can go back to the farm. It's also on that ground that I want to ask the federal government, led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to consider the issue of finding lasting peace and solution to the Southeast security challenges by taking the first foundational step, which is the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have asked because this is going to be a very good show of good faith. The trial that is commencing on 29th and 2nd, vis-a-vis the powers of the federal government under Section 174, 176, the Attorney General can issue nolle, like he did in the case of Sowore and other people, to give our people a sense that they will believe that when issues comes up that involves Igbo people, will also be treated fair. Let this trial be discontinued and let the President convene a National Peace and Reconciliation Summit to address all these challenges that have led to increasing security in our land. And releasing our brother, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is a critical step towards achieving that progress. Also, it's very important to start on this note that those days that we are so scared that will come is now here with us, as it has to do with the opposition and the PDP. We cried, we fought, we begged that the PDP leaders stand up and rescue the party. That you have an impostor in the person of Umar Damagu and a treacherous political human being in the person of Samuel Anyanwu. PDP governors played with this. PDP stakeholders played with this. We said if the right thing is not done, that this party will disintegrate before our own very eye. That if Elese Kweme, Barnabas Gamede, Solomon La, Adamu Chiroma, and all the founding fathers of this party, that if all of them are alive today, seeing what is happening, that they will be crying, that how the once biggest opposition platform in Africa have been turned into a political dog that barks without biting. The threat that these men portend will warn of the consequences. Today, look at the state of our party. Our governors are jumping ship. Our lawmakers are jumping ship. Our senators are jumping ship. Our members are jumping ship in different parts of the country. But come to think about it. We may blame outsiders or those who have decided to work with the APC. But what about ourselves, our governors? What did the governors do categorically to resolve this problem? When IU was removed, the right thing to have been done was to convene a NEC meeting and find a replacement from North Central. When the time for NEC comes, our governors will say, it is Salah. Muslim people are traveling, let's shift it. When they come back, they say again, it is Easter. When they come back again, they say it is Christmas. When they come back again, they say it's Umrah, that people have traveled to Saudi Arabia. When they come back again, they say it is public holiday. Is this not a shameful behavior? That for 2 years, the leaders of this party could not find a solution to the problem. For 2 good years, because they have decided to sabotage the same platform that gave them whatever they have today. 2 good years, Damagu have stayed with Anyanwu to carry out a very simple task, which is to decimate the party. I listened and I saw Damagu say that our fate is in God's hands. That is rubbish and arrant statement nonsense. Damagu, why are you bringing God into this? How can our fate be in God's hand? Where was God when you refused to allow a NEC meeting for North Central to appoint an acting replacement? Where was God when you kept on shifting it? Where was God when you filed matter in court against our own PDP in support of those lawmakers who defected from PDP to APC in Rivers State, which led us to the crisis of emergency today in Rivers? Where was God when you decided to give party structures to members of the APC? Where was God when you kept on supporting the likes of Dan Obidem and all those other treacherous elements that were hell-bent on destroying the party? You now talk about our fate is in God's hands. But you gave Wike the permission to join the APC government while remaining in PDP. You are the one that is encouraging them both in death and everywhere to the camp. And you open your mouth and say, our fate is in God's hands. And you are still sitting in a position that you have no legal right to be sitting. You're a very wicked man. And it's on this point I want to alert our party members that Damagu and Anyanwu has once again perfected a new plot to ensure that the next meeting of May to ratify these issues does not hold. They also perfected a plot to ensure that the August convention is aborted if they will not be the ones to be re-elected. I need to give our party members information that they have perfected a plan, a very ridiculous one and insulting, to re-elect Umar Damagu and Anyanwu as officers of the party in August. Where that is not possible and where they cannot get a stooge, they will ensure that the convention is aborted. This is so painful. And I must also inform you that I have also confirmed that 40 lawmakers, elected on the platform of the party is going to decamp from the party in the coming weeks. Look at the state we are today. Lawmakers decamping in mass. Governors decamping in mass. Two extra governors about to decamp, I can confirm to you today. And Damagu is still sitting and saying that our fate is in God's hands. Let me call on the members of the NWC that the whole world is watching them. And if they want to be taken serious, two critical things must be done. One, the unconditional expulsion of Samuel Anyanwu and Nyesom Wike from the party. Are we cowards? No. This is the demand of stakeholders of the party. Nobody in Nigeria can take the party serious if ordinary expulsion of those who have committed to kill the party cannot be carried out by the NWC. Those who want the right thing to be done in the NWC are in majority. Convene an NWC meeting, with or without Damagu, and carry out this action. Yes, it will be turbulent at the initial stage, but we will survive it rather than allow them to stay and carry out the final decimation of the party. I am asking members of the NWC, those who are progressive, who are in majority, this is the time to act. And let me also inform you that we have uncovered again new judicial plots they have had, as usual, all at the Federal High Court. One, they have filed a case at the Federal High Court against some members of the NWC, especially Debo, our spokesperson, who have been in the vanguard of ensuring that the right thing is done. They have used one Batuba and Mohammed with the agenda of removing the National Public Secretary from office, another NWC member, through a kangaroo expert application. We uncovered this application, and I want Nigerians to pay attention to it. That as we are chasing them here, they're also running from this other side. They have filed a process at the Federal High Court with the purpose of removing the members of NWC. This Damago and Anyanwu and Pronwike group, they are not stopping, despite the damage they have done to this once glorious party. They now want to sink the entire NWC with this application they have filed, which have been assigned to Court 7 of the Federal High Court. And I wanted to bring members of the party to speed with this. They have also filed another application in court, the same Federal High Court. Why they are preaching peace? Why people are looking for peace in the Rivers issue? They have filed an application to declare the seat of the lawmakers who are pro-Fubara seat vacant. This application have also been assigned. This application was filed against Edison Ehi, Sokare, Adolphus Timothy, and Okejumbo and other people. You can see the kind of people we are dealing with. They want crisis, they want anarchy. Didn't the Supreme Court rule that everybody in that House of Assembly should go back? So why are you secretly filing another action to remove them from office? As you're also aware, that one also spared me. That also filed an application at the Federal High Court, which is before Justice Suleiman, Court 11. But one beautiful thing about this action by Anyanwu and Pronwike group, which is aimed at silencing the voices of those who are speaking up against their impunity, is that they filed this application and it was assigned. The person that filed is one SAN. And I wonder how people become SAN these days, that an SAN, JJ Usman, I don't know his name again. They filed it and it was assigned to a judge. And suddenly they feel that maybe the judge will not do their bidding. They withdrew this application. And then they refiled it again, the same issues, the same lawyer, an SAN for that matter. And it was assigned to Court 11, Justice Suleiman, where they are celebrating that with forged documents of an expulsion from the party, that they can get the court to declare my seat vacant. Have anybody heard about somebody who has not decamped, who has not left his party? Somebody will go to court and declare his seat vacant. Is it possible? No. But this Pronwike group believes that the Federal High Court is a playground where all sorts of iniquities can happen. We'll be watching them, and we'll fight them like we have fought them in the past. Let us remember, how did we get here? A man ran a presidential primary, yes, on weekend, and he lost the primary to Atiku Abubakar. They offered him VP. Later, he was not selected for whatever reason. Was he not defeated at the primary? From that particular moment, he declared war against a party that did nothing to him. Cases upon cases, injunction upon injunction from the Federal High Court, with the purpose of destabilizing the party. A party that made you a local government chairman, a party that made you a chief of staff, a party that made you a minister, a party that made you a governor. Party did not do anything to you. You removed sheriff, nobody complained. You put secondus, you remove secondus, nobody complained. You put IU, you removed IU, nobody complained. And then suddenly, you continue to hurt members of this party across different parts of the country. You can do your minister work for the ruling APC, no problem, it's your choice. You can be man enough also to join them, it's your choice. But where lies your morality and your honor to wake up and say, I will destroy an institution that made you who you are? Apart from the PDP, I've never done any other thing. So why hurt the PDP? And that is why it is paining us that leaders of this party, instead of standing up to fight, is running away. I will appeal once again to the members of the NWC. The whole country and whole party members are watching. And they want you to take one decisive action. Convene an emergency national working committee meeting. Do not wait for the governors. You can see that some of them already compromised. Call an emergency NWC meeting and expel Nyesom Wike and Anyanwu from the party. Adopt the report of the Kimi Disciplinary Committee that recommended their expulsion. If you cannot deal with these simple issues, how do you want people to take you serious that you are an opposition party? No country can function effectively without opposition. Why are you sleeping? So, part of the essence of this briefing is to alert party members that there is danger. One of that danger is the new suit they have filed to incapacitate the NWC by using an order of a Federal High Court to suspend some of its officers. And also, to inform you of the new development, that Damagu wants to seek re-election. Despite his impunity and iniquities, he wants to remain as your national chairman and ensure that all those that want to exit the party exit completely before burying the party. It is very painful, it is hurting that these issues are happening in the party. And to inform you that while they are doing that, 40 of our lawmakers has perfected their plan to decamp because of the crisis. In order to avert that, we must act now. We must deal with them. We must take control of the party to avert those left from leaving the party. And let me tell you, apart from those who want to leave in the coming weeks, there are those who are waiting to leave after August. So if we don't get the next meeting to hold in May next month, if they abort it as they have perfected plan to get another injunction, that if it does not hold, in that case we do not have a substantive national secretary as the governors are proposing, and then we do not succeed in August, September at the national convention, the remaining members of the party elected will leave the party. That means Damagu and Anyanwu have succeeded in carrying out their agenda they were hired to carry out. So let members of the party start speaking up. Let organs of the party start taking decisive decisions as the only way to save the party from complete failure. Down here, because there was no state congress, party members and leaders and organs gathered and said the party must move forward. And have communicated to me as the state leader of the party in Imo, as the only elected public officer from Imo on the party platform, that there have been change of guard, and that the new acting chairman of Imo PDP is Chief Chris Odomenam.
Yes, sir. Power. Yes, sir. Power.
With Chief Sylvester Durukwak as the state secretary.
Power, power.
And we are calling on the National Working Committee also to immediately recognize the new interim executive of Imo PDP in view of the fact that there's vacancy in Imo PDP. There was no Congress, and those even parading themselves. You can imagine one Nwachukwu Austin, somebody that ran primary in PDP, failed, ran to Labour Party. Even when they gave him all the structure in PDP, you can imagine he wrote the delegate list, but he lost the primary. That is how inconsequential he is. And then he went to Labour Party. Everybody in Labour, either you come first or second, right? But he came fourth to tell you how inconsequential he is. Now a member of Labour Party parading as the state chairman of Imo PDP, because Anyanwa and Wike say he should be the state chairman. Chris Odomena is the state chairman of Imo PDP. And Imo PDP have also ratified the earlier expulsion of Anyanwu. Anyanwu have been expelled from Imo by Imo PDP. And we want the National Working Committee to recognize this and ensure that the necessary resolution is passed in the days ahead to send these political traitors out of the party. You must show that you're a man for people to respect you. You must take the right decision for the interest of our party. Yes. Here in Imo, we don't know who Anyanwu is. We only know him as an APC agent and a political coward who has no shame, an Imo son, accepting to be the one that will bury Africa's biggest opposition party. What a shame. And that is why here in Imo, I'm communicating this decision. I have written to the NWC, and our party have taken that decision. And I'm saying it as the state leader of the party, that Chris Odomena is our acting state chairman. And the NWC must also recognize that, so that we can start the internal cleansing of in our party.
Yes,
So, in coming to conclusion, I'm bringing this briefing to an end. It's important I recap for those who are joining us. That one, the PDP is sinking, and it's sinking very fast. Two, that despite the damage they have done, they have perfected fresh plans again to ensure that the NWC is incapacitated, with multiple suits filed at the Federal High Court, especially the one also filed against the National Publicity Secretary, Debo, which is in Court 7, to ensure that they restrain with injunction in the night all NWC members, to ensure that the party have even no NWC, because they have lost majority in the NWC. And also to inform you that because of this crisis, which we all must stand up to find solution to now, that I can confirm to you that 2 more governors from our party wants to decamp, and 40 lawmakers also wants to decamp. Averting this imminent danger, which will happen in a matter of days, that the NWC must immediately rise up and summon an emergency meeting of the party with their simple majority, which they already have, with or without Damagu, to expel Anyanwu, the political traitor, from the party, and also ratify the removal of Damagu by appointing a non-central person as the acting substantive national chairman of our party. This is not difficult. NWC, this is not difficult. Do this before what is left goes away. And also to adopt the report of the Kimi report, completely suspending and removing Anyanwu from the party. And also the expulsion of Nyesom Wike from the party. Are you people not men? Somebody has vowed to bury the party and have not done anything. And if NWC fails to act, the consequences is that those remaining, they are going to do what? Go. And nothing will be left of the party. And also to inform you that those multiple applications even extends to me at Court 11 to declare my seat vacant with forged documents at the same Federal High Court. They have gone there again. We are fighting, but the whole world must know because these men have no shame. And that the PDP did not do any wrong to them. They decided to hold the party because of their stomach. So let those governors who are still committed rise up and ensure that the right thing is done. And I want to question the rationale behind the appointment of Governor Fintri as chairman of the convention committee. Is it that this convention has been designed to fail even before starting? Because of his loyalty and support to Damagu and Wike, can Fintri conduct a national convention that can lead PDP to rebuilding itself? It's going to be very difficult unless he has repented. So with all due respect to him, we do not have confidence that he can lead us to a successful convention. But I'm begging the NWC members to take this decisive step, or else these 40 lawmakers that have confided in me are going to live in mass in the coming days. And the remaining 2 governors are going to also leave. So the only way to show that you are serious is to take control of the party. Discipline Damagu and appoint a substantive chairman from North Central. Expel Nyesom Wike from the party. And throw Samuel Anyanwu from the window by expelling him. Then you have shown that you are ready to be taken serious. Right now, nobody can take the PDP serious.
There is something that makes me come into your presence, my helper. There is something that makes me come into your presence, my helper, my helper, my helper, my helper. There is something that makes me come into your presence, my helper.
In same mood of conclusion, let me also call on the federal government once again to come to the rescue of the people of Idato. The erosion has cut through almost all major towns in Uruala. Site 1, Site 2, Site 3, Ozuome community and all parts of Uruala. That erosion has moved to Umueshi, Amanato, it has cut off that place. That erosion has moved to Oboduku and Isiokbo. Homes, are falling inside the gully erosion in Isiokbo. Please, federal government, especially Ministry of Works and Environment, Isiokbo, Oboduku, Uruala, Amanato, Umueshi is in urgent need for help. Come to the rescue of our people. And we appreciate the one already done in Umuchima. But we're asking that these ones in Uruala, Isiokbo, Oboduku, Amanato, Umueshi is more dangerous than the one of Umuchima. Come to the aid of our people.
I got the sorrow money in the boy, I got the sorrow money in the boy,
Honorable Chris, Odemen, are you here? Chris, are you here? Okay, let him come. Okay. Yes, this is Honorable Chris Odomena, the acting state chairman of Imo PDP. decision was taken by the entire stakeholders of Imo PDP because there was no Congress in Imo and there's no leadership in Imo. What we have is house boys of Anyanwu who think they can continue to carry out Wike's interests in Imo State. And Chris and his people have ratified the expulsion of Anyanwu from the party. Yes, we in Imo does not know him. And we want Abuja to also be bold and courageous enough to adopt the Kimi report and throw Anyanwu from the window. So let me end by thanking you all for coming to this briefing and thanking our leaders for standing firm with us. Together, we continue the struggle for a stronger and united PDP that will be a platform that can give all of us opportunity to continue to aspire. And also to thank the members of the NWC who have been courageous enough, fighting night and day. The treasurer, the financial secretary, the PRO, and other leaders of the party who have been working so hard to continue and complete this task by taking those bold actions you have decided. PDP! Power to the people! PDP! Power to the people!
Amekele nwa anyị nwoke anyị zigara Abuja o meju anyị o metara ya ọfụma ọ wekwa ya is a man who defends democracy to the last ọ na-achọ mmegbu onye ọbụla n'ihi nke ahụ ndị Imo ka ekele gị ojozi ndị Imo the leader we have the capacity leader in Imo State. The only man who can come out and tell you what he tell in the morning, tell it after he tell it in the evening. He's no other person that he can Imo. Ojozi Ndimo Skankelegi. For you to be fighting for democracy till today, Yoma Gerugaka, Iga Ujongo, Iga Draindo, Imo Gaganihu, PDP Gaganihu, Ebunome Adine Makakegiwa Gadrainama. Oga do tabana kenna n'aka Ọkpara na nke Mmụọ Nsọ.
Hello? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chris Odemenam, the acting state chairman of Imo PDP, and other leaders of Imo PDP who are here, who came here with you, and also to thank our people who came out despite the weather to stand with us, and our leaders, and our traditional leaders and chiefs and Akajofo who are also here with us, and religious leaders. And for those who have been asking me about the fake news, we are still in PDP. We will continue to fight until the next meeting of May, and also, more importantly, that of the Convention of August. And if these traitors are not chased away from the party, if they continue to have their way, then we may reconsider our membership of the party. Ekelela monu. Idatokelenu! Idatokelenu! Idatokelezonu! Thank you all for coming.
Let us put our hands together for Ikenga Ugochie. Let's clap our hands together, please. Let's put our hands together. We can do better than that. We can now quietly go back to our seats. Please, let's quietly go back to our seats, please. Everybody go to your seat. 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 Everybody go to your seat.
You've been watching a press briefing taking place at Imo State, and we've been listening to submissions from a member of the House of Representatives, Ikenga Ugochinyere, and by his submission, he is the state leader for the PDP Imo State as well. He stated all the matters that are going on with the PDP in terms of the decamping of Okowa and the current governor of Delta State, and he stated the need for an emergency NWC meeting and the need to expel Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike. He states that if the PDP is to be taken seriously as the opposition, there's need for this move. And he also made mention that there are moves being made to incapacitate the NWC of the PDP. Also made the call or sounded the alarm that two more PDP governors and 40 lawmakers have firmed up plans to defect from the party. That and many more were stated by Ugochinyere, and of course he said that he will continue to fight for democracy and to ensure that the PDP does not go extinct. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, Newsday continues shortly.
Looks like someone forgot something.
Hey, Captain Excellence! Huh? What's wrong?
You left the light on, EVA. What do you think happens when no one's in the room but the light is still on?
Huh? Why is that a big deal?
When you leave the light on, even when you're not here, it wastes energy. Think of it like pouring water into a cup that's already full. It's just going to spill out.
But it's just one light bulb. Does it really matter that much?
Yes, it does. If everyone does their part turning off the lights when they're not needed, we save a lot of energy. Every little bit helps.
Okay. So, if we all do it, we can make a big difference.
And there's more. These energy-saving bulbs give you the same light but use less power. They last longer too.
That's so cool. We should tell our parents to switch to those. Aha! And we can remind them to turn off lights when we are not using them.
One small action a day can make a big difference for life.
Mom, Dad, guess what? We can save a lot of money by using energy-saving bulbs and turning off lights when we don't need them.
Yeah, Captain Excellent taught us. Wasting the energy makes electricity bill higher.
Really? How does that work?
Energy-saving bulbs use less electricity. And if we turn off the lights, TVs, and fans when we're done, we'll save even more.
I never thought of it like that. Switching bulbs and turning things off, it could save us a lot of money.
And it's better for the environment, right?
Exactly! Less wasted energy means less pollution.
Good thinking, girls. We'll buy those energy-saving bulbs tomorrow. And from now on, we'll all remember to turn things off.
Good job, energy heroes!
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary earners.
Thanks for staying tuned to Rise News. I'm Cynthia Arre. This is Newsday.
And I'm Omobolanle Adishi. We'll bring you more stories from Tanzania, where the country has imposed a ban on agricultural imports from Malawi and South Africa in retaliation for similar trade restrictions. Agriculture Minister Hussein Bashi announced the move after both countries failed to lift their bans on Tanzanian goods. Malawi had recently blocked imports from Tanzanian products like maize flour, rice, and bananas, while South Africa banned banana imports. Tanzania will also hold fertilizer exports to Malawi and restrict transit of agricultural goods through its territory. Despite the sanctions, talks to resolve the dispute will continue. All three nations are members of the Southern African Development Community, SADC.
Tunisian authorities have set fire to tents housing sub-Saharan African migrants, continuing their efforts to clear informal camps near Sfax. These migrants, aiming for Italy, but stranded by tighter sea controls, had resided in olive groves for nearly 2 years. Since April 4th, around 7,300 migrants have been displaced. National Guard spokesman, that's Hussein Eddin Jebabil, stated that Tunisia aims to prevent becoming a settlement or transit point for irregular migrants and is coordinating voluntary repatriation for other nations and NGOs. Local residents had expressed concerns about the camps. Tunisia signed an EU deal last year to address irregular migration. President Kais Saied urged the IOM to accelerate voluntary returns. The IOM has facilitated over 2,300 returns this year, significantly more than the previous years.
In other news, the United Nations Human Rights Chief has strongly condemned the conviction of approximately 40 Tunisian opposition figures. High Commissioner Volker Turk stated that the trial the trial process was marred by violations of fair trial and due process rights, raising serious concerns about political motivations. The Tunisian court on Saturday sentenced the defendants to between 13 and 66 years on charges including conspiracy against state security. Those convicted include prominent critics of President Kais Saied, opposition leaders, lawyers, and business people, some already detained or living in exile. Lawyers for the accused have called the trial fabricated and intend to appeal. Turk urged Tunisia to avoid using national security and counterterrorism laws to suppress dissent and restrict civic space. He also expressed concern over the arrest of a defense lawyer involved in the case. Turk demanded that all defendants' rights to due process and a fair trial be guaranteed during the appeal and called for an end to political persecution in Tunisia.
Now, Congo and Rwanda are set to sign a peace and economic development agreement in Washington aiming to ease tensions after recent advances by Rwandan-backed M23 rebels in eastern Congo. The deal expected to be signed alongside U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio as part of a broader diplomatic effort to restore stability and attract investment. Violence has surged since January, with Rwanda accused of supporting M23, claims that it denies. The U.S. and Qatar have both offered to mediate as Washington eyes Congo's vast mineral resources, including copper, cobalt, and lithium, crucial for tech and electric vehicle industries.
Still in the DRC, residents of Goma are reacting to a landmark joint statement by the government and M23 rebels agreeing to halt fighting as they pursue a permanent truce. After months of intense clashes, the announcement offers a glimmer of hope for communities caught in the conflict. The ceasefire comes amid diplomatic efforts, including a planned peace deal between Congo and Rwanda aimed to restore stability in the region. However, many remain cautious, with previous ceasefires often collapsing amid renewed violence.
A sigh of relief for us, the inhabitants of Goma, the capital of North Kivu, where the M23 has set up its headquarters since the fall of the city. A few days ago, we heard that there might be disagreements between the two sides in Doha, and we who live here wonder, will we continue to suffer the ravages of war, the financial crisis, the economic crisis, and growing insecurity? You know, it's not easy to live under a rebel regime. But when we think that there will be a peace agreement and a truce that will be observed, it's at least a sign of hope.
The Congolese government must remain vigilant, as the M23 has a habit of taking advantage of talks to occupy new territories. When a truce is announced, they advance. The government must adopt the same strategy.
We want negotiations to continue and common ground to be found because we are tired of war. We do not want war anymore. We want dialogue to continue so that peace can return.
Now, Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, has confirmed that one of its staff members was shot dead by a uniformed attacker in Masisi, eastern DRC. Another MSF worker was also killed recently during clashes between M23 rebels and pro-government militia. The humanitarian group reports 15 security incidents involving its teams in the region since January. Fighting has intensified in North Kivu province since M23 forces captured key cities including Goma and Bukavu. MSF officials warn that insecurity is worsening across North and South Kivu, with civilians and aid workers increasingly caught in the violence.
In a related development, at least 10 people have died after a gold mine collapsed in eastern DRC, South Kivu province. The region is under the control of M23 rebels who blamed the incident on poor maintenance and unsafe mining practices. Authorities warned the death toll could rise due to multiple injuries. Mining accidents are common in Congo, particularly at small-scale artisanal sites. The collapse comes as Congo's government and M23 rebels pledged to work towards peace following talks in Qatar, offering a rare signal of hope amid ongoing conflict driven by control over the country's vast mineral resources.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has praised Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky for agreeing to an unconditional ceasefire to pave the way for peace talks with Russia. During Zelensky's first visit to South Africa, Ramaphosa reaffirmed his country's commitment to supporting a peaceful resolution to the three-year conflict. He revealed recent talks with both Russian President Vladimir Putin and U.S. President Donald Trump, stressing the urgent need to end the war. Zelensky called for global unity to pressure Moscow and handed Ramaphosa a list of 400 Ukrainian children held in Russia. The visit signals a shift in Pretoria's stance as South Africa offers to mediate peace efforts.
To South Africa now, where Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says he will not resign after scrapping a planned VAT increase despite opposition calls for him to step down. Speaking in Washington at the IMF and World Bank meetings, Godongwana defended the unpopular proposal, which aimed to boost revenue but threatened coalition stability amid rising living costs. The U-turn leaves a 75 billion rand gap in budget, forcing a revision of South Africa's fiscal framework. Credit agencies like S&P Global will closely watch the outcome, as a credible plan could secure the country's first rating upgrade in 20 years.
Now, calls for nationwide protests by Ivory Coast's main opposition party drew only a few hundred supporters after its candidate Tijani Thiam was barred from October's presidential election. Police blocked access to the courts in Abidjan and Bouaké, warning against unrest. Thiam was disqualified after a court ruled he lost Ivorian nationality when he became a French citizen in 1987. The decision cannot be appealed. Thiam, currently in France, insists his party won't back another candidate vowing to challenge the ruling at ECOWAS. Tensions are rising ahead of the vote, with several opposition figures already excluded, sparking concerns over Ivory Coast's democratic stability.
I call on the international community. They will not validate an election in Ivory Coast without Tijani Thiam. They will not validate an election here without Tijani Thiam, and I call on the international community to follow everything that is happening in Ivory Coast. Nothing is going well in Ivory Coast. We cannot express ourselves, we cannot speak, we are in a dictatorship. A dictatorship country, it's not normal. We want to march, look at everything they have set up. They have brought out the uniformed bodies to intimidate us.
Let everyone go to the elections. They always tell us that the opposition is afraid. They just keep singing that from every platform. But if the opposition is afraid, let them go to the elections. You exclude all of them, then who will you go to the elections with? So, what we are asking for today is justice. That's it. It's about reinstating President Thiam's name on the electoral list, and then we'll see what happens, whether we're afraid or not. That's all we are asking for. We are mobilized today to show the Ivorian nation, to the eyes of the whole world, that the activists of the PDCI-RDA are mobilized. The activists of the PDCI-RDA are ready and support President Tijani Thiam.
Today, we want Tijani Thiam's candidacy, because he is the one Badai entrusted to us before he died. He is the one Houphouët Boigny entrusted to Badai. We want Tijani Thiam's candidacy to come and bring harmony to the Ivorians, to come and restore order in our country, because today our country is disrupted. We don't know where we stand anymore. Enough is enough.
Still in Africa, Morocco's King Mohammed VI has approved a $10.3 billion rail expansion project, including a new high-speed line to Marrakesh by 2030. The plan supports Morocco's preparations to co-host the 2030 World Cup with Spain and Portugal, while boosting its growing rail industry. The 430-kilometer line will connect Kenitra to Marrakesh, cutting travel time between Tangier and Marrakesh by 2 hours. State rail operator ONCF has also signed deals to buy 168 trains from France, Spain, and South Korea. By 2040, Morocco aims to double its rail network, reaching 43 cities and covering 87% of its population.
Now, Egypt's Foreign Minister Badir Abdelati met with his Italian counterpart, that's Antonio Tajani, in Cairo, where both reaffirmed their commitment to a stable and unified Libya. The ministers called for parliamentary and presidential elections to take place as soon as possible to resolve the ongoing political crisis in the North African nation. Libya has faced years of instability and division since the fall of Muammar Gaddafi in 2011, with repeated delays in planned elections. Egypt and Italy stressed the importance of a political solution to restore peace and unity in the country.
I came here to Cairo to reiterate to President al-Sisi and Minister Abdelati Italy's full support for the Egyptian mediation to reach an agreement for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. I told them both, al-Sisi and Abdelati, that we are ready to do everything necessary to facilitate a ceasefire that puts an end to the suffering of the Palestinian people and the suffering of the Israeli people, and also the release of the hostages. I reiterated Italy's commitment to Somalia. We will continue to be present with our military mission. I reiterated Italy's commitment throughout Northern Africa, in the sub-Saharan region. We want to work to continue to collaborate with Libya to find a solution that leads to the unity of the country and perhaps to hold elections as soon as possible as requested and desired by the United Nations.
Parliamentary and presidential elections must be held simultaneously in Libya as soon as possible. We completely reject any foreign troops presence in Libya, and it is necessary to dismantle the militias to achieve security and stability in Libya.
To Ethiopia now, where central bank expects inflation to fall to 10% in the next financial year, the lowest in a decade. Central Bank Chief Mamo Miretu credited the government reform program supported by a $3.4 billion IMF deal for stabilizing the economy. After years of inflation hovering around 30%, rates dropped to 13% in March. Speaking at the IMF and World Bank meetings in Washington, Miretu also forecasted a doubling of export and a 25% rise in remittances. He noted that Ethiopia's foreign currency reserves have tripled since reforms began, easing pressure on the country's economy.
Al-Shabaab militants have captured the town of Wargadi in central Somalia after fierce clashes with government troops and allied forces. The strategic town in Middle Shabelle controls a key road linking Mogadishu to Galmudug state. Now, while Somalia's government claims it repelled the attack and killed over 40 militants, military sources confirm the town fell after heavy fighting, leaving 12 allied fighters dead. Backed by airstrikes, government forces reportedly recaptured parts of Wargadi by mid-morning. Now, the assault is part of al-Shabaab's renewed offensive, raising concerns about the group's advances as international security support for Somalia faces uncertainty.
Meanwhile, rising diplomatic tensions between Benin and its junta-led neighbors, Niger and Burkina Faso, have created a security vacuum now exploited by jihadist groups. Northern Benin has seen a surge in deadly attacks, including one last week that killed 54 soldiers, claimed by al-Qaeda-linked militants. Analysts warn that limited cooperation with Niger and Burkina Faso, who accuse Benin of hosting Western military bases, has weakened regional security efforts. While the Sahel's junta alliance focuses on internal operations, countries like Benin face growing threats. Experts say without cross-border collaboration, jihadist groups will continue expanding along Benin's porous borders.
2 years after Kenyan athletics star Agnes Tirop was murdered, the prime suspect, her husband, was released on bail and has since disappeared, fueling criticism of Kenya's handling of gender-based violence. Activists say Tirop's case highlights systemic failures as femicide cases surge across the country. The Silencing Women Project recorded 170 femicides last year in just 10 counties, and that marks Kenya's deadliest year for women. Despite dedicated gender violence, courts and police reforms cases remain slow, with victims often left unprotected. Critics blame negligence and lack of political will as protests and vigils continue amid growing fears for women's safety.
In other news, the United Nations has warned that Western Sudan's Zamzam displacement camp has almost emptied after paramilitary forces seized control. Once home to over 400,000 people, thousands are now fleeing famine and violence, seeking refuge in areas like El Fasher and Tawila. Satellite images show widespread fires, with reports that fighters are blocking some residents from escaping. Sudan's war between the army and rapid support forces has created one of the world's worst displacement and hunger crises since it began in April 2023. Famine, first declared in Zamzam, is now spreading to other camps near the besieged North Darfur capital.
In Watch News, they've got plenty more still ahead, including Africa's richest man joins a global push to boost investment and jobs in emerging markets. Details after the break. Stay with us.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2025, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary and
How far, Niger? Welcome to the Glow Cafe app. Come in. Because it's time for an upgrade. Your own personal Glow Cafe app open 24/7. Welcome to bigger, better, smarter. Welcome to total control of your data, your airtime. Mom, I'll call you back. How you buy? I'll send you data. How you share and how you recharge. Movies, gaming, music, all in one place. Welcome to More Valley. Download the upgraded Glow Cafe app and get more data. Get 100% recharge bonus and get a massive 100 gigabytes data bonus when you register. Want it all? Download all this into this.
Unlimited. Our major currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spray the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian. Do not abuse the Naira.
What will banking look like in the future? For over a century, we've been growing to meet the needs of an ever-changing world, delivering unique solutions to help our customers reach increasingly bigger dreams. innovating to create an exciting new world of convenience and freedom, where what you can achieve is only limited by your imagination. Opening up new, more inclusive channels for commerce. Empowering a new generation to reach beyond their dreams and grow into the giants they were always meant to be. We're helping to create a future where the possibilities are infinite, the opportunities borderless, and where the world looks up to Africa. Let's awaken the giant in you. You first. First Bank.
You're still watching Newsday. Glad to have you back. The president and chief executive of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has been appointed to the World Bank's Private Sector Investment Lab, joining a select group of local business leaders tasked with driving investment and job creation in emerging economies. In 2023, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, co-chaired the Private Sector Investment Lab, which focused on attracting £1 trillion in sustainable investment to support the energy transition in emerging markets. In a statement confirming his acceptance, Dangote reaffirmed his commitment to fostering sustainable economic growth through private sector-led investment, noting the transformative potential of such initiatives in developing markets. The World Bank announced Dangote's appointment on Wednesday as part of a broader expansion of its private sector investment lab, which now enters a new phase aimed at scaling up solutions to attract private capital and create jobs in the developing world.
Vice President Kashim Shettima says the inauguration of the Ports and Customs Efficiency Committee would improve efficiency and reduce cargo dwell time, as well as enhance transparency and accountability in port operations and improve coordination among stakeholders and improved customer-centric focus. Shettima, who led the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council and the Nigerian Ports Authority during the inauguration on Thursday in Lagos, said federal government is determined to sustainably improve efficiencies in port operations and service delivery. He was represented by the DG of Pebble, that's Princess Zara Aldu, who explained that the inauguration of the Ports and Customs Efficiency Committee was an initiative aimed at infusing greater efficiency and improved service delivery.
Window, the level of investment that's going into the ports, the level of investment too that's going into the customs. Mr. President understands that this is a high income generating area. Nigeria we need all our income right now. We're not looking at it just for income generation, but of course an improved service experience. We cannot also shy away from the fact that AFTA is something that Nigeria has to key into, and it is our opportunity to take our rightful place as the giants of Africa that we have been shouting about.
Single window is something that we are copying from somewhere. The port community system also is the technology, the software, the hardware is also something else. So to that extent, what we are doing is pop and proper. So but this kind of engagement will allow us to be able to explain better and also make it more elaborate so that people can understand the engagement there. And happily, like I said, Mr. President had already the contract for the national single window, and I think before, the time for the completion of the project will be 12 months. So I think maybe by mid next year, something will be in the open for
our functions have to be clarified. This will go a long way in preventing overlap. We also have to strengthen anti-corruption measures, implement transparent e-payment systems. We have done a lot of automation in the customs, but at the same time we have to tell ourselves the truth that officers and other workers will always want manual or human contact. We have to put measures in place to eliminate those, and we have to be very serious and committed about that.
To Rivers State now, where leaders of the Simplified Movement in Ahoada East local government have appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to reinstate Governor Siminalayi Fubara and other elected officials. Speaking in Port Harcourt, the group spokesman, Elder Napoleon Okoro, emphasized the need for sustained good governance in the state. The leaders believe Governor Fubara's leadership has been effective and should be allowed to continue. They expressed concerns about the potential consequences of his absence and urged the president to intervene. The appeal highlights the ongoing support for Fubara's administration and the desire for stability in the state.
We, the entire members of the Simplified Movement, World 12 Ahoada East Local Government of Rivers State for World Conference, 23rd of April 2025. We are here, the World 12 is totally condemned the state of emergency in Rivers State that suspended the democratically elected governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Joseph Fubara, the GSSRS. In the same view, we call on the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to immediately restate him our governor. The Rivers people should set aside their differences. Our priority now are peace, development as a way forward. Our governor is a very good man that have Rivers people first at his heart.
He's the president of Nigeria. We are expecting him to do the needful, which is following the rule of law. So what has happened in Rivers State, by the suspension of our governor, is unconstitutional. He knows it, everybody knows it. But he has done it, and we are calling on him to follow the process of law and reinstate our governor so that governance can take place here. Because the man who is administering over Rivers State today is not known to us. We didn't give him our mandate, and because it's not known by law, he is also not doing what he's supposed to do there. That's why he went ahead to go against the Supreme Court ruling that said that administrators should not be appointed or persons shouldn't be appointed to oversee the affairs of council. But because he's not known by law, he's going ahead to violate a whole lot of court rulings and all that. So, Mr. President, we call on you today to quickly reinstate our governor so that the people of Rivers State can actually get the true governance that they deserve.
You're watching News. We've got plenty more still ahead. Stay with us.
Connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
Just in, a precious cultural artifact is currently being returned to Lagos, Nigeria. Experts confirm that the piece, which bears a striking resemblance to the Benin bronze head, is on its way back as we speak.
Following an extended period of absence, the historic artifact returns home.
Yeah, touchdown na Anyanako. Young way, Mampa Nyonko. The boy looking like $1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, this is back to base. Yeah, touchdown. Young way, mampa, the boy looking like a million.
Abadi nko ṣe tí o bá ṣe kò sí tẹ́lẹ̀ kankan lè fi wá ṣe. Bàbá Lẹ́gùn bàbá wa ó jó tí ò jó mọ́ kò jó mọ́ náà.
Adéyìnfẹ́ sí wọn ló ṣe é.
Ṣé kí ni?
Kógun já àwọn èèyàn mi sọ ọdọ́gbọ́n fún mi ni.
Thank you for staying with us on Newsday. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has summoned the 6 chairmen of the area councils and the leadership of the Nigerian Union of Teachers in the FCT for a meeting to find lasting solutions to the strike by primary school teachers over unresolved welfare issues. The minister described the situation as, quote, very unfortunate and questioned the integrity of the FCT area council chairman. He said the chairman failed to pay the teachers their entitlement despite receiving approved funds meant for that purpose. He appealed to the NUT for patience, assuring them that the matter will be resolved soon.
It's unfortunate, but we have to tell ourselves the simple truth. The area council chairman, after I have approved money to be sent to them for them to be able to pay the teachers, were unable to do that. In fact, I got a report yesterday, and I'm able to summon all of them. You see, that's the problem we have in this country. By the time you apply the big stick now, people will be saying all kinds of things. I don't know why people don't have conscience that these are teachers who take care of our children, and you are happy that you are not paying them their salary. This is primary school teachers, those are the school teachers. You know the responsibility of the councils. They are in charge of the primary schools. So I have summoned them to a meeting, also continue to appeal to NUT to give you some time that this will be sorted out.
We now take you live to Okporoza in Delta State, where celebrations are in full swing for the Amase Kumo Festival. This vibrant cultural event brings together the Ijaw people to honor their rich heritage and traditions. For the next 2 hours, stay with us as we showcase the colorful displays, music, and ceremonies live from the heart of Gbaramatu Kingdom.
Afternoon here in Okporoza, the headquarters of Gbaramatu Kingdom, Warri Southwest local government area of Delta State. Now, we are here for the annual festival. It is called... It is the grand finale, actually, of the Amasekumo Festival happening here in Oporosa, the headquarters of Baramatu Kingdom. My name is Ofieteme George. Welcome. It's an ancient town, but it is agog with activities here as people have come from far and wide to come and celebrate with the people. It represents peace, unity, the diversity of the people. Here, it is a melting pot of a potpourri of activities. My name is Ofieteme George once again, and I'm doing this with Joseph McPepple.
I am in absolute awe of the grandeur that is what this represents here at this festival. I can see a lot of happy faces, people representing their different cultures coming out here today to represent what has been established since the ages of their forefathers. Since 1480, the Baramatu Kingdom, Oporosa town, has been celebrating this festival. Like you said, it represents peace and unity. It is the tip of the iceberg of what the cultural heritage that the Niger Delta possesses, and it is on blatant display today.
Well, a lot of dignitaries have come to witness this festival. I did say earlier, it is the grand finale. Well, Nigeria's Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Oil, Senator Heineken Lukobri is here. Of course, the member representing Sagbama Ekeremo Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Frederick Yetiemone Agbedi, is also here. We have the host, we call him the host, Julius Pondi, and a lot of representatives in the National Assembly, the House of Reps, and also the Senate. It's beautiful to see people come here to celebrate with the people.
Of course, we will be speaking to them much later, and they will tell us what this ceremony, this festival means to them. And I look forward to that. I look forward to that.
Well, we'd like to read from it. The Amasekumo Festival is one of the ancient traditional celebrations handed down by ancestors of Ijaw land, yes, to be observed annually by the people of Baramatu clan, the kingdom, by the founding fathers. But this goes beyond that. We're looking at Nigeria today. It's a time of turbulence, particularly in the northern part of the country, where headers are perpetrating violence, people are dying. Now, the Niger Delta has had its own fair share of unsettlement and disturbances, militancy, but this time, things have changed. We're looking at the post-amnesty era, and so the people come to celebrate. We want this peace to be lasting in the Niger Delta region.
I think this festival is a unifying factor, because earlier I saw cultural groups from different states, different cultures from various states away from the Niger Delta, but in Nigeria, they are also here. And that is what the unifying power of this festival, that's what it represents. Different people from various states have come out here today to also celebrate with the Oporosa Baramatu people, and that is the unifying tendencies of this festival. It indeed speaks that the Niger Delta is safe at this time. That is what it shows.
Okay. Amasekumo, as the name implies, means good living, peace, unity, prosperity, and protection to the people of the communities in Baramatu clan. Now, by extension, the Izo Nation. Well, let's also remind our viewers that a prominent citizen of this country lives here. They call him the General Officer Commanding GOC. His name is Government Ekpempolo, popularly called Tompolo. Now he has helped to put this together, to bring the Izo Nation together, to celebrate peace, unity, prosperity, and more. We should be seeing this often in other parts of Ijaw Nation.
Of course, we must replicate festivals like this in other parts of the Niger Delta, so the people can come out, one, taste what the ones who have come before them, their forebears, to transfer this knowledge of their traditional heritage down to the upcoming generation as a way to preserve them and then tell the tales of who they truly are, trace themselves back to their roots, and then, just exemplify what these festivals around Nigeria represents.
Well, usually the period of Amasekuma Festival was observed between the month of January and February yearly in Okporosa town, the natural headquarters of Baramatu Kingdom. It serves as a center and venue for the yearly celebration of the Amasekuma Festival. We're giving you more information and background to the celebration. Okay, during the period of the festival, it is mandatory that all the communities in Baramatu Kingdom attend and also take active part in the celebrations. Amasekuma Festival itself is a combination of several masquerades. So we'll be seeing a lot of masquerades here. Well, just coming into the arena now is the Managing Director of Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, Chief Kestin Pondi. We also have Julius Pondi, who is also in the House of Representatives. So, if music be the food of love, play on. This is the Amasekuma Festival 2025. My name is Obieteme George, it's Joseph McPembo, and we are here to witness the activities, and we'll be right back.
It's in vain we acknowledge the presence of His Royal Majesty Okpara the First, the Obi of Ilu Kingdom, all the way from Isoko. Thank you very much, Your Majesty, for your presence. Gradually winding to the climax of this event, and as the grand entrance of our massive ball, the mother masquerades to this arena. We also acknowledge members of the Baramatu Traditional Council of Chiefs, recognizing the foremost among them, Chief W. Africa CON, the Bolowi of Baramatu Kingdom, as well as his counterpart, the Kiwi of Baramatu Kingdom, Chief Ambassador Oscar Minikama JP. Masiko Festival dates back to antiquity. It's as old as the Paramount Kingdom. Members of the National Assembly, once again, many thanks to you. Members of the Federal Executive Council, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, his counterpart of Aviation and Aerospace Development, as well as that of Youth Development. We acknowledge you, our dear honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chairman and CEO of Tory Group of Companies, who came in all the way from France. We acknowledge your presence. Also recognizing Honorable Chief Prince Iman Ahmadova. He was the Vice Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, but I don't know, with this avalanche of defection, I am not preoccupied with his current position right now. Beautiful downstairs. Wonderful ladies. This is the pure cultural heritage in display here.
Amaseikumo Festival in Oporoza, headquarters of Baramatu Kingdom. Well, it's a potpourri of cultural activities, if you like, the melting pot. We have Alfred J. King Izoimbi performing, so that's the sound you hear in the background. Well, to talk to us now is the Speaker of the Bayelsa House of Assembly, Right Honorable Abraham Ingobere. Of course, welcome to Amaseikumo 2025. Now tell us, they say it represents peace, unity, prosperity. What does it really mean to you to be coming here every year to celebrate with the people of this own nation?
Well, thank you very much. This is the second time I've been here to witness this occasion. For us to gather here as Izos, the Baramatu people coming together to celebrate the Amaseikumo Festival. I've seen this festival as a festival that brought the people together. We are here together, cutting across the Niger Delta State. We have people from Ondo State, we have people from Bayelsa, we have people from River State, we have from Akwa Ibom and Cross River. Today we are here gathered, celebrating with the Baramatu people. They are showing the culture, what they inherited from their ancestors. And it's a good thing to see that you identify with your people. This unifies the people. All the clans are here together celebrating the Amaseikumo Festival. That's to show you that we are one entity, we are one people, the Joe people, having a common tradition. And here we are celebrating in Baramatu, in Oporoza. It's a great thing, it's a thing to be emulated by other clans far from Baramatu. Here we are gathered, it's a peaceful celebration. We are grateful to be part of this occasion. And I want to send a message that our younger ones who are coming up should identify where they come from. And without identifying where you come from, how people recognize you are part of Nigeria. As Izos, here we have identified ourselves as a job people, And it's a good thing we are here together. I want to sincerely appreciate the organizing team for putting all this together, the royal majesty of this kingdom, who have taken this pain to call Nigerians together to celebrate this day. Thank you, and God bless you for organizing this occasion for the job people.
Thank you, Right Honorable Abraham Ingobere, Speaker, Bayelsa State House of Assembly. Thank you very much. Well, somebody has been dancing for some time now. His name is Friedrich Yetiemone Agbedi, Bayelsa West, in other words, representing the people of Sagbama, Ekeremo Federal Constituency. Okay, sir. You can see Sagbama Ekeremo Federal Constituency representative Fred Agbedi is dancing with some visitors from the House of Reps from the northern part of this country. I'll give them some time and I'll go straight to the interviews. Okay. We are waiting for funding. Well, okay, at this point in time, I'd like to speak with the member representing Sagbama Ekeremo Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Friedrich Yetiemone Agbedi. Well, I have a lot of journalists here trying to get this interview. Your friends have come from far and near, some are from the north. What does Amase Kumo represent besides peace, prosperity, and unity?
Amase Kumo represents a cultural heritage, a cultural festival of the Ijaw people, of the Gbaramatu clan, of the Gbaramatu kingdom, of the Oproza people, of the Zone nation that is being celebrated every year. And because cultural heritage is an important and integral part of living and of life and of a nation building and nationhood, the Ijaw people have decided that in promoting the Amase Kumo Festival, we will invite all our colleagues, our friends, our brothers, our sisters, businessmen, investors, officials of government, and all private individuals to come celebrate this festival. Because the Ijaw nation, the Amase Kumo Festival has become a global tourist destination. And here with me are members of government, particularly from the House of Representatives, over 40 people from the House of Representatives, counting from Borno State to Yobe State, to Kano State, to Kaduna State, to Lagos State, Plateau State, Bauchi State, Edo State, the Imo State, Anambra State, Cross River State.
Thank you. It's enough. It's enough.
So the entire spectrum across the nation, I've come from the House of Representatives to celebrate this festival with Gbaramatu Kingdom, with Oproza people, with the Ijaw nation. That this, and Bayelsa House of Assembly, you can see on my right, is the Speaker and leadership and members of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly and other government officials that are here. This festival has become a tourist destination. This festival has become a global instrument for tourist attraction. And so you can see that the House of Representatives, that is the House of the people, that are concerned with what concerns their constituents, that are concerned with what concerns Nigerians, that are available for whatever that concerns Nigerians, are here in their numbers, representing Mr. Speaker and other members of the House of Representatives to say that this is a global festival and we should celebrate it. Thank you.
I would like to speak with at least two of them from the... No. Okay, well, sir, you have to introduce yourself, sir.
Well, I'm Barrister. I'm Barrister Okejo Onakals. Barrister Okejo Onakals. I represent Oshodi Solon, Federal Constituency, Lagos. Well, what a wonderful place to be. Nigeria has not exploited 2% of their tourist attraction. So this is a heavens of tourism for Nigerians. So it brings some opportunities for Nigerians to be exposed to areas where we'll be able to inform our cultural heritage. And secondly, having gone through the waters, I saw a lot of opportunities in the riverine that we'll be able to explore in the area of tourism. So this is a potential that will bring more dividends and more profit to Nigeria. So the more we do it, the more we'll be able to accomplish it. That's a great place to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to take your colleague also. Sir, you're looking at the camera. Please introduce yourself and talk about the tourism potentials of the Amasekumo Festival.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Honorable Jafar Uleko, and I represent the very good people of Bogoro. That's Tafa Balea from Bauchi State. You know, as you can see, House of Reps promote unity, and that is why we're here. Almost all the 37 states are represented here, because any society without culture, that society is not a society. So we are here to support culture, to promote peace, and to promote brothership to one another. That is why we are here to support our colleagues from Delta State.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your full name and then your...
Yeah, my name is Right Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga. I represent the good people of Isukwato and Umundochi Federal Constituency. I'm from Abia State. Yeah, today we are here to celebrate our people, the people's culture, because as House of Rep, we believe that the custom of the people matters, because House of Rep is people's house, and that is why we have come to Paramatu today to celebrate with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've spoken to a lot of persons from the House of Representatives, from the South, from the East, the West. Now, there is a grand entrance of the masquerade, a significant aspect of the Amasekumo Festival. So, we have to go and see what it's going to do there, led by Government Ekpempolo, popularly called Tompolo.
Please, let's reduce the rowdiness. floor should be standing, please. Let's reduce the rowdiness. Allow the Royal Majesties to be entertained with the beautiful dance steps. All those that are crowding there, please. If you have no business doing there, please clear the aisle. Allow the media to have a clear coverage of this event, please. Reduce the crowdiness, please. Too many people standing. We know we have an overwhelming crowd in this arena, but please, we'd like you to be coordinated, please. Allow the Royal Majesties, our distinguished guests, to be entertained by what is being displayed here. Those in charge, please. Dignitaries making their way into this arena. I have a lost but found radio, a walkie-talkie. Please. Honorable Chief Prince Imam and Badiba, PDP Vice Chairman Delta State and Chairman Delta South, soon to be APC. APC has buried PDP in Delta State. Okay, please. Let's retire to our seats, please. All those standing, retire to your seats, please. Our newest chiefs, please. Many appreciation to you. Congratulations.
Oh, we almost have a calaka, Mama. Can you hear her? Can no way. And that a great. But look at me. Mama, Sanky. Oh, I have been feeling my bay. Hey, Aloha. I have been feeling my head. And I mark Mama team.
It's still the 2025 Amasekumon Festival from Oporoza, the ancient town and capital of Baramatu Kingdom, Warri Southwest local government area of Delta State. While you've been watching beautiful down steps, this is the grand finale of a week-long festival filled with activities showcasing the rich cultural heritage of the Izon people, traditionally based in Delta State. You may want to know that the significance of the festival is that it is important and highest celebrated in Baramatu Kingdom during the ancient days, and as at now, endured till the 21st century. Baramatu Kingdom holds this celebration in a very high esteem because of its significance as follows. One, it promotes peace At the end of every celebration of the Amasekomo Festival, the people of Baramatu Kingdom usually enjoy unprecedented peace and unity within and outside the kingdom. Therefore, it is known that the Amasekomo itself is a deity of peace. Now that is the belief of the people of Oporoza, Baramatu Kingdom. It also signifies unity. The celebration of the annual festival is a standpoint and a glaring symbol of unity that offers the entire people of Kingdom the opportunity to gather and unite together during and after the celebration of the festival. This is so as the communities in the kingdom do unanimously attend and actively participate in the festival. I'm still watching the 2025 Amasekomo Festival from the ancient city of Oporoza, the capital of Baramatu Kingdom. We'll be interviewing more persons in a couple of minutes. And of course, we have the president of the Ijaw Youth Council, Sir Jonathan Lokobri, is here. Of course, you can see the number of youths here with him. This sends a clear message that this is the authentic president of the Ijaw Youth Council. And that is the reason the general officer commanding, which is called the GOC, Government Ekpempolo, popularly called Tompolo, has invited him here, and he's here to talk about this ancient festival. Nigeria has a lot of issues today. Violence, attacks in the north. The Niger Delta has had its own fair share of disturbances. But today, that narrative is being rewritten. Amasekomo represents peace, unity, and prosperity. President of the Ijaw Youth Council, Jonathan Lokobri, talk to us about this festival that you attend every year. Looking at the camera.
Today marks another significant milestone in the history of the Ijaw nation. The reason is this festival heralds a new beginning for the Ijaw nation and that of Nigeria, as it heralds a new cultural renaissance for the Ijaw nation and Nigeria. Today, in spite of the challenges Nigeria faces today, the Ijaw nation has written our own history by ourselves through a cultural festival which has brought every dignitary in this country together in one clan called Baramatu to celebrate a traditional festival that creates hope, creates peace, and then prosperity as the deity is named after Amasekomo. So we are all here to celebrate this day with our brothers from this proud kingdom of the Ijaw nation. By God's grace, this is expected to be replicated in virtually every clans across Nigeria because this alone signifies peace.
What do you think the man, government, Ekpempolo, popularly Tompolo, represents in the Ijaw kingdom? Bringing people, no, there were people who came from the north. House of Representatives members, we've interviewed them. So this goes and echoes all around the 4 regions of Nigeria.
I'm happy that the world is seeing for themselves who Tompolo truly is. Before today, they wrote our history where he was seen like a terrorist. But today, the whole world has gathered to see the true nature of the man who embodies not just peace, prosperity, and through him, a lot of people have been empowered across Nigeria. Today, the north is gathered here, the east is gathered here, the west is gathered, and all across Nigeria and globally are gathered here to celebrate the achievement of one man, creating a new cultural renaissance for our people. And we are very proud of him.
Eyes on.
Yeah.
Eyes on.
Yeah.
It's Thank you, President Jonathan Lokbobri, Ijaw Youth Council. I would like to take a former Secretary General of the Ijaw Youth Council, with your permission.
Please.
All right. He is the Commissioner for Youth Development in Bayelsa State, former Secretary General of the Ijaw Youth Council, Alfred Kemepado. Speak to the camera about the need to promote peace and unity in the Ijaw nation, which Amasekumbo represents.
Yeah, it's essential, peace and unity, it's important. This is what we are known for. We are the most receptive people, peaceful people, and hospitable people. Unlike whatever the naysayers want to say against us. So Amasimo is a reflection of that our peace, hospitality, and our rich culture. So this is who we are and nothing else.
Finally, do you think there are tourism potentials in this festival?
Yeah, the history and everything that comes to this festival, it's modern. It's a tourism potential that is yet to be explored. You understand? The history of what we have come through as a people till this moment, and the moments ahead of us.
Thank you, Alfred Kemepado, former Secretary General, Ijaw Youth Council, and now Commissioner. Commissioner. Bayelsa has a Commissioner for Environment, A.B. Ololo. He is called popularly 100%. What does this festival represent, and how do you think it can be harnessed culturally?
Well, first and foremost, we're happy to be here for this annual festival. For me, it's my first time being here, and I want to congratulate the people of Baramatu for putting together this wonderful festival that has brought people from all walks of life. I'm happy to be here, and there are a few things we have learned from what they are doing. You see traditionality in its originality being displayed, and we are happy. We just hope others will copy from what we see here and make it to be a better festival and a world festival in the coming years. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner A.B. Ben Ololo. Thank you. We still have some time left as the people of Baramatu Kingdom celebrates the Amasekumbo Festival 2025. My name is Sophia Teme George. There are more performances still to go. Stay tuned to the Arise News channel.
after this timeout, we'll bring the Zombie. The Zombie is going to come on stage. And as the Zombie comes on stage, we want this place to be properly coordinated. Only the dancers will be seen on the floor. Now we are going to bring the Zombie now. Before the Zombie come on stage, we want while the Zombie come on stage, we want the eye to be cleared. The women will dance two more. Okay. Attention of the APC medical team is needed. Just by my immediate right. Please, the attention of the medical team is needed. By my immediate right, please. APC medical team. Or Esther Matthew Tola Foundation Medical Team, please. Your attention is needed urgently. And just to let you know, the APC Medical Team has been on top of their duties. Babies has been done.
It is still a sunny day here in Okorosa. It is better, it is sunny than rainy. On a day like this, when the people of Baramatu Kingdom have come to participate in different activities, signaling the grand finale of the 2025 APC Festival. Well, let me speak to the man who knows so much about the culture and traditions of the people. A former member of the Bayelsa House of Assembly, and most times he's here performing his duties, working with the man they call GOC, Government Ekwempolo, popularly called Kompolo. Chief McDonald Igbadiwe, tell us about the significance of the APC Festival. Looking at the camera.
Thank you very much. I'm happy Arise is one of the stations that have painstakingly tell our story to the outside world. And of your time, thank you. I'm happy you are here by yourself. APC Festival is very significant to the job people, not only to the people of Baramatu. This is a time of sober reflection of our total beingness. This is a time of refreshment of our spirituality. It's a time of fulfillment. It's a time of repentance. It's a time of aligning ourselves with our inner God and knowing the Supreme Father, Mother God. Now, APC is a cosmic being, anchored. It's our energy, like a masquerade that is performed once every year. APC means do not profane the land. APC means do not defile the land. Amasegma means do not destroy the land. Therefore, Amasegma Festival means so much to us. It means hope to the hopeless. It means healing to those who are suffering from various illnesses and diseases. It means prosperity to those who lack. It means spiritual fulfillment for those who are hollow and follow in their spiritual endeavor. When Amasegma comes, Amasegma does not come just to nail the physical form. Amasegma commune with the elementals and the forces of nature, come with other cosmic beings, and then send it light rays to dissolve every sinister energy, to dissolve every negativity, to dissolve every impurity of mind and body. What Amasegma does is that all the petitions we have put before the Palombe, all the petitions we have put before Binevi this year, all the petitions we have put before our ancestors, all the petitions we have put before Nambo December and before Gbanegbesu, Amasegma will mop all of them up, destroy them, convince them, dissolve them into nothingness, and transmute them into the divine ocean of love and mercy. And so as a people, it unifies us. Amasegma means love. The cardinal pronouncement of Amasegma is that there is no more slavery in humanity. No Ijaw man can be a slave to a fellow Ijaw man. No Ijaw man can be a slave to another person. Ijaw means freedom. Amasegma pronounces freedom. Freedom from mental slavery, freedom from lack, freedom from political slavery, freedom from economic slavery. That's what Amasegma is all about. And as Amasegma is here, Amasegma is going to fulfill all the petitions you have. All you need to do is to key into this energy. When you key into this energy, you just get the blessings. From here, the blessings are anchored, and then they flow like current to every other Ijaw community, to the whole Niger Delta, and to the entire nation. Therefore, the coming of Amasegma is always opposed by the forces of darkness. So, all devotees, we have been here for 7 days. We have prayed, we have bought libation, we have talked to Gbanegbesu, we have talked to Ibadan, we have talked to the forces of element and the forces of the king of the sea, Binibere and Ephio, who are Neptune and Poseidon. We have told them, all of them are here for the common good of Ijaw action. So Amasegma is here. So it's so significant. That is why Northerners are here. That is why from the west they are here. That's why from the southeast they are here. That's why from every Ijaw community, even of the government from Bayelsa State is here.
Thank you, High Chief McDonald Igbadiwe.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, sir. All right. Now, from High Chief McDonald Igbadiwe to Chief Sheriff Mulade, please, in a minute, tell us how important this festival is to the unification of the Ijaw nation, promoting peace and prosperity.
Well, Amasegma Festival is a festival of diversity of unity. This program promotes peace, promotes unity, promotes cultural heritage in our Ijaw nation, especially in Gbaramatu Kingdom. Amasegma Festival is one of the largest, the biggest festival organized in the Niger Delta. You can see across the entire nation, the whole Nigeria is here experiencing cultural heritage, cultural diversity, cultural in peace building, cultural in peace promotion. So what we are doing here is to sustain the Ijawness, the Ijaw culture in all ramifications. Thank you. God bless.
Well, briefly, you are an environmental activist. Talk about the need to protect our waterways because fishing and farming are woven fine into our culture. 30 seconds, please.
Well, when you talk about the environmental sustainability, it's a key factor in this area. One, as a result of the oil exploration and exploitation activities in the Niger Delta, particularly in the Gbaramatu Oasis, our environment has been bastardized, our ecosystem has been eroded, our traditional occupation of fishing and farming has been destroyed. So the sustainability of our environment is very important. And we're also using the Amasegma Festival as one of the means to call on all our people to ensure that we must sustain our environment for our heritage, because our environment is our heritage, our environment is our pride, our environment is our culture. So that is one key area that we are also calling on everybody to sustain our environment, because of the contamination of the ecosystem. You can imagine, because of the gas flaring that has affected this area, lifespan has been reduced. So we are doing everything humanly possible to ensure that our environment is protected. And with the help of the Tantita surveillance contract, I can tell you that our waterway is clean, our waterway is clear. So our environment has gradually recovered back to our normal. So you can see that we can fishing and we can get some fish from the environment once again.
Thank you, Chief Ulade. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Chief Ambassador Ebiowe Eke. We need to protect our environment. We need to promote our culture. What tourism potential do you see in this festival?
What I can say now, with this from our High Chief Government of Quimpolo, bring the your heritage to an update, and it's showing that your people has a tradition, and that tradition is from our forefathers. And our forefathers, we have updated the system, and this system, Tompolo has brought it to light. Everybody is thinking it's juju. It's not juju. It's a traditional heritage of the Ijaw people. This is a light for everyone to see that the Ijaw people have a constant tradition, and this tradition will stand. And this tradition is showing to all of us that the Ijaw people are one of the highest and major tribe in this country, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're still here making history at the 2025 Amasekmo Festival holding in Okorosa, the capital of Baramatu Kingdom.
You've been watching a live program taking place in Delta State, where celebrations are in full swing for the Amasai Kumo Festival. This vibrant cultural event brings together the Ijaw people to honor their rich heritage and traditions. Newsday returns in a moment. Please stay with us.
Good to have you back. We now take you live to the Platinum Jubilee Thanksgiving service in honor of Ken A. Chikere. Family, friends, and dignitaries have gathered to celebrate his remarkable legacy of service and leadership. David Donsas will bring you live coverage from this special occasion, marking 70 years of a life dedicated to community and country.
And that is the kind of God we would like the young ones to emulate. Not 70 years of say one thing that's right, 70 years, say one thing on the night. 70 years of how things were good yesterday. 70 years today, things were never good yesterday. I pray that your children will emulate you, particularly your son, who, of course, have shown some characteristics with you. Consistency. You have been a very consistent person. You've not allowed all these followers to influence you. Right from 2014, when I came out to run for governor, you've never made it difficult for anybody to know where you stood. Till now, you are one of those who believe that let the right thing be done. And I pray that God will to keep you alive for us. So that we will not enjoy the work of your advance. It is very key. We want old men who have something to offer, who will advise us and tell us, go this way. And not when you turn, they are not there. That is where we are praying that you continue to do. You are not in the office. Yet look at the array of persons that came to honor you. That tells you you must have some special talent, in you. You're a friendly person. You're a jovial person. When we sit together, nobody will even know that you are coming closer to 70 years. And that is to tell you the kind of person you are, free-minded. I'm happy for you. I'm happy to know you. I'm happy to continue to work with you and your family. The advice I also want to remind you, now that you are 70 years, remember the judgment given by your wife. Pay me money. At least I want to see alive. She gave judgment that pay your uncle his money. So those who at this age, where do I get the money from to pay me? No, please. I want to use this to say, look, when we get to your house, pay me back the money. When I collect it, I will decide what to do with it. But And my dear brothers and sisters, I want to thank all of you for attention. It's about to regulate. Let me use the opportunity to also let you know that we are men of peace. We are not men of trouble. We are men of peace. And for us, anything that will give Rivers State stability, we will support it. We believe in peace of sincerity, genuine peace, not peace just to give you some time to regain yourself. Peace that will be total peace for the interests of Rivers State. Anything that is short of this, count me out. And that is why here, as we speak, today is 25th. 1 month and 7 days after Mr. President, in his wisdom, declared a state of emergency to save Rivers State from anarchy. I challenge any Rivers so-called elder, even the traditional rulers, what attempt have they made to bring total peace? I challenge any so-called 90 years, 200 years, what efforts since 1 month and 1 week by saying that there is total reconciliation in the state. No amount of going to television to abuse anybody will bring peace. Because we have always said there are those who thrive on crisis. When there's crisis, they're happy. When there's no crisis, there's no food on the table. Those people cannot be real elders. There's no need of embarrassing of our women to be naked outside. No amount of such can bring peace. No amount of such blackmail can bring peace. What can bring peace is for you to humble yourself and say, for the interest of the state, I want everybody to work together. If not, carry all the women. Don't even wear them bra again. Don't even give them cloth. Embarrass your mothers to be naked in the public when you know you are not being sincere. If you are sincere, everybody would have known. I told our leaders, yes, some people have tried to approach me. As a man of peace, I received them. I did not pursue them. But seeing me alone does not bring peace. There are critical stakeholders that must be involved in this process of peacemaking. Nobody will be excluded. If any one group is excluded, there is no total peace. Members of the State Assembly must be involved. Members of National Assembly must be involved. The two major political parties must be involved. Other leaders must be involved. In that way, we now know that yes, we are sincere in talking about peace. I think one thing you must get clear, that one thing you must go home and jubilate is this: Assembly maintain their seat. Two, you are able to set aside that kangaroo election. Even if nothing. So anybody who says you are nobody, he must have some mental problem. So we need peace. But let it be peace predicated on sincerity. Let it be peace that, yes, I'm not coming to play as a decoy. Not when you come and see somebody, then when you turn on television, yeah, people are abusing the same person. That cannot be sign of peace. Rivers State should thank Mr. President. But for Mr. President's intervention, all these people who are exposing their bodies would not. All these who are professional criers on television, thinking that when they cry, they will attract men. They could not attract. It does not work. I'm happy as I came. I saw the beautiful fence that St. Paul's constructed. So the land is their own now. Who gave you? Who gave you? When I was there, I bought the land. That's you. But it was in this church here. They were abusing O.C. education. It was there. I leave everything to God. I'm happy. I saw how beautiful it is. At least, each time I drive past, I say, hi, God, I have tried to. I contributed to the beauty of this place. I had one day, the man who came to introduce us, the chairman of PDP, Father, he said, somebody recognizing, representing as a paradebisi. You didn't have it. You didn't. I put my foot down. Yes. It's correct. It's correct. I put my foot down and recognize rebucy in different chiefdoms, which never happened before. All of you, look at me very well. Made you second class, third class. You never had it. Thank you for inviting me to come to this. Because I'm seeing them. You know, I won't see them. I won't see them. Ordinarily, I don't go to churches now. Because I don't know who will be praying for me. I'm not sure. What I see, how men of God will, because of power, will change simply because he is no longer in power. That is why we have leadership in this country. I pray. Then this year, 70th birthday, there will be a change of heart. There will be a new beginning. Let people live life supposed to live life. Not be money. Wanted to kill me in 2023 that I supported Tinubu. What's going on now? What's going on now? All I said, has it not happened? Has it not happened? Kill him, kill him, kill him. Because I said the truth. The truth has come out. Some of you, don't put your face on the ground. Bless your face up. Whether you're a traditional ruler, whether you are a boys brigade, raise your face up. I'm here. I'm healthy. Very, very well. I don't know if you wake up in the morning, then you carry a dangerous story that a man flown out, that he collapsed, that a man had been flown out. You will be flown out very soon. Just watch. And I'm going to write the condolence message to your family. Look at me very well. You think I'm 18 years, 19 years, 20 years? I say I'm competing with my son. I'm not dead. I was never sick. But even if I was sick, I'm not a human being. Assuming I was sick. I'm not a human being. I'm do the type of work I'm doing and survive. But it's not necessary to carry such propaganda. I went to my son's graduation. A lady will finish taking picture, social media, that they have flown me out from London. But I fell down. Don't worry. Your turn to be falling down every day has come. All those who see those who fall down will hold on. It's your portion now to be falling down every day. And the one you will fall is the one that will be fired up. Congrats again. I thank your wife. It's not easy to marry a man like you. It's not easy. Each time I come to your house, I say, Madam, you are supposed to be paid more money for taking care of this man. And I've told him to go and make sure he cleans out all the private accounts you don't know. If he does not tell you today, I will tell you. Thank you, and God bless you.
The Lord to you. It's time for Thanksgiving. Please, as we place the offering bag here, everybody will come first. The celebrant will come last. Please, ushers, help us. Every other person's come first. Then the celebrant will come last and straight to the altar. The band.
Hallelujah, 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 oh massimo piri. Hallelujah, 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 oh massimo piri. Samona bomae, hallelujah, oh you know bomae, hallelujah, oh you know bomae, hallelujah, oh massimo.
You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. Now you the red. You've done so much, I cannot tell it. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. You've done so much, I cannot tell it. Tamuno. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno, now you the red. Tamuno, now you the red. You've done so much, I cannot tell it. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. You've done so much, I cannot tell it. Tamuno. Tamuno. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. Haiba. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. See how you butter my bread, oh. You sugar my tea, oh. Tamuno, no one be like you. Tamuno. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno, now you the red. Tamuno. You've done so much, I cannot tell it. You've done so much, we cannot tell it. Tamuno. You've done so much, I cannot tell it. Tamuno. I have seen the light of God. I have seen the light, oh, amen. Jesus is the light of God. I have seen the light, oh, amen. I have seen the light. I have seen the light of God. I have seen the light, oh, amen. Jesus is the light. Oh, I have seen the light, oh, I have seen the light. I have seen the light of God. I have seen the light, oh, amen. Jesus is the light of God. celebrants, right Honorable Ken Echikere for Thanksgiving. We now invite the celebrants. We now invite the celebrants, right Honorable Ken Echikere for his Thanksgiving.
You say Motuniko, mama. Say Motuniko, mama. You say Motuniko, mama. Even if say Motuniko, chicken mama, even if Motuniko, mama. Even if Motuniko, chicken mama, even if Motuniko, so kukele iwe Motuniko, mama. Asobora pirama kuweri sani mache. Shineme bare kelebo. Asogora pirama kuweri sani mache. Shoku kenyare kelebo. Shoku kenina niji. Asineri yeke. Makoberi. Every sani bawe. Mama bayawe. Mama bayawe. Kami bibi temani we. Achike roba imenemo. Imenemo. Shoku kele iwe. Shike roba imenemo. Imenemo.
The Lord be with you. We want to again congratulate Right Honorable Ken Echikere. Yes, for God's goodness and mercy, keeping you in good health for 70 years.
Of our father, your son, Honorable Ken Echikere, Lord, who is celebrating another year in your presence. It is your doing, and it is marvelous in our eye. We want to thank you, Lord, for keeping him alive to celebrate the year 70. Lord, we know that some of his mates, one way or the other, have gone by way of death, but you preserve him. We say thank you. May your name be lifted high. May your name be glorified forever. In the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, he has come before you, O God. He has offered sacrifices unto you. Lord, returning thanks, we ask that heaven be open as you receive, Lord, his thanksgiving unto you, and return blessing upon him, O Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Lord, we pray you are going to add many more years unto him. Lord, this will not be his last birthday, and this will not be his last celebration. Continue to keep his family intact. You, Lord, we ask that you know his heart desire. What he's desiring from you, O Lord, we say you grant it to him as his birthday gift in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. We ask that you preserve him in his going out and his coming in. We declare, O Lord, that no weapon fashioned against him that will ever prosper. Lord, we say you fight his battle, seen and unseen, knowingly or unknowingly. Lord, wherever he stands, O God, let your grace go with him. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. We pray, O Lord, that where his money, his fame, his popularity will not carry him. Grace of God will carry him beyond. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Lord, we thank you, Lord, you have made him grandfather, great-grandfather. Continue to preserve all that you have given unto him. Lord, we pray that he will appear before you again in giving thanks, that your name will continually be glorified. We want to appreciate you. Thank you for brothers and sisters that has come with him to the altar. We pray, O God, that celebration, O Lord, will never cease in their home. Call them to celebrate that your name will be glorified in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Father, we want to say thank you. Receive all glory, receive all honor, receive all thanksgiving, all praises, all adoration. For we pray with thanksgiving through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Right, Honorable Ken Echikere, unto the able hand of God we commit you. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord shield you and protect you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May God grant you his peace. May God watch over you. May God preserve you. May God fight your battles for you. May God reveal himself more and more to you and keep you in good health. May God accept your items of thanksgiving and bless you in return. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit.
Chukuke kanoma mawatu mogu nobochi roma kesinu rumo butu no sarima osinu rime chukuke o sulema owe o sulema
We now invite the celebrants, Right Honorable Ken Echikere, for his vote of thanks.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. The item now on the program is vote of thanks. And I will just do that because I think we have stayed a little. Even though church people worry when people look at their time when they're in church. They say when you are elsewhere, you don't bother about time. When you come to church, you look at your time. But we try. Last Sunday, I came to church. It was going to be
the last Sunday to my birthday, and it was Easter Sunday, so I came. And I wasn't feeling very well, so I sat quietly somewhere there until Okuwolo, Honorable, came to me and said, my wife and I are gossiping about you. You are sitting down quietly pressing phone. I didn't have even the strength to tell him that I didn't have the strength to stand up. So I said, I will obey her. So I started standing up for that service. So I thank God that I'm here today and that we are able to do this Thanksgiving. I told my friends that the most important aspect of the birthday celebration is this Thanksgiving. So I'm thankful to God. First and foremost, I'm thankful to God that we are doing it, and indeed we have done it. Thanks, all glory, every thanksgiving to the Almighty God. So I thank the clergy. I thank my archdeacon, the archdeacon of the cathedral, and I thank all the priests, all of them. The former archdeacon, Venerable Obonda, Oguzo, Venerable Oguzo, my brother Tony Ananehu, and all the clergy, all of you, I thank you. On your standing, I thank the bishop of the cathedral. The choir, all of you, choir, St. Paul's band, my friends adorned in beautiful uniform. You and your team, I thank you. And Mecca, I thank you. I thank the Honorable Minister. He's senior to me only by 1 year. And that 1 year is that it will cost him that judgment, that money. In 2007, but by 2008, the governor at that time said to me, are you in the Elders Council? I said, no. He said, you are hereby a member of the Elders Council. So I make proud to say that since then, I've been in the Elders Council. And the Elders Council of today, instituted from his time by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, former Governor of Rivers State, the Elders Council of today led by Elder Chief Fedi Anabraba, in which people like Osiji Okocha, Emma Anyanwu, and all of us are there, are members. I greet you. And I said that beyond all things, between the Minister of the FCT and the Elders Council, they are responsible for this celebration. Because this particular outing, yes, it's my 70th birthday, it could have come and gone, very well celebrated, but this outing, I give it to, when we finish, all the glory we will give to the Almighty God. We come down to earth. And I say that the Honorable, the Minister of the FCT, Chief Barrister Ezenwanye Sonwike, and his Elders Council of Rivers State, They say, make them no touch our structure. If you touch our structure, anything you see, you go take. Me, that is where I stand. It is upon that ladder that I stand, and I stand very firmly. So I thank you. I thank all the people that have come from Abuja. I thank you. Senator Mao called me yesterday, and I said, Oga, distinguished, there is something new. He said, oh, I called you to make an excuse. I said, no, you will not make an excuse. If you make an excuse, who is coming with the Honorable Minister now? You will come. And they all have come. You know, protocol. Protocol is a very tough area. I hear that our leader, Rep. OK Chinda, the minority leader, is here. I understand that you are not properly acknowledged. But for the Honorable Minister, people like Mao, who had probably better things to do, but came in our honor, they wouldn't have been recognized. And so it is. The former Chief Judge of Rivers State. You know, most of us don't have successors. So any day they want to make Ukwasha, we'll kwasha the thing. But if they want peace, we'll do peace. After Adama Iyaye, I'm a lawyer of more than 40 years, and I'm looking for the chief judge. But I know that Adama Iyaye was a former chief judge, and I know she is here. And I know there are other judges, distinguished judges of our judiciaries. Our judiciaries, I said, the River State High Court, and I think the Federal High Court, they're here. We, myself and my wife and all my family, acknowledge your presence here. I know also that there are members of the National Assembly. Kelechi Ogu, my friend, I don't know that you are properly acknowledged as being present here. I hereby acknowledge you. There are members of the River State House of Assembly. And that is the House of Assembly that will go into record. How many years after democracy? Since 1999, we started this new experiment. But the present crop of the River State House of Assembly, your names will go into history. Because you refused to be swayed by money. Money, you refused. Your names will go into positive history. Not just of River State, not just of Nigeria, but history. History is history. I used to tell people that if I were to go back to school, I would study history. Your names will go down in history. So my job is done. All our friends, and I just spoke slightly about protocol. It's a difficult thing to be able to name every dignitary. I can see Chief Chakra. Just your glasses has shown me that you're there. Chief Marcos Chakra. Welcome, sir. I'm talking about you, sir. Welcome. So all of us, all of you that have honored me today, I will beg the Almighty God, through his priests sitting, and the choir, and all of us in this congregation, that the Almighty God blesses all of you, the chiefs, everybody. But before I sit down, I will do honor to those whom honor is due. And I've started when I spoke of the minister of the FCT. When we started this project, my wife said, I said, no, but our guy said, we should try and loosen up. So for that reason and for many other reasons, and one of the reasons was that my wife said, look, it's not when you die. And my son said, you see this kind of 40-year whiskey, they won't drink it when I die. They will drink it when I'm alive and I will share from it. And so we're here. So we do honor. I want to specially, on this occasion of my 70th birthday, say to Nyesom Ezenwonwike, thank you. I want to say to you, thank you. And I mean it. I'm not joking. I mean it. When I say thank you to you, it is from the bottom of my heart that I say thank you to you. And I know how our paths crossed. Since about 2006, beyond other relationships we do have, beyond that, since then till today, you've been a brother, you've been a friend, and I want to say to you, thank you. And I thank many other people here, all of us, everybody seated here. CEO Bua here. When my mother died and we were at Abuja, and I said, some people, condolences. He said, what is it? I said, my mother died. He said, give me your account. I have difficulty in giving people my account. But I said, this man, a big man now, it's not a small boy. It's not big man in terms of money. But he said, give me account. So I gave him. The next thing I saw was 2 million naira. I couldn't believe it. And I know Boma Yaye is here. I've been calling you and calling you. Boma, answer me now. Thank you. It's not easy. And all the other people. I'm not swayed. My brother, the Honorable Minister, is right. I like money. I know what money can buy. I know where I will go on this earth that God created. I've traveled a bit and spent money, even here in Nigeria, but I'm not swayed by money. But when you do good, I've come to the conclusion that it is a sin not to say thank you. It is a sin. And so to all of us here, I'm saying thank you. On this occasion of my 70th birthday, honestly, certain names cross my mind. I say thank you to you every day now. Thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you to Chinwe. Thank you to Nene. Thank you to Ale. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to Ezolu people. Thank you to Oria Kumpuwa people. Thank you to Orobun people. Thank you to St. Paul's Cathedral Church. Thank you, everybody. But on this occasion, I remember some people. I remember my father. I remember my mother. They are not here. I remember Chinwe Aguma. I remember Nandi Wokekor. Those, and then there are so many others. So I want to pay tribute to those heroes departed. They're not here. Many of them, family members, friends, relations. And one of the things you do for me today is to stand up for 1 minute for them. Chief Emmanuel Aguma, Chief Robert Chikere, Chinwe E. Aguma SAN, Nandi Wokekoro, all of them. May the Almighty God continue to receive their soul, inclusive of my mother, Priscilla Chikere. Receive their soul, forgive their sins, and keep them. In Jesus' name. Thank you very much.
What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Everything is fine.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead.
The megastar is here.
Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
What are you guys doing to us?
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
In a world that's always evolving, one name has always been a constant: United Bank for Africa. 75 years of championing dreams, breaking barriers, and igniting change across the continent and beyond. From our roots in Lagos to the global stage, UBA is Africa's heartbeat, connecting cultures, empowering futures, and driving progress. We're more than just a bank. We are a partner in your journey, a supporter of your dreams, and a builder of a brighter tomorrow. Every interaction with UBA is a step towards a future where possibilities are limitless and dreams are realized. United Bank for Africa, where ambitions find a home, and together we shape a better world. United Bank for Africa. One brand, global influence. United Bank for Africa, Africa's global bank.
Thank you.
Yes, right now, Amasekmo wants to make his exit. Let's clear the aisle, please. Let's very many times. Amasekmo is making his growth now.
Yes, no.
From the Royal Pavilion. It's been a period of a rich cultural year in Baramatu Kingdom. We also use this medium to appreciate our very distinguished guests from far and wide. Our majesties across the length and breadth of Niger Delta and beyond. We sincerely appreciate you, as well as particularly from the National Assembly, from the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, from the Delta State House of Assembly, as well as the Federal Executive Council and the State Executive Council of Delta State and Bayelsa State. Very many thanks to you. We also announce that the Amasekmo Medical more within this period. That is OPO making his way into this arena. Davido. Please, let's be cautious, please. Those that were given chieftaincy title today by His Reverend Oboro Baran II, we say congratulations to you. I was made to understand that Sir Godfrey Pondi is now Chief Sir Godfrey Pondi. Congratulations to you, the Dibia. Ambassador Pedro is now Chief Ambassador Pedro. Many congratulations to you. Mr. Godwin, who is now Chief Godwin. Chief Honorable Otubo is now Chief Honorable Akos. Apodigmo Kisney Otubo. Mr. Edward Ododo is Edward Ododo. My uncle Abioknowe is now Chief
Baby Dawe of the John Nation, the Baby Dawe Nation, and the Awaboda. He said, I should thank you, press, for finding time to come and cover this event. The way of marketing the culture and the tradition of the Ijaw people. Beyond that,
many thanks
it's very grateful to Almighty God and to Wayne, the Supreme Father Father, Mother, God.
And that's the person of
The elementals, Dinebi Amandobo.
God's power Menikama JP.
Is very grateful for the Balamamburi,
Together with
Barebesu and Amasekmo for keeping these crowds to be here today. And his prayer is that everybody should go home safely. Aside that, the job he has said, Niger people that within the ethnic nationalities in the Niger Delta, rise than peace. Said the job people should be united and also live with their neighbors. The job should transcend their neighborhood. And my message is that there is no more slavery. No ethnic nationality should be seen as inferior to a generation. Neither do any other ethnic nationality feel that the baddest. The authority is on them. Traditional rulers. People should love traditional. Respect our traditional heritage. So doing what again from Archie Dr. Government always is the Pempolo. Thank you. Guide and protect you.
From culture, we are now digressing now.
Please clear the arena. Please, security, clear the arena, please.
That's OPO. OPO in Amasekma Festival. Is going straight away to pledge his loyalty, His Royal Majesty Oboro Baran II, Akedekwe Agadagba, the Pere of ancient Banamato Kingdom, taking royal blessing. Rubio.
Go feel it. Finest. Nigerian #1.
Yes. If you know you are not in the stage, please clear the stage. If you are not among the on stage, every one of us should leave the stage.
Let's leave the stage, please.
I beg, if you know
That's OPO in Amasebamo 2025.
They say love is blind, but for your eyes, for your eyes, she papas that like it or not. She like in my song, she like in my song. Her favorite dance is not David. And I like what I see, I like what I see. Baby girl, just come balance on me. Nobody can love, nobody can touch you, nobody can love you. Fire, fire. Shorty want $1 million. Say make a wire. Tell me to about my girl. Leave me la vida low. In my love, yeah. Before they I'll die for you. Say, but you say if you don't get money.
But I don't know what she's doing.
If you walk my way, to set myself I see. Let the intellect goes down. In an intellectual, I can't stay up in the breakdown. I can't stay up in the tension. In New York, and I can't drive away the depression. You can't take the whole direction. Move your legs like my money, my body. Versace and Gucci for your baby. Yeah, no, do not. Money follow you, banana follow you, brother follow you. Money follow you, banana follow you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you. Yeah. Tell me baby, are you done talking? You bust my head and I look good, Joe. I'ma tell my mommy for ya. For the things you do when I make me go low. Say you love me for your color. Cause the way you don't go, you don't play, you don't do me, bubba. I don't run away from love. I won't get it. You don't finish me with love. Okay, your body fire, bro. Oh baby, why not? I get your mass. Your body like shaman, I get your say what? Fire, bro. Oh baby, why not? Body like Kojo. Yeah, you smile. Shake it. I know they want to see me fall, but I just stop it and go they fall. One give me a month abalo. If you don't know, make you ask I do go. Sit down, if I do jail, go and say what's on whatever you do, don't say you can't make it happen. I don't get time for my heart, I take it easy. Hey, forever. I'll be here on the phone, hey, calling you tonight. I want me to show me, maybe I don't want to sleep alone. Wanna hold you tight, I feel wide, but I'll be alright. Yeah. Say them go ready. My king, thank you for having me in your kingdom. But as you know, they call me the baddest. High respect to High Chief Tompolo. I was so happy to see Baba today. Now Baba be celebrity today, and they look at now only TV and they see Baba, so happy as I see him today. You understand? I thank you guys. I see all the beautiful women over there. Very, very beautiful. Old and young. What a party today, man. Let's go. Hold it. Where's my chairman, Gessi? He's not here. Where is he? My chairman, all your brothers resemble you. I don't say confused for you. Everybody, they go peace for you. My chairman, God will bless you. Continue to bless you. I love you so much. Oh yeah, when I ready to party, when I say OPO, you say badass, OPO, OPO, OPO. I'm unavailable. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. You know. I'm unavailable. I'm unavailable. And know they see me. I'm unavailable. And know they see me. I'm unavailable. And know they see me. I'm sorry for who won't be my mother story. I'm only human, so people got it around. Say I carry woman, say now my way I for carry. Fuck all it, and he's head and I don't say every person. You know, yeah, make I show you my bank account. I get it plenty to go around. So girl, make you dance when you hear this sound. Now we the puppy all over town. So tell me if you get down, get down. Say your body to go like get I know. Something that you do not know. Whether not traffic a big go slow. Baby, I don't show. Spending money Pablo. I'm supposed to look it. Say, my money na lele, but it's not your shiba palava. Put us for high tension. Say, I want to have it all, still they find my reason. Now God they bless me all the way, 12 years I'm still on top. And my cup on it over, I get this ass over. Oh, ass over, my baby with a hola. Hey, holy sign, fast forward, no rewind. We going high, with family for my side. Everybody to my side. But I don't mind, anywhere money go, they call me. Across the border, I will be there. Many go, many go come. I will be there. I will be there. I will be there. I want money, I want to. You all run. After you don't flog them, finish, you all run. Hold on. don't talk too much. Small talk, you don't talk too talk. You don't too much. Small talk, you don't get too talk. And if I dance, think they find the pity. I'm gonna make it bitty. You know that it bitty, you don't know that it bitty. You find the pity. They'll focus, but just come. You know that it bitty, you don't know that it bitty. When you see that it bitty.
I love you guys, man. Have a great day. I love you.
Para for you. Davido! Obio! Baddest! 30 busy man. Davido, I'm happy to see you, man. I want to kiss you, Davido.
Yes, that was from OBO, Davido.
OBO. Baddest.
Let's take it easy, please.
OBO, baddest. We're happy to see you. OBO, baddest. We're happy to see you, sir. OBO. Yeah, you do. Very clever. Take time. Be careful. Take time. Come to bed. OBO. Baddest. This night now we you.
That's OBO going to have a photograph with his real majesty.
OBO. This night now we you. Baddest.
Shortly, we are going to bring in the jaw. Davido. We also have our own jaw, Davido. The person of Jenkins. His life here. And still very much grand to perform. Please. So many phones are missing right now. If you are with a phone that is not yours, please kindly bring it.
Come to them.
So please, if you are with a phone that is not yours, please bring it now. Otherwise, if we retire to our CCTV, when you are caught, you will not like yourself. Please, by chance, if you are with the phone.
Well, we have come to the climax of the 2025 Amasei Kumo Festival here in Oporo of Baramatu Kingdom. It's been a wonderful time on the Arise News channel. Well, it was capped up with a man from Ede, Osun State, Davido, sending the crowd into raptures. But here, I have a man who thinks Alfred J. King performed better than Davido. What do you think about that?
Beggar. My people, that impression what and they create to say Alfred J. King. So it be a say nice on Davido. Now we don't like that kind of statement. Davido, now mime in one song. Alfred J. King, they play all of the instruments for them to sing, entertain, and he go sing it till.
So you think that Alfred J. King is better than Davido?
Yes, it's far better than Davido. Why they go say Alfred J. King is not Davido? Make it a lot of I go cast person with my netto. I go cast.
Show me your net. Hey, no worry. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye. You're going to Bayelsa.
For now, I still there for Baramatu to inside myself.
All right. We'd like to end today's transmission on the Arise News channel with the representative of Southern Niger Federal Constituency, Rodney Ambayowe. Your colleagues were here from the north, from the east. They all spoke. But now you are ending it. We should always preach peace at every point in time. After all, that is what the Amasei Kumo Festival represents. Looking at the camera, your words.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a member of the ad hoc committee on River State Oversight. And I was in the committee meeting this morning when the administrator of River State came on board. And after some time, because of the value we have for cultural heritage, I am here to witness it live. And the Amasei Kumo Festival is a well-known festival in the Jaw tradition. Just as Bayelsa is Jerusalem to the Jaw nation, that's how the Amasei Kumo Festival is to the Jaw nation. And when I come here, I discover that every tradition across the nation and even beyond the nation are here. I just want to appreciate the Baramatu Kingdom for bringing forth this festival to showcase the Ijaw nation at large. As Bayelsa is to the Jerusalem of Ijaw nation, that's how the Baramatu Kingdom Festival is to the Ijaw nation. I want to encourage more that in the next year it will be better than this. It has always been better, but we always preach that it should be better. I want to thank all the organizers, and I want to thank the Arise News, because the Arise News is always here, showcase a Ijaw tradition to the world. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Rodney Ambayowe, member representing Southern Ijaw Federal Constituency. Safe journey as you head back to Bayelsa and from there to Abuja. My name is Ofieteme George. I would like to say thank you for being a part of history at Amasei Kumo Festival 2025. Your final words, Joseph McPepple.
It was awesome being here. I want to see Ijaw people and indeed the rest of Nigeria come together, reconnect with their roots, and grow in every sphere of life.
Thank you very much. McPepple wanted to dance, but apparently his waist is locked. I'd like to say thank you to the Arise News crew. We have made history. We've done all we could do here, and we'll be here hopefully next year for the 2026 Amasei Kumo Festival in Oporoza, Baramatu Kingdom, Delta State, specifically Warri Southwest Local Government Area. Thank you very much. It's back to the studio for regular programming.
All right, we've been watching live scenes from the Amasei Kumo Festival in Oporoza, Delta State. This vibrant cultural event brings together the Ijaw people to honor their rich heritage and traditions.
Across Nigeria, an unacceptable number of children are deprived of quality education. Access is determined to make a difference to the lives of these future leaders. By hosting charity polo tournaments across the globe, we are raising awareness and funds to build classrooms, renovate schools and transform young lives. Every child has the right to an education and the chance of a brighter future. Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
Welcome back. You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. Now, the House of Representatives have pledged to work closely with the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation to ensure that Nigeria's financial sector is protected from future disruptions through strong legislation. Chairman of the House Committee on Insurance and Actuarial Matters, Ahmed Jaha, made this promise in Lagos at a retreat organized by the NDIC. Jaha praised the management of the NDIC for its transparency in the liquidation of the defunct Heritage Bank, which process commenced last year. The managing director of the corporation, Bello Hassan, says NDIC is taking more measures to check the growing incidents of Ponzi schemes in Nigeria.
We commenced the liquidation of the defunct Heritage Bank last year, following the revocation of its banking license by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The payment of the insured sum was prompt in line with best practices. Furthermore, we have made significant progress in the disposal of the physical asset of the defunct bank. And we are pleased to announce that the first tranche of liquidation dividend of 9.2 kobo per naira will be paid to uninsured depositors of the defunct bank before the end of April 2025. We have also re-strategized on aggressive debt recovery to ensure that we recover outstanding debt owed to the defunct bank and pay the balance of uninsured depositors and other claimants in the order of priority as provided in Section 72 of NDIC Act of 2023. The NDIC also recognized that consumer protection and preservation of public confidence in the financial system are not only critical to our mandate, but also the foundation of continued resilience and credibility of the banking system. The growing incidence of Ponzi schemes and the so-called wonder banks, as witnessed by the recent crash of Cybex, a pyramid scheme, which resulted in an estimated loss of more than 1.3 trillion naira, have implications for public confidence in the financial system. The corporation remains committed in protecting public from such fraudulent schemes by implementing comprehensive public awareness campaign.
Beyond legislation, this workshop also serves as a forum for thought, leadership collaboration, and knowledge exchange. The deliberations here will provide an avenue to explore strategies that can strengthen the deposit insurance framework, enhance supervisory oversight, deepen early warning systems, and improve risk management practices across the sector. It is important to emphasize that financial disruptions, whether triggered by microeconomic stability, technological shift, or institutional weaknesses, are inevitable in any modern economy. Our task is not to wash them away, but to prepare for them by ensuring our safety nets, particularly the NDIC, are sufficiently robust to mitigate their adverse effect and to secure the savings of millions of Nigerians who trust the system with their hard-earned money.
Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima says the inauguration of the Ports and Custom Efficiency Committee will improve reduced cargo dwell time and enhance transparency in port operations, improving customer-centric focus. The inauguration is said to be aimed at infusing greater efficiency and improved service delivery within Nigeria's ports and customs sector.
The level of investment around the national single window, the level of investment that's going into the ports, the level of investment too that's going into the customs. Mr. President understands that this is a high income generating area. Nigeria we need all our income right now. We're not looking at it just for income generation, but of course an improved service experience. We cannot also shy away from the fact that AFTA is something that Nigeria has to key into. And it is our opportunity to take our rightful place as the giants of Africa that we have been shouting about.
Single window is something that we are copying from somewhere. The port community system also is the technology, the software, the hardware is also something else. So to that extent, what we are doing is pop and proper. So but this kind of engagement will allow us to be able to explain better and also make it more elaborate so that people can understand the engagement there. And happily, like I said, Mr. President had already the contract for the national single window, and I think before, the time for the completion of the project will be 12 months. So I think maybe by mid next year, something will be in the open for
Our functions have to be clarified. This will go a long way in preventing overlap. We also have to strengthen anti-corruption measures, implement transparent e-payment systems. We have done a lot of automation in the customs, but at the same time, we know we have to tell ourselves the truth that officers and other workers always want manual or human contact. We have to put measures in place to eliminate those, and we have to be very serious and committed about that.
South Africa's Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana and the country's Reserve Bank Governor Leseja Kganyago briefed the press on the outcome of the meetings of the G20 finance chiefs and central bank governors. Let's have a look.
We've just had the second meeting of the finance ministers and central bank governors. Because of the nature of the meeting, were the IMF and World Bank meetings that are taking place at the same time, so had shorter agenda. And the governors are going to tell you about last night. That was his sideshow and his dinner. We opened this morning with discussing the international financial architecture, which focusing, among other things, on the continued agenda of the reform of the multinational development banks. And key item is that work has been done. What we need to do is to develop a reporting mechanism for the banks which we hope to be concluded by the end of September, to what are they doing in line with the roadmap. The issues also continue to deal with the debt vulnerabilities, particularly in emerging economies and the African continent. In this regard, the common framework is an instrument. We will be publishing case studies of countries that have gone through that process. On the another focus agenda was on the African continent. As you would be aware, that given the fact that the presidency now is on the African continent, we've given a spin and a focus on Africa. And then a key of those challenges that need to be done on the African continent, and deepening some of the institutional arrangements we've had, like the Compact with Africa, replenishing the African Development Fund,
And generally, how do we deal with the cost of capital and access to capital for the African continent? So those are some of the challenges that we grappled with this morning.
There isn't much to add. Minister, suffice to say that we did reflect on the current economic developments and the extent of the uncertainty that engulfed the financial markets as a result of the trade measures that had been taken with respect to the impact on trade and the response in the form of tariffs and what that actually meant for financial stability. There was a reflection on the benefits from globalization, and members were supporting an open, rules-based and transparent trading system with the World Trade Organizations at its core. There was also a big reflection that the current rules might have to be relooked so that you have a much fairer trade. There was also a reflection on the global imbalances, and that was strongly emphasized, and that we need to look at the root causes and review both the internal and global policies that intensify these imbalances and increased trade barriers and trade tensions that we had seen, and that the IMF should actually be playing a key role in assessing the country-specific policies. There was also a need to take immediate and coordinated efforts as needed to de-escalate and reduce the current volatility and uncertainty, and to provide policy clarity. Basically, uncertainty was seen as a tax without revenue, and that we cannot let the uncertainty become the new certainty.
According to CEO of Ivorian construction company Portil Group, American businesses are really motivated to work in Africa. Now, in an interview held on the sidelines of the World Bank and IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C., Hassan Daklala says, and I quote, "They are all motivated and I have seen American companies ready to go right now." End of quote.
I was impressed by the American approach, because it's the first time we've felt that the Americans are really motivated to work with Africans, to create a win-win partnership. And, of course, American expertise is unquestionable. I think the Americans are way ahead of the game. I think they want to discover, they want to contribute, they want to transform and really share this win-win partnership with Africans. They've felt very distant for some time, and now there's a new dynamic, a new desire to really contribute. I think it can be done, and it can be done now. They're all motivated, and I've seen American companies ready to go right now, immediately. We realize that we import a lot, and why do we import a lot? Because we don't produce enough at home, and I thought, why don't we fight to try to? In fact, we have enormous wealth in Africa, and nobody, well, there are some who dare, but we have to dare, we have to force, we have to push Africans to transform their own wealth. It's the future, it's the future. Africa is under construction. We have enormous potential, it's enormous. I say, we've got 100 years ahead of us without thinking, trying to invent something new because everything has to be done.
Well, that's it on the Global Business Report for today, but stay tuned to Arise News. From all of us, many thanks for your company. I am Abby Olawi.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, However, a bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
It's time for the main event. This is incredible. Oh, yes. He has written it. And the dream lives on. I cannot believe it. They are in such a menacing mood here. Hear the place in all its magnificence.
Stay connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
Looks like someone forgot something.
Hey, Captain Excellence!
Huh?
What's wrong?
You left the light on, EVA. What do you think happens when no one's in the room but the light is still on?
Huh? Why is that a big deal?
When you leave the light on, even when you're not here, it wastes energy. Think of it like pouring water into a cup that's already full. It's just going to spill out.
But it's just one light bulb. Does it really matter that much?
Yes, it does. If everyone does their part turning off the lights when they're not needed, we save a lot of energy. Every little bit helps.
Okay. So, if we all do it, we can make a big difference.
And there's more. These energy-saving bulbs give you the same light but use less power. They last longer too.
That's so cool. We should tell our parents to switch to those. Aha! And we can remind them to turn off lights when we are not using them.
One small action a day can make a big difference for life.
Mom, Dad, guess what? We can save a lot of money by using energy-saving bulbs and turning off lights when we don't need them.
Yeah, Captain Excellent taught us. Wasting the energy makes electricity bill higher.
Really? How does that work?
Energy-saving bulbs use less electricity. And if we turn off the lights, TVs, and fans when we're done, we'll save even more.
I never thought of it like that. Switching bulbs and turning things off, it could save us a lot of money.
And it's better for the environment, right?
Exactly! Less wasted energy means less pollution.
Good thinking, girls. We'll buy those energy-saving bulbs tomorrow. And from now on, we'll all remember to turn things off.
Good job, energy heroes!
Across Nigeria, an unacceptable number of children are deprived of quality education. Access is Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
Naira, shillings, China, yen, interest rates are up again. Commodities, bonds and shares. Seize the bulls and mingle with the beers, derivatives and currencies. Help me understand it, please. Finance gurus, the thieves and the tricks. Portfolio is getting thick. Come on, trade. Let your money move with the wisdom. Trade, trade. Let the markets take you there. Stay up to date with business and markets every weekday on Arise Exchange.
Rise and shine, Nigeria. Your mornings, our passion.
Start your day with us, Nigeria. Together, we make mornings better.
Wake up and thrive, Nigeria. Your mornings are our dedication.
A new day with you, Nigeria. Your mornings are our commitment.
Join us every morning, Nigeria. Your mornings are our priority. There is a reason why Nigeria wakes up with us. Every morning, we deliver the news you need to know. We speak to the voices that matter. We cut through the noise and bring you the unvarnished truth. And we always strive to brighten your day.
Wake up with us, Nigeria. Your mornings are our mission.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Welcome to the show. I'm Sheto Atigarin. As you can see, Ikena is back from the past. He must have traveled back in time to spend time with Boyalinko. Welcome there.
You miss me, right? You miss me? You miss me?
I don't know. What's your
All
name?
right. All right, my name is Ikena Onyekulu. We are your hosts for the next hours. We dive into the world of entertainment.
From the biggest headlines to the hottest trends, trust me, we've got it all covered. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this ride because this is Arise 360. Yes, it is certainly going to be a great show because, as always, we'll be telling you what's been happening all across the world. So coming up today on Arise 360, first, we'll be touching on all the international and local headlines from Shannon Sharp's sexual assault lawsuits to Two-Face Idibia's new appointment on a week around the world.
Then we touch on music news and what's trending. Burna Boy jumps on Lahore remix amid conversations about Nigerian entertainment industry gatekeepers doing everything they possibly could to break him.
Also on the show, Arise correspondent Judita Da Silva sits with the cast of the new Netflix series, The Four Seasons, written by Tina Fey. She's also in it, and of course co-stars Oscar nominees Coleman Domingo and Steve Carell on the latest episode of The Spotlight.
And finally, the maiden edition of Arise 360 Top 5. As the world anticipates the next papal conclave, we will be giving you 5 movies that will take you deep inside the Vatican, offering context, imagination, and intrigue ahead of the election of the next head of the Catholic Church. It's going to be all that and much more right here on Arise 360.
Well, it's time to get into all the exciting stories ahead. Let's start by taking a look at some of the top entertainment stories that have made international and local headlines this week. And that means a look at what happened in a week around the world. Tyrese Gibson's daughter, Shayla, will be turning 18 and decided to stay with her father, signifying an end to the $10,000 a month child support he was sending to his former wife, Norma Mitchell. Now, Tyrese and Norma divorced in 2009, beginning a long and often painful custody journey. In 2017, Norma accused Tyrese of administering strict physical discipline, and his visitation rights were briefly cut. No criminal charges were filed, though the allegations did receive an investigation. The court later granted joint custody, a decision Tyrese publicly celebrated at the time. This news has people buzzing for Tyrese. Many fans and followers praised Shayla's reported decision to live with her father at this time, seeing it as a loving reunion after years of struggle.
Okay, I mean, we touched on this story during the week, and it's something that I feel like a lot of movie lovers, people that are actually fans of Tyrese are happy about. And we talked about how the young girl in question said she was influenced against her father. You know, she was being told a lot of things about him. And of course, back in 2017, the wife, that is the ex-wife, Norma, also accused Tyrese of being a strict dad. You understand? I'm sure a lot of African folks would not relate to that.
Cannot relate.
Yes, you know, since he was administering strict physical discipline, and his rights, that his visitation rights, were briefly cut. No criminal charges were filed, though, but I mean, it's been a long, messy situation with Tyrese. And we all saw him cry on social media a certain time when he said he's not being given enough time with his daughter. So this is one man that loves his child, and I'm sure it's going to, apart from the $10,000 or $13,000 child support fee, I think him being present in the daughter's life is one thing he cherishes so much, that even the pay. Because I remember that time he was coming out to say that he's not being given enough time with his child. And right now, the girl decides to stay with him. What I'm happy about is she's now the one deciding where she wants to go, to saying she was influenced wrongly or, you know, against him. So, I mean, this is good news for Tyrese and everybody involved, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. 100% agree with you. I'm always, I love it when I see, like a father-daughter relationship that thrives outside of whatever must have happened between both parents. Because usually what happens in situations like this is, the mother takes custody, and then and I don't always blame the mothers, it's really difficult to do. It takes a really mature mind, a really mature person to look outside of what's going on in that relationship and think, okay, outside of me and my husband or my ex-husband or my ex-boyfriend, that's the separate relationship, as opposed to the relationship that a father would have with his daughter or a mother would have, with her child. So I'm happy now that, she's older, she's wiser, and she's decided that, okay, this is what I want to stay with. Because sometimes a child grows up just hearing things, but the negative things about the other parent because of the relationship between those parents, not necessarily because that's how that parent feels about that child. So, for everybody that is watching this and, feels like they should keep their child away from, except that person is harmful to the child. I don't think there's any point. And I gave the example of Iyabo Ojo, seeing what happened at Prissie's wedding last week and how the stepfather was there and her own partner was there as well, and everybody was living la vida loca. There was no problems. That's how it should be. Co-parenting is something that is so common these days. Right. People need to get on board and keep it moving.
All right, moving on to the next story. NFL Hall of Famer and ESPN host Shannon Sharpe is at the center of a major legal battle. He's being sued for $50 million by Gabriela Zuniga, who claims she was in an abusive relationship with him that began in 2023 when she was 20 years old and continued till the early 2025, that is this year. Now, Zuniga, also identified as Jane Doe in court documents, has accused Sharpe of sexual assault on multiple occasions, saying he violated her trust and crossed personal boundaries during their time together. Now, according to her, the relationship was emotionally and physically harmful. She says Sharpe threatened her on multiple occasions, pressured her into sex even when she said no, secretly recorded intimate moments and shared them without her consent, and made violent threats, including saying he would harm or kill her. She also released an audio tape that she claims captures Sharpe threatening to choke her. Here is how he's reacting to those allegations.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys.
Okay, I mean, it's not such a great time for Shannon Sharpe. And you know what actually, a lot of people have said that this particular lawsuit or legal issue would do to him is, first of all, he's about to sign a deal, a $100 million deal for his, podcast. And that is supposed to come on stream, like I think in a month or two. So now with this...
village people.
Yeah?
If this is Nigeria, they'll say your village people are chasing you now.
So you can imagine like being on the verge of signing a new deal like for your podcast worth over $100 million, and this particular situation comes up, it's going to definitely take some wind out of your sails. And the lady in question, why people have questioned her motive is because of the lawyer involved, like we discussed, Tony Busby. This one person that doesn't play fair. The Jay-Z case where he tried to push the Jane Doe in that question, the woman that was suing Jay-Z, telling her to actually add more false claims to her story. Even later she said that it's actually from the lawyer that was pushing her to add those claims that Jay-Z was involved, even when nothing really happened between her and Jay-Z. Yeah. So Busby is questionable. His tactics and his methods are questionable. And now they're suing for $50 million. And of course, people have called out the lady in question, saying she's just down for a shakedown. Candace Owen has come out to say that, it's just a shakedown. She's trying to just, bring down the man. But definitely he's going to lose some deals for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like you rightfully said, Ikena, the timing of it is quite suspicious, and the person that is involved, the lawyer, is quite suspicious. Yeah. He's had a pending case with Jay-Z based off of something quite similar. He brought forward a young lady who claimed that, Jay-Z and Beyonce and LeBron James were all present at one of P. Diddy's freak-offs, as it were. It's very dicey because there's still a lot of allegations being thrown out there. It's not a criminal case; it's still a civil case. It's still being investigated. But you see, what really pains me about this kind of stories is there is. Fine, he can come out and say, it's just a shakedown, but there's already a perception. Yeah. And sometimes the audio, and sometimes those things can be taken back, even if he wins in court now or he's able to prove that. There's just a kind of there's just something a bit off about it. Like, okay, why are you even talking to a 19-year-old girl in the first place? 20-year-old. Yeah. At the time they were in a relationship, was she 19? She was 20. Yeah. Okay, 20. Let's add 1 year. Still doesn't make it. How old is Shannon Sharpe for crying out loud? Have said that the age difference. And it's interesting because I mentioned this when we spoke about this earlier in the week, that in an interview that Monique had with him, she told him, she said, Shannon, leave the young girls alone.
And Cat Williams warned him too.
Exactly. He said if a white woman wants to deal with you, he can break it. It can happen in 2 weekends. Hey, I don't know. I'm just waiting to see.
The audio tape says apart, choke me daddy. Is it a case of role play?
I don't know. I was not there.
You know how they say choke me daddy in some movies? Choke me daddy.
I should be asking you now.
I don't know.
Well, let's move on to our next story very quickly. Jude Okoye, the former manager and elder brother of defunct music duo P Square, has regained his freedom after 2 months of incarceration at the Ikoyi Correctional Center. His release follows a series of legal battles with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, which accused him of theft, criminal conversion, and money laundering involving over 1.38 billion naira. Yesterday evening, however, I think 2 days ago actually, Jude was released from custody and reunited with his family in a low-key celebration. His brother and close ally Paul Okoye, popularly known as Rude Boy, confirmed the release in a series of Instagram stories showing Jude arriving home and embracing his wife and children. In the caption, Paul wrote, "Jude is finally out after 2 months. All the efforts to frustrate his bail have finally collapsed. Welcome home, brother. Hashtag Jude NGs and happy birthday." Let's take a look.
Ify, what did I tell you? Ify.
Yes, this is really lovely to see. We spoke about this on the show yesterday. You were not here. And I want to know what your thoughts are. You know, I thought that was really heartwarming to see, like, his children. And the fact that it was his birthday as well was...
well, I mean, honestly, I feel like the Okoye brothers, their situation, like, you know, about the twins and, of course, Jude, the elder brother. I feel like it's a messy one, and nobody would wish brothers to be, you know, at loggerheads. And you know, him being released, I think it's a welcome development. But does it make his crimes forgiven if indeed he is guilty for
bail?
You know,
so the case is still on.
Exactly. I'm just saying. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if he's actually guilty of all he did, then yes, it's fine to actually go home to your family during your birthday, celebrate it with them. But if Peter still has a case with him about how he sort of spent their money as P Square, and of course the company is being set up to manage the funds of P Square, even without their knowledge, it still doesn't take away the fact that he should be held accountable. Yeah. But yes, it's good that he's back home with his family to celebrate his birthday. I mean, 2 months in you know, in the EFCC custody is actually a long time. So I guess it would be a good week or a good weekend for them, having their father back home. But like I said, it doesn't make him, you know, totally absolved from the situation.
Of course, it's just a situation of seeing him back home and, like you said, being accountable for, you know...
But do you think they would ever come to good terms, like, you know, come back to what they used to be at the time?
Can I always asking me? I mean, I get what you're saying, but, like, in this kind of situations, I don't know, because it's been going on for a long time. So I like to just, you know, say things based on the facts that I have. And just leave it as is. But it's time for a short break now. Do stay tuned, because coming up, I'll be bringing you all the latest music news, and we'll be finding out what's trending. It's all about Burna Boy today, from Lahore Remix to his claim that the Nigerian entertainment industry gatekeepers did everything they could to break him.
Stay connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want. Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Welcome back to the show. You're watching Arise 360. Now get ready to crank up the volume because in the world of music, the beat never stops and the headlines never sleep. Every day brings a fresh wave of stories that keeps us on our toes. So it's time to dive headfirst in the pulse-pounding realm of music news. All right, so Burna Boy says his version of Laho is the original. Now, Charlie Poppy's hit single Laho recently got a Burna Boy remix, which has generated reactions from fans. But the Grammy winner has taken to his Instagram page to share some context on the song. Now, according to Burna Boy, Laho 2, released on April 25, 2025, was recorded before Charlie Poppy's solo version. But due to the inability to clear it, the solo version was released. So after all these years, that's in quote now, y'all still don't know me enough. If this Laho was the remix, then I'd go first, LOL. So as actually the original version, it just couldn't be cleared for the time he wanted to release because it clashed with other releases that had to do with me. So yes, Burna Boy trying to, should I say, discredit the young man there?
I don't know if he's discrediting the young man, but you know what? Let's actually listen to a clip of that new song and then come back to discuss. Do we have that on?
Don't get it twisted. My God be my witness. Me and you not get to business. I take my kindness for weakness. Softly, you no go tear my singlet. Oh, good, challenge. No, they joke with my percentage. No go give to Caesar. What belongs to Odogu? What is you at all? The money over their love. Money no like cha-cha-cha. Oh, only movie Gaza. All in no man abroad. Yeah, massa, mama. The first chance you for your dog. Egunya do la. Ni pestas au la. Aza metra la. Ni do la. Egunya do la. Ni pestas au la. Aza metra la.
Okay. I mean, the remix.
Director to come back. I'm sure he was dancing like, oh, in the gallery. Hello, sir, focus.
He didn't want to stop the track.
He didn't want to stop because the song is sweet. That's
okay,
why.
but I mean, like, now, Charlie Poppy responded to the whole thing Burna Boy said on, social media, saying that he shouldn't do that. I mean, he even did it respectfully, but I feel like, okay, so that's Burna Boy's take after all these years, blah, 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 blah. But I feel like Burna Boy shouldn't have put out this post, even if that is the actual story. You have a young man that is coming up the ranks, he's doing it for himself. And of course, he, like recently, I think last year or thereabouts, cut ties with his label, his former label. Now he's trying to push himself, on his own and all that. But, coming down to sort of play that, not like he was playing down the original song, but saying that your version, was made first. I think it was unnecessary.
Yeah,
it was unnecessary.
I think so too. So two things, right?
Yeah.
I think I would just say, just listening to that personally, me, I don't feel like this song needed a remix.
I didn't want to say that.
Literally, just yesterday on the show, we took a story where there was a Spotify actually came out to say that Laho has done 30 million streams.
Yeah.
Now, this is a song that came out this year. So we've not even done 4 months, and we're already on 30 million. And that is only on Spotify. But we're not even talking about Apple Music. We're not talking about, there's this other Nigerian streaming service, Boomplay. So there's so many. We're not talking about YouTube views, because it has over, I think, about 10 million views on YouTube. So the song is already doing really well. However, I also understand on the business side, because then what happens is most times a big song like this goes all the way, it peaks, then it starts to drop. Yeah. But like you saw with Twashalabam, which was another song that was doing really well before Burna Boy jumped on it. What musicians want in this kind of a situation is that when it peaks and then there's a remix and there's something that there's something new. Exactly. Yeah. So I get that, but now that it's now come with this, because I'm sure a lot of people were thinking there was no need for this, and that was why he now had to come out and say. And then they also performed the song at I think it was at Stade de France, and I mean in front of 80,000 people. A lot of people were wondering that okay, is this a remix? Is this just for banter? What is it exactly? And then we're seeing this drop happening at 12 midnight. I would just say I think it's a sound business decision. as someone who already likes the song, I like it as it is. Maybe after a while, I might now start liking this Burna Boy's version. I like the line where he said, don't give unto Caesar what belongs to Odogu. So maybe there might be something there might be lines that we will eventually like. Like in Touch Alabama, where there was that line where everybody want to give me, that was something that just stuck with people.
Burna Boy on tracks like a remix sound, he always delivers. Yeah. Even Fino's Duai, he did well. Yeah. He's always delivering. But I feel like this particular track, for like you said, it doesn't really need a remix. And even if it eventually has a remix, I feel like they should have given it more time for the original song to actually do its time, amass all the streams, then you now hit them with a remix. And for the remix, I feel like they should have gone more in the line of maybe an all-star kind of, maybe feature like 2 or 3 people to have different vibes. That's my own take.
Okay, I get
Not
that.
Not just Burna Boy. Do you understand?
That. So that it has like different feels, maybe like a rapper, a singer, maybe have like a female artist in there. I understand what you mean.
I have like different voices, different people to bring in different
Well, it's not too late, because this actually reminds me of this, what's that song, Nobody with Joe Boy, that went viral, with, what's the name of that DJ Neptune?
Neptune, yeah.
And that song probably has like 15 remixes, in case you didn't know. They have the Spanish remix, because the song was so big, and they now had to start making different versions for different parts of, of different continents and different parts of the world. So maybe if Laho is one of those songs, we could still see an all-star.
If I was Charlie Poppy, what I would probably have done, if I was, probably have, how you meet different artists for their verse, let them drop a verse. Don't tell them who's gonna appear next on the track. Let it be like a surprise. So you can imagine having Burna Boy.
No, because you can't surprise people. Because don't forget that anything that happens is business. So you can't stop. You can't tell.
I'm just being a fan.
Okay.
I'm just being a fan.
So you're a fan of Charlie Poppy.
Calm down. Like, I'm a fan of music. Music.
All right, then let's quickly move on to dive into the stories that has everyone talking. I'm talking about trending headlines, latest buzz, and we've got that all covered on What's Trending. Let's take a look. Burna Boy is still trending. Now, this time around, he's claiming that Nigerian entertainment industry gatekeepers did everything they possibly could to break him. The Grammy Award-winning singer stated that these gatekeepers did everything to block his success and break him. This was in reaction to a revelation made by Obi Asika, a Nigerian music executive and the Director General of the National Council for Arts and Culture. In a recent interview on the Afropolitan podcast, Obi Asika addressed the challenges Burna Boy faced on his way to stardom. According to him, Burna Boy struggled to get a slot to perform even for free. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
To put on these artists. I mean, if the artists don't tell you themselves, but Rhythm Unplugged, you'll be there sitting backstage at 5 a.m. trying to get on. Basketball doing a comedy show, they'd be backstage for 5 hours trying to get a slot to perform for free. I'm telling you, this same Burna Boy that's $1 million plus today, they'd be blocking him. Yeah, Nigeria, he wasn't from Lagos, he was from Port Harcourt. They blocked him. The guy went, bypassed everybody and exploded. Can't be blocked anymore, can he? I mean, and I think that's the beautiful thing about this thing. It's like.
Wow, see that response there. It said, "It awoke an unquenchable fire in me that will continue to burn for eternity." This is it. Yeah. maybe that's where it came from. Burna Boy. I see what you did there. But this thing we're talking about is very serious, because if Burna Boy did not bloom now, we will not be talking about it. And I think it's even more serious because it's Obi Asika that said it. And Obi Asika is such an authority in the music space. Yeah. And it really, I think, those gatekeepers or whoever they are at this point, they know themselves. And this is, I don't say they created a monster, because of course he's our monster. We love Burna Boy. He's our African giant. I love the fact that he's always been a confident person. I remember one of the things that made him trend the most was when he referred to himself as African giant, and he was telling them, I think it was at Coachella that they can't, you can't put my name in the small print. And I really admire that about him. And it's a very reflective moment, for everybody in the entertainment space. You don't know where you're going to be today. The fact that you're on top today doesn't mean that you're the only one that has the keys to the city. Calm down, pipe down, and give people opportunities. I also have I've been privy to this even in my media space as a journalist, as an entertainment journalist. When you're trying to do certain stories and people are blocking you, don't worry, dear. I now have an unquenchable fire. I'm Bona girl.
Okay, I mean, Obi Asika made a lot of points during this particular interview, and it's one that is not new. Like, every artist has their own story about how they were blocked and how they were, not given the wings to fly by these so-called industry gatekeepers. And it's not just in music, like you said. Even in the media, in the banking sector, in every line of business we have in Nigeria, there are always the sharks, like they call them sharks, that wouldn't want you to thrive because they feel like you should go through them. In some cases, or they want you to sort of maybe pay loyalty to them or, give up something. It depends on what the bargaining chip is.
Yeah.
But for me, I come out to say this, that this is someone that has been in the industry for a long time. But is it new? No. Wizkid has his own story one time on his, like even Solo say I no go blow. Wizkid has a lot of stories to tell, like in his music about when it was coming up. You have lots of people that have said the same thing on their songs about how they were not given chances to actually thrive or fly. Kizz Daniel had his own issues too before he became a superstar. So it's not new in music. I tell you, it is not new. See, Shaitan one day take a stroll, go to any recording studio around your neighborhood. You will see loads of talents, upcoming musicians like are looking for how to should I say climb to the next level. And they tell you their story about maybe one bros they met in the business that told them that if you don't do this, I won't promote you.
Yeah.
It is a story that every artist has to tell. Trust me. Timaya has his own. Everybody has their own. So it's not new, but yes, Burna Boy today is selling out 80,000 capacity stadiums and halls around the world. And there's something about you being pushed to the extreme that you can't do this thing. Trust me, it makes you want to do it, actually want to go all out to achieve it. And we're happy that today we have Odogwu, who, even though he's a baggage. Odogwu is a baggage. Anybody that is managing Odogwu, I mean, big ups to his mom. Yes. Because trust me, I know it can be easy, but I just look at it as someone that has that kind of talent. Like, I don't think you find yourself you can be humble, but there's a kind of talent that just comes with a certain level of confidence. Some people will see it as arrogance or cockiness, but it's just about finding the right balance. Sometimes, guess what? Even that cockiness makes you more unique. Take for example, a lot of people will say Ronaldo is cocky, but it goes in line with his brand. He's the most followed person on social media. In fact, currently in the world, in every social media platform. So even that cockiness, it paid off. Well, and the talent too is there to back it up. So if you have that talent, you can be cocky. I mean, people will forgive you for being cocky. Will they? We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. All right, then we're going to take another short break now, but stay tuned to Rise 360 because coming up, we have our Rise correspondent Judith Da Silva sit with the cast of the new Netflix series, The 4 Seasons, and also the maiden edition of our Rise 360's Top 5 as the world anticipates the next papal conclave. 5 movies that will take you deep inside the Vatican, offering
We go to the lengths of the universe to bring you the top stories of the day.
From the breaking news to the big stories,
from Nigeria, across Africa, and the world, we bring a unique perspective.
A Nigerian perspective, an African understanding of global events as they occur.
Politics and policy, people and events.
Thought leaders and newsmakers. Innovation, technology, culture, and the arts,
as well as everything else in between.
Every night on Africa's premier news broadcaster, we ask the hard questions and get the answers. Speak to the experts that give the deep insights on issues that shape our world.
Peace,
which bears a striking resemblance to the Benin bronze head, is on its way back as we speak.
Following an extended period of absence, the historic artifact returns home.
Yeah, touchdown na Yanako. Young way, Mampa Nyonko. The boy looking like $1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, this is back to base. Yeah, touchdown na Yanako. Young way, Mampa Nyonko. The boy looking like $1 million.
Welcome back to Arise 360, and it's time to turn your attention to the world of streaming cinemas, movie stars, and more as we bring you up to date with what's been happening in film and television. Golden Globe and Emmy Award winner Tina Fey writes and stars in the new Netflix series, The Four Seasons, which is all about the trials of marriage and friendship among a group of longtime friends. And it co-stars Oscar nominees Coleman Domingo and Steve Carell. And our rights correspondent Judita De Silva, which is our own person, sat with some of the stars of the cast to talk about the show on latest episode.
The relationships that I have with women, my female relationships, sometimes it feels like I am their husband or their boyfriend as well. Right. Knowing that I have a full husband, and then there becomes some friction over that. That's very natural, and I feel like we haven't seen that a lot in series, and I think it was a great opportunity to mine that a bit more.
Text Danny and Claude. ETA 431, please be ready.
Danny says, "You are not the f***ing boss of me. I will emerge when the magic hour light is perfect."
Take me in.
Get in the car! We've been friends for 30 years.
I love all of you, plus...
Please do not talk about your other hotter friend group. It hurts my feelings.
I know, but that's so hot.
Are you guys happy?
What kind of question is that? Come on.
We sit in the same room, monitoring different screens. We're like coworkers at a nuclear facility.
The Four Seasons is a retelling of the romantic drama first written and directed in 1981 by Alan Alda. It tells the story of a friend group of couples that is rocked by the devastating news about one of their marriages. It sets off a chain of events among all the couples that takes them through a series of highs and lows. This time written by Tina Fey, the Golden Globe and Emmy-winning writer of hit movies and series like Mean Girls and 30 Rock. Tina also plays the role of Kate, the witty and cutting wife to Jack, played by Emmy-nominated comedian and actor Will Forte, who has to figure out Kate's often critical manner towards her more light-hearted husband.
Judita De Silva, Arise play Nigeria. Nice to meet you both.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
My first question is for Will. Your character is in this marriage where essentially he's taken for granted by his wife. And I just imagine that watching the series, there would probably be a different degree of potency in the reaction to seeing a woman who has a good man but behaves that way. Do you think that that's because we've become socially conditioned to be more familiar with seeing men behaving badly in marriages as opposed to women?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, look, this relationship, her treatment of me seems to make a lot of sense. I feel like, there are always two sides to each story, and I'm sure that her treatment of me springs from some element of my personality, which is, you know, not respecting her. You know, it feels like it's always kind of a yin and yang. I don't know if I'm properly answering the question, but it's you know, it was a real treat being the husband of Tina Fey in this. And while maybe I did not get the respect that I should have at times from her, you know, I should have, my character should have been stronger and stuck up for himself. So that's partially my own doing.
Oh, Jack.
The central story of all the couples is that of Anne, played by comedian and actress Kerry Kenny Silver, and her husband Nick, played by Golden Globe-winning star of the American version of The Office, Steve Carell. When their characters' relationship is tested and changed forever, Anne is faced with the daunting challenge of finding new purpose while trying to hold on to her old friendships.
And for you, Carrie, your character pretty much goes through every woman's worst nightmare, where you've given the best years of your life to a man, and one day he wakes up, says he's bored, and leaves. And watching the series, I kind of was waiting for her to have the waiting to exhale Angela Bassett moments where you set all his clothes on fire or something equally dramatic. But she never has that moment. So I wondered, was that because the way the character is written, it's not in her nature to have that kind of fighting spirit? Or was it more leaning into the umbrella theme of
Every news night on Arise, the world's standout news channel.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
Naira, shillings, dinar, yen, interest rate are up again. Commodities, bonds and shares. Seize the bulls and mingle with the beers. Derivatives and currencies. Help me understand it, please. Finance gurus, the tips and the tricks. Portfolio is getting thick. Come on, trade. Let your money move with the wisdom. Trade. Let the markets take you there. Stay up to date with business and markets every weekday on Arise Exchange.
Rise and shine, Nigeria. Your mornings are our passion.
Start your day with us, Nigeria. Together, we make mornings better.
Wake up and thrive, Nigeria. Your mornings are our dedication.
A new day with you, Nigeria. Your mornings are our commitment.
Join us every morning, Nigeria. Your mornings are our priority. There is a reason why Nigeria wakes up with us. Every morning, we deliver the news you need to know. We speak to the voices that matter. We cut through the noise and bring you the unvarnished truth. And we always strive to brighten your day.
Wake up with us, Nigeria. Your mornings are our mission.
Feel the pulse of the planet. From New York to Nairobi, London to Lagos, our world is connected. our stories intertwined. Join us as we navigate the news that shapes our lives. News through the voices that live it, the experts that make sense of it, and the leaders that shape it. Our network of correspondents around the world ensure that you don't miss a thing. Trust us to bring you unfiltered news, deep dives, and powerful conversations. The world never stops, and neither do we. Every second counts, and every story matters. Give us 60 minutes, and we'll give you the world.
We go to the lengths of the universe to bring you the top stories of the day.
From the breaking news to the big stories,
from Nigeria, across Africa, and the world, we bring a unique perspective.
We really love the most, we're sometimes not the most proud of.
Right.
But until you reconcile those two parts of yourself, you're never truly happy.
Yeah.
And so the story of your couple plays out in that same way. So was that a narrative intention for your characters, for art to imitate life in that particular way?
I don't know. I think when it comes to the character of Claude, I think that they have their own private, of course, we all have our own private relationships, you know, in terms of like the way they manage each other. And then sometimes that thing, when someone else comments on it, you're like, you know what, that's my thing actually that you're commenting on. I'm cool with it, but you also see how it's perceived in your friend group. You know, so it's like you have to figure out moment to moment how you protect that or how you defend it. And I think that that's a thing right now that they're coming at a crossroads with his relationship with Kate. You know, Kate, because Kate feels that she has opinion and she can say what she wants because they have a closeness and they've had it even before he was involved. I've had relationships like that in my life too, where I always have it. It's funny, Tina and I talked a lot about the relationships that I have with women. My female relationships, sometimes it feels like I am their husband or their boyfriend as well, knowing that I have a full husband, and then there becomes some friction over that. That's very natural, and I feel like we haven't seen that a lot in series, and I think it was a great opportunity to mine that a bit more. So yeah, I think that there's levels of where you're like, how do I protect this, but then how do I have fun with it with my friend as well? And then at some point there's a bit of an impasse.
And for you, Marco, your character is lovably eccentric, but he's also like a light-hearted contrast to the rest of this friend group. But I wondered for you as an actor, when you're crafting the performance, did it make your job harder, where you have to find a balance between being the light-hearted punctuation of a chorus of characters, but never becoming two-dimensional with it as a result of that?
It was, I wouldn't say it was hard, but it was a challenge. It was my challenge as an actor. I didn't want to portray the same gay, flamboyant man that we've seen so many times on TV. And not that it was written that way, the character has so many layers, but I wanted to be mindful and careful not to fall in that trap. Because it is really the fool of the group. Like, it is kind of, in a way, it's the way in for the audience. It's the one that belongs a little less in it's the last arrival. They all not grew up together, but they went to college together. They know each other for a long time, and Danny and Claude have been together for only a little bit, 10 years maybe, right?
Say, yeah.
10 years, something like that. I think we say that in the show. So he has... The Claude struggle is trying to belong, and its eccentricity is also heightened by this. It's like he's terribly afraid to lose Danny, especially after Nick and Anne splits up, and he wants to belong to this group. Right? He's already welcome, but it never feels enough. And also there's something about being an immigrant in a different country that you have this, even if you're super welcome and you have a seat at the table, you always feel you have to gain that place all the fucking time. And so once I understood this, that it's sort of like I can relate in a way to this because I'm an immigrant in a foreign country. Once I understood all these elements about Claude, I I found my way in, and how to manage in between, and how to find the arc in this relationship, in the relationship with the other characters as well. I think there's a beautiful arc also with the character of Tina, with Kate. You know, there's this friction, you know, she can't really stand me. I'm too much in the way also of the relationship that she has with Danny. But Claude really defines himself by his love for Danny too.
Well, thank you. It was very enjoyable to watch because it wasn't cliched. It was refreshing. It was different. It was nuanced. So thank you and well done. Great series.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
You too. Take care.
From tested love to broken commitments, The Four Seasons is an exploration of relationships in modern times. But the classic stories of lives presenting challenges that are made a little easier with the help of good friendships continues to resonate after generations.
We're just people. Flawed people.
We have chosen each other. Come here.
How did you two meet?
Ginny is my dental hygienist.
I get it. She's young and hot, right?
Don't see a ton of upside for me in answer to that. I'd like to make a toast to friends, family, and finding your soulmate.
Well, that was Oscar-nominated actor Coleman Domingo and his co-stars from the new series, The Four Seasons, which will be available to stream on Netflix from the 1st of May. And if you missed any of that part of that interview, you can always watch it again in full on the Arise Play streaming platform. But let's move on very quickly now. The world is holding its breath ahead of the next papal election. In the days that follow, a centuries-old ritual unfolds behind closed doors. I'm talking about the papal conclave. With the death of a sitting pope or the unexpected resignation of a reigning one, the Roman Catholic Church enters a period of solemn tradition and quiet suspense. With the seats vacant when the papal seat lies, eyes turn to the Vatican. Now let's look at some of the movies that we say on this edition of Top 5 Everything. We'll be giving you 5 movies from dramatic trailers to philosophical portraits of modern popes. These films will take you deep inside the Vatican, offering context, imagination, and intrigue ahead of the election of the next head of the Catholic Church. Our very first movie on this list came out in 2009, and while this one leans more toward fictional trails than theological reflection, Angel and Demons throws you into the high-stakes chaos of a conclave gone rogue. Let's take a look.
Truth. The Catholic Church ordered a brutal massacre to silence them forever. They've come for their revenge. There's a hidden trail through Rome itself. I need access to the Vatican archives.
Access to the archives is only by written decree by the Holy Father.
Fellas, you called me. This is the first sign.
What sort of sign?
Earth, air, fire, water.
All right, wonderful movie, Angels and Demons there. All right, so next movie in this list is Habemus Papam. That is We Have a Pope. That came out in 2011. And this satirical drama follows a fictional, newly elected pope who suffers a psychological crisis right after his election. Though fictional, it presents a surprisingly detailed and humanizing look at the conclave process and the pressure it brings.
Melville, 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 Melville,
Melville.
All right, then, we're 2 movies in, 3 more to go. Our next one, styles, surreal, and even provocative. The young pope is unlike any portrayal of the Vatican you've ever seen. Jude Law plays Lenny Bellardo, the newly elected Pope Pius, the youngest and first American pope in history. What starts as a moment of youthful hope quickly spirals into a story of unpredictable power, rigid ideology, and spiritual contradiction. Lenny is mysterious, firstly orthodox, and disturbingly charismatic, disrupting the traditions of the Vatican in ways that shock both the faithful and the clergy. With gorgeous cinematography, dreamlike visuals, and philosophical musings on belief and identity, this series peels back the layers of papal mystique and leaves you questioning what kind of leader the church truly needs.
Blue-eyed kid. I was supposed to be Pope.
I see Christ's reflection in you.
He'll put Eric on our shins. I know how to get him to resign.
You want to make the world pay for the wrong it did you?
All right, next up now, this intimate character-driven drama offers a stunning window into the minds of souls of two of the Catholic Church's most recent leaders, Pope Benedict and then Cardinal George Mario Bergoglio, who would go on to become Pope Francis. Now, inspired by true events, the two popes imagines a series of fictionalized conversations between the conservative Benedict, played by Anthony Hopkins, and the reformed-minded Bergoglio, Jonathan Price, as they debate the future of the church amidst scandal and change. However, rather than focusing on the conclave itself, this film explores the humanity, conflict, and compassion that shape papal leadership, making it essential viewing to understand the spiritual depth behind the position.
Done, but I've lost.
Popes can't resign. If you do this, you will damage the papacy forever.
I can no longer sit on the chair of St. Peter.
You're mistaken. You are...
Silence! I cannot play this role anymore. There's a saying, God always corrects one pope by presenting the world with another pope. I'd like to see my correction.
All right then, for our final video of the day, if you're looking for a gripping, dramatized look into what really happens after a pope dies, but before the white smoke rises, then Conclave is your go-to. Set in the immediate aftermath of Pope Francis' fictional death at 88 on Easter Monday, Conclave imagines what unfolds as 120 cardinals from around the world descend upon the Vatican to elect the next pontiff. Based on Robert Harris's best-selling novel, this political thriller reveals the rivalries, secrets, and normal dilemmas that shape one of the most sacred and secretive votes on earth. Expect a betrayal, suspense, and the eternal tug of war between faith and ambition. It's released just days before the real-world conclave is set to begin. Couldn't be perfectly timed.
They are sequestered, and they must be shielded from all news that may influence their judgment. You understand?
No sane man would want the papacy.
The men who are dangerous are the ones who do want it.
That sounds ominous.
I wonder if I could have a word in private.
You look anxious. Everything under control.
How has this been kept a secret for so long? We'll never find a candidate who doesn't have...
Well, thank you so much for watching. If you want to know exactly how that voting process is going to happen, check out one of our films from our maiden edition of Top 5 on Arise 360. I'm sure it's
all right, that's it. That's it on the show. It's been fun, doing this. I mean, of course, the show happens every day, 5 p.m. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week. This has been Arise 360.
Okay, now, what's going on today?
Stay connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
We go to the lens of the universe to bring you the top stories of the day.
From the breaking news to the big stories,
from Nigeria, across Africa, and the world, we bring a unique perspective.
A Nigerian perspective, an African understanding of global events as they occur.
Politics and policy, people and events.
Thought leaders and newsmakers. Innovation, technology, culture, and the arts,
as well as everything else in between.
Every night on Africa's premier news broadcaster, we ask the hard questions and get the answers. Speak to the experts that give the deep insights on issues that shape our world.
Every news night on Arise, the world's standout news channel.
Rise and shine, Nigeria. Your mornings are our passion.
Start your day with us, Nigeria. Together, we make mornings better.
Wake up and thrive, Nigeria. Your mornings are our dedication.
A new day with you, Nigeria. Your mornings are our commitment.
Join us every morning, Nigeria. Your mornings are our priority. There is a reason why Nigeria wakes up with us. Every morning, we deliver the news you need to know. We speak to the voices that matter. We cut through the noise and bring you the unvarnished truth. And we always strive to brighten your day.
Wake up with us, Nigeria. Your mornings are our mission.
Naira, shillings, China, yen, interest rates are up again. Commodities, bonds and shares. Seize the bulls and mingle with the beers. Derivatives and currencies. Help me understand it, please. Finance gurus, the thieves and the tricks. Portfolio is getting thick. Come on, trade. Let your money move with the wisdom. Let the markets take you there. Stay up to date with business and markets every weekday on Arise Exchange.
We go to the lens of the universe to bring you the top stories of the day.
From the breaking news to the big stories,
from Nigeria, across Africa, and the world, we bring a unique perspective.
A Nigerian perspective, an African understanding of global events as they occur.
Politics and policy, people and events.
Thought leaders and newsmakers. Innovation, technology, culture, and the arts,
as well as everything else in between.
Every night on Africa, we ask the hard questions and get the answers. Speak to the experts that give the deep insights on issues that shape our world.
Every news night on Arise, the world's standout news channel.
Feel the pulse of the planet. From New York to Nairobi, London to Lagos. Our world is connected. Our stories intertwined. Join us as we navigate the news that shapes our lives. News through the voices that live it, the experts that make sense of it, and the leaders that shape it. Our network of correspondents around the world ensure that you don't miss a thing. Trust us to bring you unfiltered news, deep dives, and powerful conversations. The world never stops, and neither do we. Every second counts, and every story matters. Give us 60 minutes, and we'll give you the world.
Rise and shine, Nigeria. Your mornings are our passion.
Start your day with us, Nigeria. Together, we make mornings better.
Wake up and thrive, Nigeria. Your mornings are our dedication.
A new day with you, Nigeria. Your mornings are our commitment.
Join us every morning, Nigeria. Your mornings are our priority. There is a reason why Nigeria wakes up with us. Every morning, we deliver the news you need to know. We speak to the voices that matter. We cut through the noise and bring you the unvarnished truth. And we always strive to brighten your day.
Wake up with us, Nigeria. Your mornings are our mission.
Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Abuja. Ahead over the next hour, all of the global headlines you need to know about. This is The World, and I'm Charles Eniagolu. Our top stories at this hour. As the U.S. continues efforts to broker a truce in Ukraine, President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, is holding talks in Moscow with Vladimir Putin. The mayor of Kyiv has suggested Ukraine may have to give away territory as part of any peace deal. Meanwhile, Russian officials have confirmed that one of the Kremlin's senior generals has been killed in a car bomb attack in Moscow. We have the latest. More than 100 delegations, including heads of state and royalty, have begun arriving in Rome ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis on Saturday. Tight security arrangements have been put in place. More than 150,000 people have so far viewed the Pope's body. We have an assessment. And opposition politicians in Ghana have condemned the decision by the president to suspend the Chief Justice. They say the president has abused his position of power and is trying to interfere with the independence of the judiciary. We'll speak with a Ghanaian journalist. Plus, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, says the U.S. state has overtaken Japan as the world's fourth largest economy. First tonight, a senior Russian general has been killed in an explosion near his home in a Moscow suburb. Reports suggest he was walking past a parked car when an explosive device inside was detonated. No one has so far said they carried out the attack. Meanwhile, there's growing pressure on Ukraine and President Zelensky to accept Russian occupation of Ukrainian territory as part of a peace deal. This week, President Trump accused Mr. Zelensky of harming peace negotiations after the Ukrainian leader again ruled out recognizing Russian control of Crimea, a southern Ukrainian annexed by Moscow in 2014. Well, now the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, has become one of the most senior Ukrainian politicians to suggest that the country might indeed have to give away any peace deal with Russia. President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, is in Russia and is meeting President Putin. The Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has told American television that the US and Moscow are moving in the right direction towards a peace deal.
The Russian Investigative Committee has opened the criminal case into the murder and illegal trafficking of explosives in connection with a car explosion on Nesterova Street in Balashikha. According to preliminary information, the incident resulted in the death of Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik, deputy head of the main operations directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces. According to available information, the detonation of the Volkswagen Golf car was caused by the triggering of an improvised explosive device. An investigative team consisting of investigators, forensic experts, and law enforcement officers has begun examining the scene of the incident.
Well, for more on developments around Ukraine, let's speak now to the international affairs analyst, Dr. Marek Laskovich, who joins me on the line from London. Good to see you, Dr. Laskovich. First of all, let's start with that attack. What we saw there, a car explosion killing one of the Kremlin's top generals. What are you hearing about that?
It seems almost certain it's Ukrainians. There's no Russian group capable, really, of doing such an explosion. And they're doing it. It can't be the Americans either who are talking, and Europeans have nothing but talk. So the most obvious one is the Ukrainians have killed yet another top general as an attempt to try and dissuade Russians from occupying Ukraine.
And I mean, given the seniority of this general, what can we expect in retaliation? Are we going to see a sort of tit for tat now?
I think it gives the Russians an opportunity to, as you say, do something and say it's in retaliation for this. I would anticipate more shelling at present because what is happening is they're talking with the Americans and therefore they're going to get, I think, a great deal of what they want without further action. And therefore, as a result, I don't think they're going to make a military attack, but probably they'll shell something. As you say, into the seniority, and secondly, because this is by no means the first time they've done it, the attack might well be a building like the Ukrainian parliament, or perhaps the presidential palace, or perhaps the administration. In short, not a civilian target, but a state target, because after all, this general is part of the state.
Well, let's move away from that and get your assessment of what the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, had to say. He was speaking in an interview with the BBC. He's the most senior Ukrainian politician to put the idea out there that Ukraine may have to cede some territory to Russia.
Yeah, the problem here is that he's not actually on President Zelensky's side, and therefore you could actually argue that he's really doing internal politics. In other words, he is suggesting, looking for votes in the long run, perhaps to become president himself, on the basis that it's time for peace, as unlike Zelensky, the war, well, not exactly warmonger, but certainly the war doer, let's put it like that. And therefore, it's not an indication that Ukraine is necessarily going to agree. It could be just part of, like, politicking. However, and it does imply that the opposition parties to President Zelensky may well come round to the notion of signing such a peace. And this implies that were President Zelensky to step down or be coerced down by the American pressure, that therefore the documents in order to arrive at peace.
Nevertheless, in spite of the political sort of maneuverings that you've talked about, I mean, could this be the area where there is some kind of compromise that allows a deal to happen? So Russia keeps the territory that it's occupied on a temporary basis, and the final status of those territories can be sorted out at some future date.
There's 3 points to make here. First and foremost, there's absolutely no question as far as one can see, of President Zelensky or his party or the Ukrainian parliament as a whole agreeing to such terms. That has been made clear to red line. So therefore, there is no room for negotiation because the mayor of Kiev, however important he is not in charge. Number two, the galling aspect of it for Ukraine is they could have had this once and years ago. There was no need to carry on fighting and sacrifice so many of their troops and incidentally suffer so many civilian lives and, of course, collateral damage. This was a peace treaty which was quite possible before. And in fact, over the 3 years, and Donald Trump has pointed this out, he could have made such a peace offer, President Zelensky, but didn't. So there's no reason why she'd want to do so now. And on top of that, if he'd done so, then the war would have been over much earlier. And in fact, this is the business of the compromise that I was saying, although not necessarily exactly on the lines that we mentioned here. Russia is not known for keeping its peace treaties. And therefore, if anything is signed, and it is unlikely, then a completely different scenario is unfolding. Namely, America walks away, leaves Ukraine to try and fight on with European help. But coming back to the point, even if a peace treaty were to be signed, there's no obvious reason why it would be, as the Ukrainian president wants, just or fair or long-lasting. Please remember, Poland signed 19 peace treaties with the Russians, 3 eternal ones, and Russia's broken all 19. So it doesn't bode well.
And outside of political circles, how do Ukrainians feel about this peace proposal? A bit like Mr. Klitschko or more like President Zelensky?
As far as I can tell, on the whole, they're still more like President Zelensky. But there is a sort of bitterness growing up, I think, about America, so to speak, pandering to all Russian demands and pressurizing Ukraine to sign. After all, what we call a peace treaty is, you could argue, it's a surrender document in the sense that Ukraine is surrendering all this territory. And therefore, as far as I can tell, the Ukrainians are not so much full of righteous passion as President Zelensky gives the impression of when he's talking on television, so much as bitter that this is the most likely outcome that's facing them. However, as I say, it's more than likely President Zelensky will reject this, whereupon the war will continue.
Meanwhile, Mr. Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy, is meeting President Putin in Moscow today to talk about a peace deal. It's difficult to ask you to look into a crystal ball at the moment. What are you expecting to come out of that?
3 things based on my books. First of all, I anticipate them actually abandoning Ukraine. Ukraine will not agree, and USA simply abandoning, as indeed I did. Therefore, there is a second aspect to this. I anticipate them making deal with Russia to take it or fighting. And if it carries on fighting for this, so this political pact, I anticipate what's not being the actual business, the necessity for rare earths and so on. Why do I say rare earths? Well, Ukraine has some, Russia has some, and the other country that has it is China. Well, China and America are now having a trade war, and it's more than likely that President Trump relation and Russia to this. Ukraine are not being invited. They're given a take it or leave it. A meeting in London, the Ukrainians and Europeans came up with all sorts of ideas, all sorts of points. As far as I can tell, America is not interested in these points, and all that's going to happen is a deal has been made over the heads of Ukraine and Europe, and this is the deal that's going ahead. I anticipate, therefore, that Russia and America will be working together more closely soon.
Dr. Laskovich, thank you ever so much. Dr. Marek Laskovich is the international affairs analyst who was talking to me on the line from London. And you're watching The World. Plenty more to come. Stay with us.
Looks like someone forgot something.
Hey, Captain Excellence! Huh? What's wrong?
You left the light on, EVA. What do you think happens when no one's in the room but the light is still on?
Huh? Why is that a big deal?
When you leave the light on, even when you're not here, it wastes energy into a cup that's just going to spill out.
But it's just one light bulb. Does it really matter that much?
Yes, it does. If everyone does their part turning off the lights when they're not needed, we save a lot of energy. Every little bit helps.
Okay. So, if we all do it, we can make a big difference.
And there's more. These energy-saving bulbs give you the same light but use less power. They last longer too.
That's so cool. We should tell our parents to switch to those.
Aha! And we can remind them to turn off lights when we are not using them.
One small action a day can make a big difference for life.
Mom, Dad, guess what? We can save a lot of money by using energy-saving bulbs and turning off lights when we don't need them.
Yeah, it taught us wasting the energy makes electricity bill higher.
Really? How does that work?
Energy-saving bulbs use less electricity. And if we turn off the lights, TVs, and fans when we're done, we'll save even more.
I never thought of it like that. Switching bulbs and turning things off, it could save us a lot of money.
And it's better for the environment, right?
Exactly! Less wasted energy means less pollution.
Good thinking, girls. We'll buy those energy-saving bulbs tomorrow. And from now on, we'll all remember to turn things off.
Good job, energy heroes!
Are you struggling with a health challenge? Do you need financial help to access treatment?
I'm tired of trying. I need help. I want to try IVF. I know it's expensive.
Apply now for MHSS, the Maternal Health Service Support, a discounted loan by the W Initiative of Access Bank. For more information, visit our website on www.thewcommunity.com or any Access Bank branch nationwide. You can also send an email to wcares@accessbankplc.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Niger, it's time to rock. Victory Season 10 is here.
That you did not come and greet.
I'm coming for the crown.
Nigerian Idol needs to bang. You're actually my idol. And say yes from me. That was good.
I'm here for a revenge.
I'm speechless.
10 seasons of unforgettable talent.
That's the best performance I've had today.
10 seasons of breathtaking performances. And this year, we celebrate the journey like never before.
I'm actually speechless.
I love you.
You're a superstar.
This is more than a competition. It's a celebration of music, passion, and dreams. It's your voice and your victory. Don't miss the biggest season yet. Nigerian Idol Season 10.
Sponsored by Biggie for every moment.
You're watching The World with me, Charles Eniagolu. Pope Francis lies in state in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome for the last day today. His coffin will be closed tonight ahead of the funeral on Saturday. More than 100 foreign delegations, including heads of state and royalty, have begun arriving in Rome ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis on Saturday. There's also a last chance for huge crowds of mourners to file past the Pope's coffin to pay their respects as he lies in state. There's been an extra surge of people from all over the world braving the long hours of waiting to enter the basilica. 1,000 people have so far viewed his body. Correspondents say it underscores the importance of the moment.
Today we have a lot of pilgrims, let's say, and we have divided them up nicely between the two entrances. Anyway, the queue is flowing quite well for the moment. I think everything is going well, I hope. I am glad that there is all this participation. No, I'm not afraid. We have a good team around here that controls everything, so we feel quite comfortable.
Well, for more on this, I'm joined now on the line from London by the journalist Caroline Farrow, who was a member of the organisation Catholic Voices and is a regular commentator on the Catholic faith in public life. She's also the UK and Ireland campaign director at Citizen Go. Thank you very much indeed, Caroline. Great to see you again. Let's start with the surge of people still waiting to enter the Basilica to file past the Pope's coffin. What does it mean to them, especially the Catholics, to be able to be there to see the body of the Holy Father?
Well, I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and all popes are very, when you're a Catholic, you're in communion with the Pope. So, the Holy Father has great significance to Catholics, and they and to say thank you, goodbye, and also to pray for him and to pray for his soul. So, I think it's a moment of incredible significance. I'm very envious, actually. I wish I could be there myself.
Indeed, and looking around and hearing the voices of from St. Peter's Square, I mean, it feels and looks as if people from every part of the world are there, including people from different religions.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that speaks to the enduring appeal that Pope Francis had. We're going to see this reflected in his funeral rite, but we're going to see prayers not only in English and Latin, but and Italian, no doubt, but also in Mandarin, speaking to his desire to evangelize to the whole world. And of course, although Francis took his papal name from St. Francis of Assisi, he also bore in mind Francis was a Jesuit, and there was another Jesuit saint called St. Francis Xavier, who did a lot of evangelization to the, he was a missionary to the East. So, that sort of speaks to Francis' papacy and the fact that, he did want to welcome people on the peripheries. And, he famously washed the feet of Muslim prisoners one Maundy Thursday, I think about 10 years ago now. So it's not really surprising, but I think as well, this is a moment in history. A papal death doesn't occur every day of the week. It's not a common occurrence. And so people really want to take the opportunity to be there and be part of something, to be part of history, as well as, to pray and to be part of that spiritual communion with the Pope.
And of course, the place is very important in the evolving modern Catholic Church. How much did Francis champion the cause of women in the hierarchy of the Church?
Well, he was a great reformer in that respect. He appointed more women to senior positions in the Vatican, to senior lay positions than certainly any other pope. And he was very, very keen to advance the cause of women. And he often talked about women in his homilies. He talked about how women were actually the first witnesses to the resurrection, and it is the role of women to spread the news and evangelize. So, and in that, Francis was, although he was from Argentina, his parents were both Italian, so he had that sort of European upbringing, displaced into Argentina, and there's this great sort of love of women and of mothers and of the family, and that's reflected in his choice of burial as well. You know, he's going to be buried at St Mary Major Basilica, another break with tradition, which is outside the Vatican walls, and that is like one of the reasons for that is because it's noted for its great devotion to the Virgin Mary. It's got a particular icon, a Byzantine icon, that's actually attributed to St. Luke the Evangelist. And Francis made over 125 visits to pray before this icon of the Virgin Mary. And so I think that all speaks to, you know, the great love and you know, respect and in which he held women. And although, yes, he was very firm and he's closed the doors on the idea of female ordination, certainly both to the priesthood and the diaconate, you know, he's trying to show that women do have a role to play within the Catholic Church.
And I mean, we've heard quite a few people say about who the next pope will be and whether he'll be as close to the people as Francis. I mean, is there much concern about that in the Catholic world?
No, I really don't think so. I mean, trying to predict who the next pope is a bit of a mug's game, because, you know, what we know, or what past conclaves have shown us, is that the process can be unpredictable, and very often you get a dark horse. So both in the cases of Francis' election and also the Pope before him, well, two popes before him, St. John Paul II, they were both candidates that weren't expected. But certainly, you know, of all the candidates that have been mooted and mentioned, I think they're all good, holy men. And you know, I don't think the concern is about whether or not the next pope will be close to the people, but it's whether or not the next pope sort of carries on in Francis' vein, in terms of being, Francis was seen as being a great liberalizer, or whether or not we have a more conservative candidate.
And of course, we talked earlier about the surge of people around St. Peter's Basilica to view his body. Beyond sort of ordinary people, delegations from more than 100 countries, including heads of state and royalty, expected at the funeral tomorrow. That underscores the importance and the pride of place that's given to Catholic pontiffs, doesn't it?
Well, yes, of course, because not only is the Pope a great spiritual leader, you know, there's over 2 billion Catholics in the world, but the Vatican is also a state. So he was a head of state. And, you know, one of the things that's often, I think, not talked about very much is the great diplomacy that the Vatican engages in. We saw this over 10 years ago when we had the WikiLeaks, and we saw how much the Catholic Church is involved in behind-the-scenes diplomacy, in peacemaking, in all of the major conflicts in the world. So, of course, various heads of state are going to come to the funeral, you know, to pay their respects. And whoever the Pope is a great, you know, is one of our modern leaders. People don't. Religion and politics should be kept separate, but it's very clear the esteem for which world leaders held. And recently, you know, just shortly before he died, the Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, if the Pope had no influence, you wouldn't have leaders lining up to meet him.
Caroline, thank you very much indeed. I appreciate the time you've taken to talk to us. Caroline. Me on the line from London. You're watching The World. Plenty more to come. Stay with us.
Autism is a big issue in society. A few years ago, 1 out of 160 children were on the autism spectrum. Today, it's about 1 in 30, and according to the WHO, it's estimated in the next decade it will be about 1 in 10 children. And that is why I'm delighted that my bank, Fidelity Bank, we did something for children with special needs.
My child is talking that we're not having conversation, are you creating opportunities for conversation?
The children, my son for instance, got to use some of the sensory equipment available.
Please try to register. You will definitely be proud that you were here. Thank you, Fidelity Bank. Thank you, Fidelity team, for putting this together.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word. The currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spray the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian. Do not abuse the Naira.
Cannot hold a man up to a promise he made while he was naked.
In your world, where you're from, surely I would.
Only a coward awakens the love of a woman, sits back and does absolutely nothing about it.
Do you have the eye of a Legbara? Where is the eye of a shoe? Do you know what Ujo Legbara is? Oh, well,
I am going to die here. This place that nobody knows called Iluari.
Africa is a continent brimming with potential and promise. The need for robust infrastructure is ever growing. At the heart of this transformative journey is UBA Group, a beacon of financial support and innovation. With a rich legacy of over 75 years, UBA Group has been at the forefront of funding and facilitating key infrastructure projects across the continent. We partner with governments, businesses, and communities. Our projects align with Africa's unique needs and aspirations. As we look to the future, UBA Group remains steadfast in its mission to support Africa's infrastructure evolution, creating lasting communities and drive progress.
You're watching The World with me, Charles Onyekulu. Let's turn our attention to Ghana now. And opposition politicians in the country have condemned the decision by the president to suspend the Chief Justice, who is the country's highest-ranking judge. A spokesman for President John Mahama said that an investigation into alleged misconduct had been launched to Chief Justice Gertrude Torkanu. But opposition MPs say the president has abused his position of power and is trying to interfere with the independence of the judiciary. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now on the line from London by the African Affairs analyst and publisher of Africa Briefing, John Ofe-Ansah. Great to see you again, John. What's the reason that's been given for this suspension, and how is it?
Well, I think unprecedented. The last time a Chief Justice was removed from office was when I was about 9 years old, during Kwame Nkrumah's right. But look, there's a general perception that the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court headed by the Chief Justice, has been blatantly, a partisan. Or in cases against the former Akufo-Addo government. I mean, so much so that even some eminent, law professors, legal academics have criticized, have questioned the impartiality of the judiciary or the Supreme Court. And again, even the former Minister for National Security, Kandapa, during Akufo-Addo's administration, even came out openly to question the impartiality, of the Supreme Court headed by Justice Gertrude Tokonu. But see, so far, President Mahama has not done anything wrong. I mean, when the opposition, the MPP opposition, question, accused Mahama of trying to sort of torpedo or steamroller, the judiciary. They haven't mentioned that he had done anything wrong. They haven't mentioned that he had flouted, the provisions of the Constitution. He's done everything by the book. 3 petitions were submitted to President Mahama, and he followed the procedure. He submitted the petition to the Council of State, composed of 31 members, of which one is a former Supreme Court justice. One former Supreme Court justice, one former Chief Justice, one former Speaker of the National Assembly, and other eminent members. I mean, ordinary people and traditional, chiefs. Okay, they sat down, look at the 3 petitions, and establish a prima facie case. That is, establish that the Chief Justice had a case to answer. So from there, it had to go to the judiciary, to the Supreme Court, where President Mahama had to set up a 5-member committee to investigate. And those members, according to the Constitution, the 5 members should be 2 justices of the Supreme Court, right? And 3 ordinary people who are not lawyers.
Look, I'm going to interrupt you briefly there because we're running out of time, but thank you for that sort of exposition. Your point essentially is that there is justification for this and that the grounds on which a Chief Justice in Ghana can be removed, the paperwork has all been properly met. But the opposition says it's a farce and a charade.
I wouldn't call it a charade. Look, the opposition's, hypocrisy, and double standards, in my opinion, is legendary. Okay, during their time, look, during President Mahama's first term between 2012 and 2016, I mean, he appointed the chairman of the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. He appointed this lady. She was called Loretta Lomote, okay? But a member, an MPP member, which was in opposition at that time, filed a petition against her. Mahama followed the same procedures, and the woman was removed. A case was established or was proven against that lady, and she was removed from office, okay? So, what the noise the MPP is doing, it's rather, very hypocritical and double standards of the highest order.
So just because one group removed a former law officer doesn't mean that it justifies the removal of that another law officer. I mean, the circumstances are obviously different. And just very briefly, John, because we've got literally a minute or so, looking at the background and the backstory to this and listening to you, there seems to be some really deep conflict between the ruling party or the president and the judiciary.
I wouldn't say so, no. I wouldn't say so. I mean, look, the president is following the laid down rules, what the Constitution provides. He hasn't, fallen far. Look, like I said earlier on, with all the noise the opposition MPP are making, they have not accused President Mahama of flouting or going against the Constitution. He's doing everything by the book. He has no beef. He has no beef, to to go against the judiciary at all.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your talking to us. John Ofe-Ansah is an African affairs analyst. He's the publisher of Africa Briefing. He was talking to me on the line from London. Now, Indian and Pakistani soldiers are reported to have been involved in a border skirmish. Officials say gunfire was exchanged across the line of control, which is the de facto border that cuts Kashmir in two. This comes as the United Nations appealed to both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint as tensions rise over the killing of 26 civilians in Indian-administered Kashmir on Tuesday. India says 2 of the attackers were Pakistani. It's accused Pakistan of not doing enough to prevent cross-border terrorism and has suspended a critical water-sharing agreement. Islamabad denies any involvement and said any attempt to divert or stop waters would be seen as an act of war.
Pakistan vehemently rejects
the Indian announcement to hold the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. The treaty is a binding international agreement brokered by the World Bank and contains no provision for unilateral suspension. Water is a vital national interest of Pakistan, a lifeline for its 240 million people, and its availability will be safeguarded at all costs. Any attempt to stop or divert the flow of water belonging to Pakistan as per the Indus Water Treaty and the usurpation of the rights of lower riparian will be considered as an act of war and responded with full force across the complete spectrum of national power. Pakistan shall exercise the right to hold all bilateral agreements with India, including but not limited to similar agreements in abeyance, till India desists from its manifested behavior of fomenting terrorism inside Pakistan, transnational killings, and non-adherence to international law and UN resolutions on Kashmir. Pakistan shall close down the Wagah border post with immediate effect. All cross-border transit from India through this route shall be suspended without exception. Those who have crossed with valid endorsement may return through that route immediately but not later than the 30th of April 2025. Pakistan suspends all visas under SARC visa exemption scheme issued to all Indian nationals and deems them cancelled with immediate effect, with the exception of Sikh religious pilgrims. Indian nationals currently in Pakistan under SARC visa exemption scheme are instructed to exit within 48 hours, less Sikh pilgrims. Pakistan declares the Indian Defence, Naval and Air advisors in Islamabad persona non grata. They are directed to leave Pakistan immediately but not later than the 30th of April 2025. These posts in the Indian High Commission are deemed annulled. Support staff of these advisors are also directed to return to India. Pakistan's airspace will be closed with immediate effect for all Indian-owned or Indian-operated airlines. All trade with India, including to and from any third country through Pakistan, is suspended forthwith. The National Security Committee underscored that Pakistan, its armed forces, remain fully capable and prepared to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity against any misadventure, as clearly demonstrated by its measured response to India's reckless incursion in February 2019.
Immediate effect for all Indian-owned or Indian-operated airlines.
And that's Shafkat Ali Khan, who's a spokesman for the Pakistani Foreign Affairs Ministry, setting out a number of very tough measures there against India in retaliation for India's own measures taken against Pakistan. Now, President Trump has signed a controversial executive order to fast-track deep-sea mining. It's a move that challenges that most other nations, including China, have signed up to. China controls the majority of the world's supplies of critical minerals, which are essential for the technology used for everything from mobile phones to electric vehicles. And with the Trump administration having locked horns with Beijing over trade, it's now looking for other sources in areas that have previously been considered off limits, such as international waters. Now, if California were a country, it would now be the 4th largest economy in the world. That's according to the state governor, Gavin Newsom. California is state in the US. And Mr. Newsom says the GDP is now more than $4 trillion and has surpassed Japan. The data means that only the US, China, and Germany have larger economies than California. Well, before we go, let's remind you of our headlines here on The World. As the US continues efforts to broker a truce in Ukraine, President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, is holding talks in Moscow with Vladimir Putin. The mayor of Kyiv has suggested Ukraine may have to give away territory as part of any peace deal. Meanwhile, Russian officials have confirmed that one of the Kremlin's senior generals has been killed in a car ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis on Saturday. Tight security arrangements have been put in place. More than 150,000 people have so far viewed the Pope's body. And opposition politicians in Ghana have condemned the decision by the president to suspend the Chief Justice. They say the president has abused his position of power and is trying to interfere with the independence of the judiciary. You've been watching The World with me, Charles Anyegolu. Please keep it here on Arise News from the entire team here in Abuja and around the world. Bye-bye, and thank you for watching.
Stay connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
Naira, shillings, dinar, yen, interest rate are up again. Commodities, bonds and shares. Seize the bulls and mingle with the beers, derivatives and currencies. Help me understand it, please. Finance gurus, the tips and the tricks. Portfolio is getting thick. Come on, trade. Let your money move with the wisdom. Trade, trade. Let the markets take you there. Stay up to date with business and markets every weekday on Arise Exchange.
Our training center is not just focused on aquaculture alone, it's focused on agriculture. So we're trying to see how we can diversify and raise an army that is going to fight food insecurity, not human this time around. So we are raising an army that will fight food security in Nigeria and beyond.
I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
It's Search Farm Consults, Agriculture Incubation and Incubation, Innovation and Development Center. These are ethane ponds, so let me show you some of the species we have on the farm. So here we have the species called Brahma. It's a flatfish too that looks like tilapia but different from tilapia. This one is one of our reservoir ponds, and we've harvested. We don't have the rains that much, though we have a solar to support all we are doing, but currently we just want to have 1 or 2 rains. Improved. This place used to be a very thick forest bush when I came in here, and now you can see other buildings have been erected. We never had all of this when I came in here over 10 years ago. So I think this has brought a lot of development. We have a lot of students in the community, and there are a lot of things we do. There are partnership programs we run that young people and from the community, they come to benefit from such program. We just concluded the IITA MasterCard Foundation training last year, and we are starting another one next month. So, as you can see here, we have solar panels. That's for solar, what's it called, water usage on the farm. Every year, our capacity is underutilized because of the high cost of input at the moment, but our capacity is about 1.5 million tons annually. Those are the red tilapia. So on the farm we have about 6 different species of fish on the farm.
I'm the search farm general farm manager, and here that you are, this is the hatchery unit. This is where we do the artificial breeding of the catfish. So maximum period they stay in this area is just 8 weeks to 10 weeks. So once they're 10 weeks, we move them to the pond. Here,
These are some of the products from the fish as well too. And I think most of the products are booked already and supplied. We did supply yesterday. So, but I think we have few ones here. Tomorrow we'll be producing new sets. Yeah, for academic background, I studied fisheries and aquatic biology, first and second degree. On about 2 occasions, I've been to Thailand for an advanced course in aquaculture, fisheries management. I am a member of Fisheries Society of Nigeria, that's FISON. I'm a member of WAS, World Aquaculture Society, African chapter. I'm currently the president of LASCA Fund, that's the Lagos State Catfish and Allied Farmers Association. I'm the current state president, and I'm one of the 6 certified trainers for USOI, that's United Soybean Association. I just won an award too last week out of so many. This one is there to me too.
I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian. I live by the citizens.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
We go to the lens of the universe to bring you the top stories of the day.
From the breaking news to the big stories,
from Nigeria, across Africa, and the world, we bring a unique perspective.
A Nigerian perspective, an African understanding of global events as they occur.
Politics and policy, people and events.
Thought leaders and newsmakers. Innovation, technology, culture, and the arts,
as well as everything else in between.
Every night on Africa's premier news broadcaster, we ask the hard questions and get the answers. Speak to the experts that give the deep insights on issues that shape our world.
Every news night on Arise, the world's standout news channel.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel. Arise News, awards, and beyond.
And I welcome you all our viewers here in Nigeria and around the world. We begin with the equity side of the trading day here in West Africa. And we begin with the Nigerian trading day, where the all-share index closed at 105,752.61, reflecting a drop of 0.30%. 13,284 deals, highlighting a moderate level of trading activity. A total of 428.08 million shares were traded, while the total value of trades reached 20.17 billion naira, reflecting steady market participation, as the total equity market capitalization stood at 66.46 trillion naira. GTCool led the movers table with 60.73 million shares valued at 3.80 billion naira, while Fidelity Bank follows as it traded 41.40 million shares worth 829.29 million naira. Access Corp with 40.55 million shares traded at 968.26 million naira, coming in third place. MTN Nigeria recorded 32.96 million shares valued at 8.24 billion naira, and Zenith Bank traded 22.93 million shares with a volume of 1.05 billion naira. And now to the top movers in percentage terms. Interbrew closed at 7 naira 70 kobo with a 10% gain. Legend INT comes second on the table, having gained 10% and closing at 6 naira 82 kobo. Ikeja Hotel saw a 10% rise to close at 12 naira 10 kobo, while Vitafoam is in the fourth position, having gained 9.93% and closing at 44 naira 85 kobo. Lastly, Etana closed at 39 naira 90 kobo with a 9.92% rise. Well, looking at the biggest losers, we have the Dangote Cement with a 10% decline and a share price of 432 naira. Next on the log is Regal Irons, experiencing a drop of 8.06% in its share price. Third on the table is VFD Group, recording a drop of 7.57% with a stock price of 17 naira 10 kobo. Chams comes in fourth position, highlighting a drop of 7.27% and closing at 2 naira 4 kobo. And coming in last is Sovereign Inns with a 6.12% decline in its share price, closing at 92 kobo. Now let's go to the West African markets. Well, the NASD NSI saw a fall of 0.53% with an all-share index of 3,269.06 week on week. FMDQ closed at 129.172 billion naira, while the in the positive with an all-share index of 6,061 0.71 and a percentage change of 0.01. The BRVM index recorded a loss of 0.21% and an index of 287.27. The overnight rate and NAFEX figures were not available. The CFA funds was in the positive against the US dollar, closing at 777.60% and a percentage change of 0.27. We have Brent crude oil prices that went up by 0.32%, closing at $66.76. Well, now to the top stories from the Western region. And in other news, the hard-won recovery in the sub-Saharan Africa has been overtaken by recent global developments. The abrupt shift in global economic outlook has cast a shadow over the region's short-term prospects and significant policymaking. Following 4 years of crisis, authorities across sub-Saharan Africa were already facing the considerable challenge of delivering economic stability whilst pursuing long-term development goals, an effort made even more complex by high social expectations. Today, a press briefing on the latest regional economic outlook takes some excerpts from the Director of IMF African Department, Abebe Selassie.
Just as policy efforts were beginning to bear fruit, with regional growth exceeding expectations in 2024, the region's hard-won recovery has been overtaken by the sudden realignment of global priorities, casting a shadow over the outlook. We now expect growth in sub-Saharan Africa to ease to 3.8% in 2025 and in 2026, marked down from our October's projections. And these have been driven largely by the difficult external conditions, weak external demand from abroad, softer commodity prices, and tighter financial markets. Any further increase in trade tensions or tightening of financial conditions in advanced economies could further dampen regional confidence, raise borrowing costs further, and delay investment decisions. Meanwhile, official development assistance to sub-Saharan Africa is expected to decline further, placing further strain on the most vulnerable population. These external headwinds come on top of longer-standing vulnerabilities, high debt levels that constrain the ability of many countries to finance essential services and development priorities. While inflationary pressures have moderated at the regional level, quite a number of countries continue to grapple with elevated inflation, necessitating tighter monetary policy stance and careful fiscal policy. Against this challenging backdrop, our report underscores the importance of calibrating policies to balance growth, social development, and macroeconomic stability. Building robust fiscal and external buffers is more important than ever, underpinned by credibility and consistency in policy making. In particular, there is a premium on policies to strengthen resilience, mobilize domestic revenue, improve spending efficiency, and strengthen public finance management and fiscal framework, and fiscal frameworks to lower borrowing costs. Reforms that enhance growth, improve business climate, and foster regional integration are also needed to lay the groundwork for private sector-led growth. High growth is imperative to engender the millions of jobs that our region needs. A strong, stable, and prosperous Africa is important for its people, but also for the world. It is the region that will be the main source of labor and incremental investment and consumption demand in the decades to come. external support as the region goes through its demographic transition is of tremendous strategic importance for the future of our planet. The fund is doing its part to help, having dispersed over $65 billion since 2020 and more than $8 billion just over the last year. Our policy advice and capacity development efforts support more countries still. Thanks. So, I think there's two different points here. I think the first one is more of a broader meta point, whether financing is the only constraint that's hindering more investment, more robust activity and creation. Of course, financing plays a role, but it's not the only constraint. I think, again, it depends on country-to-country circumstances, what sectors we're talking about, but it really is important to recognize that there are many other things that can be done to engender higher growth, to facilitate more investment. One of the issues that we've seen in our region over the years is that a lot of growth has been in many countries. Growth has been driven by public spending, public investment for many years. That, of course, has made major contribution. It has facilitated all the investment that we've seen in infrastructure, building schools, building clinics. So that has a role to play. But I would say that going forward, it will be as important to see if we can find ways in which the private sector is the main engine of growth. So there are reforms that can be done to facilitate this growth. The second one I'm sensing from both your questions is about the particular circumstance right now where combination of cuts in aid, tighter financing conditions are causing dislocation, are causing particular difficulties for governments. I think here, we've been, more than anybody else, stressing just what a difficult environment our governments have been facing. We've been talking about brutal funding squeeze that countries are under. It has a little bit ebbed and flowed, like for external market conditions, for example. There have been periods when they've been opened and some of our market access countries have been able to borrow, and then other periods where they've been closed, and we're going through one right now. And this is on top of the tighter domestic finance. Is playing out. I think it's important for countries to be a bit more measured in how they're seeking to tackle their development needs. So maybe it means a bit more relying on domestic revenue mobilization, expenditure prioritization when conditions are particularly difficult as they are now. And as I said earlier, going back to see what can be done to find ways to engender growth over the medium term. But it is a difficult period, as we note in our report, and one that's doing quite a bit of dislocation to our countries. So, in terms of the reforms that have been going on in Nigeria and the particularities of the challenge, first thing to note is that we've been really impressed by how much reforms have been undertaken in recent years, most notably trying to go to the heart of the cause of the macroeconomic imbalances in Nigeria, which, of course, are related to the fact that oil subsidies were taking up a very large share of the limited tax revenues that the government had, necessarily being used in the most effective way to help the most vulnerable people. The issues related to the imbalances in the external side, with the exchange rate extremely out of line. So it's been really good to see the government taking these on head on, address those, and also beginning to roll out the third component of the reforms that we've been advocating for, and of course, the government has been pursuing, which is to expand social protection, to target generalized subsidies and to help the most vulnerable. This has all been very good to see. But more can be done, particularly on the latter front, expanding social protection. and also enhancing a lot more transparency in the oil sector so that the removal of subsidies does translate into flow of revenue into the government budget. I think so. There's still a bit more work to do in these areas. We just had a mission in Nigeria where there was extensive discussions on these and other issues on the macroeconomic area, but also other areas where there is a need to do reforms to engender more private sector investment, and also how more resources can be devoted to help Nigeria generate the revenues it so desperately needs to build more schools, more universities, and of course more infrastructure. So there's a comprehensive set of reforms that Nigeria can pursue that would help engender more growth and help diversify the economy away from reliance on oil. And this diversification is, of course, all the more important given what we're seeing happening to commodity prices. So I think this is an important agenda. Second, as government is doing this, of course, there will be a financing need. And, here what's needed is really a judicious and agile way of dealing with the financing challenges the country faces. In the long run, the financing gap can only be filled by, permanent sources, such as revenue mobilization. But in the interim, carefully looking at all of the options the country has to borrow in a contained way.
Well, you just heard excerpts from the Director of the IMF African Department, Abebe Selassie, on the latest regional economic outlook. Arise Exchange returns in a moment. Do stay with us.
The Nigerian Constitution is a written supreme law of the Federal Republic, which sets a fundamental principles or established precedents according to which our nation is governed. Every chapter of the Constitution takes care of the national golden rules. The current Constitution was enacted during the inauguration of the Fourth Republic on 29 May 1999. It is expected that citizens are equipped and conversant with the Constitution so as to be literate in the laws guiding us as a nation. Know your rights and responsibilities and abide by them. Be a real Nigerian.
Autism is a big issue in society. A few years ago, 1 out of 160 children were on the autism spectrum. Today, it's about 1 in 30, and according to the WHO, it's estimated that in the next decade, it will be about 1 in 10 children. And that is why I'm delighted that my bank, Fidelity Bank, we did something for children with special needs.
My child is talking that we're not having conversations, are you creating opportunities for conversation?
The children had lots of fun. My son, for instance, got to use some of the sensory equipment available.
Please try to register. You will definitely be proud that you were here. Thank you, Fidelity Bank. Thank you, Fidelity team, for putting this together.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Welcome back to Arise Exchange with me, Georgina Ndukwe-Zainka. Well, sticking with the theme, the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, says she is looking forward to talks with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who criticized the institution for what he calls a deviation from its mandate. Arise business correspondent Rotu Sudiri sent in this report from the 2025 spring meetings in Washington, D.C.
Days here at the IMF World Bank Spring Meetings in Washington, D.C. was the policy agenda document presented by Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. Now, this comes just a couple days after the World Economic Outlook from the IMF that pretty much downgraded economic growth projections for the entire globe, especially the United States, as a result of trade tensions from tariffs. Now, speaking of tariffs, Kristalina Georgieva said that it is essential that the nations involved in these trade tensions douse them and come to an agreement, because uncertainty brings with it a lot of chaos and a lot of economic turmoil.
First and most urgent, for countries to work constructively to resolve trade tensions as swiftly as possible, preserving openness and removing uncertainty. And we are urging them to do it swiftly because uncertainty is very costly. I cannot stress this strongly enough. Without certainty, businesses do not invest, households prefer to save rather than to spend, and this further weakens prospects for already weakened growth.
And then the moment everyone had been waiting for, Kristalina Georgieva addressing the concerns raised by U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And as a reminder, here's what he said.
First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies like competitive exchange. The U.S. and global economies. Instead, the IMF has suffered from mission creep. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. These issues are not the IMF's mission.
Managing Director Georgieva acknowledged the critical importance of the United States to the IMF, also said that the IMF is fiscally prudent in the use of its funds, and said she looks forward to speaking with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about the concerns that he raised.
I want to recognize Secretary Bessent's remarks yesterday, in which he laid out the U.S. administration's vision for the Bretton Woods institutions. The United States is our largest shareholder. And even more, the United States is the home of my colleagues and me. So, of course, we greatly value the voice of the United States. I very much appreciate Secretary Bessent's reiteration of the U.S. commitment to the fund and to its role. He raised a number of important issues and priorities for the institution that I look forward to discussing with the U.S. authorities and the membership as a whole. We will have opportunities to do so here, and we will also have opportunities to continue with our executive board as we carry out important policy reviews. The comprehensive surveillance review, it will set our surveillance priorities for the next 5 years, and the review of program design and conditionality, consider how our lending can best help countries address the low growth challenge and resolve balance of payment weaknesses.
It was then time for Q&A with the press, with the Managing Director of the IMF fielding regional questions from Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. The Africa question came from Arise News.
Rhoda Sadiri with Arise News. You mentioned this present tensions could disproportionately impact low-income countries, and I'm glad you mentioned the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, because my question is on Africa. You met with the Nigerian delegation earlier this week. What is the strategy or your advice for the African continent? As you've noted in the past, Africa is not a country, it's a continent, right? Egypt cut rates for the first time in 5 years 7 days ago. Prior to that, Ghana hiked its interest rate for the first time in almost 2 years. So at these tough times, what's your advice for the continent?
We have seen over the last years the African continent having some of the fastest growing economies. But we also have seen low-income countries primarily, and among them fragile, conflict-affected countries, falling further behind. And now this is a shock for the continent. The direct impact of tariffs on most of Africa, not on all of Africa, but on most of Africa, is relatively small. But the indirect impact is quite significant. Global growth means that all other things equal, they would see a downgrade, and actually we have downgraded growth prospects for the continent. For the oil producers like Nigeria, falling oil prices create additional pressure on their budgets. On the other hand, for the oil importers, this is a breath of fresh air. In other words, if I were to come with some basic recommendations that apply to Africa, I would say, and actually they apply to Nigeria, they apply to Egypt, they apply to Ghana, they apply to Cote d'Ivoire. First, continue on a path of strengthening your fundamentals. There is still a lot that can be done on the fiscal side to have strength, as I was talking about ASEAN, to have the buffers for a moment of shock. And don't use any excuses around, oh, it's difficult, we can't really go for more tax, because yes, you can. There is evasion and tax avoidance. Using technology, as some countries are doing, to chase the tax dollar when there is the foundation for that is a very good thing to do. Second, on the monetary policy side, we no more, as I said in the opening, we are no more in a place when you can look at the book of the central bank governor of the neighboring country and say, oh, they're doing this, I'll do the same, because you have to really assess domestically what are your inflationary pressures and do the right thing for your country.
While addressing the different nations on the African continent, the managing director of the IMF said it's important that African leaders prioritize the image of Africa, especially when it comes to fighting corruption, because not fighting corruption in one country will have a cascading effect on others.
But above all, make it so that the image of the whole continent changes, because now everybody suffers from wrongdoing, from corruption or for conflict in one country. It throws a shadow on the rest of the continent. And finally, like with ASEAN, deepen intra-regional trade and cooperation. Remove the obstacles to it. Sometimes they are infrastructure obstacles. The World Bank is working on reducing that infrastructure obstacle to growth and trade. Africa has so much to offer the world. Obviously, they have the minerals, the natural resources, the young population. I think a more unified, more collaborative continent can go a long, long way to be an economic powerhouse.
So in summary, uncertainty needs to be eliminated. Nations need to put forward policy buffers to shield them from the current volatility in the macroeconomic environment. The United States remains a key pillar of support for the IMF, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's concerns are acknowledged and will be addressed. And finally, the IMF remains steadfast in providing fiscal support to nations that need it. Here in Washington, D.C. at the 2025 IMF World Bank Spring Meetings, for Arise News, Rhoda Sodiri.
Quite an interesting report there by Rota Sodiri. Arise Exchange returns in a moment. Do stay with us.
What will banking look like in the future? For over a century, we've been growing to meet the needs of an ever-changing world, delivering unique solutions to help our customers reach increasingly bigger dreams. Innovating to create an exciting new world of convenience and freedom, where what you can achieve is only limited by your imagination. Opening up new, more inclusive channels for commerce. Empowering a new generation to reach beyond their dreams and grow into the giants they were always meant to be. We're helping to create a future where the possibilities are infinite, the opportunities borderless, and where the world looks up to Africa. Let's awaken the giant in you. You first. First Bank.
Stay connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
Welcome back to Rise Exchange with me, Georgina Ndukwe-Zainka. Now, the World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala joined Council on Foreign Relations President Michael Froman to discuss the current state and future of global trade, including former President Trump's tariff policies and the ongoing trade dispute between the United States and China. The Director General highlighted how this dispute could have adverse effects on underdeveloped countries, despite their accounting for only 3% of global trade. The Director General Okonjo-Iweala also emphasized the WTO's critical role in maintaining the rules-based international trading system and shaping the future of global commerce. Let's take a look.
On tariffs, I have a very favorite term I use called BT. What do I mean by that? So everybody is focused on tariffs. But the agreements at the WTO that assure the predictability and stability of trade beyond the issue of tariffs. I'll just mention a couple just to share with you. One is called the Customs Valuation Agreement, and you know it, Michael, which the U.S. actually had been the one that insisted decades ago that it should be negotiated. Before your goods, tariffs are applied on your goods, they have to be valued somehow, right? So the private sector trades, it's not government bureaucrats or people like us who trade. Private sector trades, they land their goods. If you don't know how your goods will be valued before tariffs are applied, what happens? It's chaotic because you don't even know if you're going to make any profits off of what you're selling, etc. So an agreement to put down a common methodology and approach to valuing goods has assured the private sector of predictability in how they will trade and what they will get. And this agreement resides with the WTO along with the World Customs Organization. If you remove it and it's not there and the WTO is not there, chaos. Another agreement, the intellectual property, the TRIPS, Trade-Related Intellectual Property Agreement, which many criticize and don't like, and we'll come back to that. But protecting intellectual property, no matter how imperfectly, assures the U.S. private sector earns $144 billion in payments for patents, protection, and all that, the most of any country in the world. The agreements that assure product safety and product standards, the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement, human health and hygiene, and product safety, and prevents countries from using that as a barrier to trade. We are also the home for these agreements. So imperfect as they may be, they assure some predictability in trade. So when you say what you said, which I will not repeat, because it's so not there, I just don't see it. You know, I just don't see it. And I think that the U.S. appreciates these agreements. Everyone does. And, you know, that's that. Second, I think that one of the things that has come out of this crisis, because, yes, we are in a crisis, and in every crisis lies an opportunity, is that other WTO members, they've come for the first time saying how much they value the system, how much they find the predictability and stability provided by the multilateral trading system and the WTO rules valuable, and how they realize that 87% of trade is going on amongst themselves. Yes, the US is very important. It's 13% of world trade if you treat the European Union as one block. But 87% is going on, and they've suddenly realized we want to shore this up. We want to protect the rules-based system. And this is a silver lining coming. So that's where we are.
I want to get to that issue, perhaps at the end when we think about where this whole thing is going. But first, you're here this week. It's the IMF World Bank meetings. You've been coming for years as a former finance minister. We were just joking in the green room that finance ministers are quickly having to retool themselves as trade ministers and learn all about tariffs. But tell us your perspective on, for a long while, trade was driving global growth. Mm-hmm. Growth will be at the top of the agenda, I assume, this week for the IMF World Bank. It was driving global growth. And then it sort of flattened out as China and Eastern Europe became integrated. Now, is it going to be a drag on global growth going forward? And how concerned are you about what that means, particularly for developing countries and